In a dark alley, far from the eyes of passers-by, a group of unwanted guys with cynical smiles on their faces beat up a lone guy, remaining invisible to justice. The guy, covered in bruises and with a piercing gaze, suddenly asked the attackers the reason for their cruelty, trying to find at least some meaning in their inhumane actions. One of the aggressors, embarrassedly looking from the wounded guy to his accomplices, could not understand why the victim even decided to ask them questions, justifying his cruelty with silence. One of the offenders explained that he invited the guy to dialogue several times, but he ran away, which supposedly justifies their cruel actions. He asked, or did the guy really think that if he offered to go, he would be caught? Slow learners quickly learn the lesson after being scolded, realizing that ignoring the lessons leads to harsher consequences. After that, one of the attackers began to beat the guy even more harshly, trying to instill fear in everyone who dared to resist. His friend approached him from behind, tall and strong, with a confident expression on his face. The integrity of his friend was his main law. One of the attackers could not understand why his comrade was doing this to his friend, and said that he had gone very far in violating the rules of their game. As it turned out, the guy's name was Oscar, and one of the attackers asked him if he was okay, showing a modicum of doubt about his actions. And at that moment Oscar thought that he was late for something important, because why otherwise his friend could not protect him earlier, asking questions and feeling vague anxiety. The guy, seeing Oscar, joyfully waved his left hand, but he ran away, leaving disappointment and bewilderment in his friend's heart. He asked a mysterious question with his gaze, "Why were you running away?" Their secret, unspoken and undiscussed, made them afraid to admit it, hiding a past accessible only to him. And then, unexpectedly, he took out his wallet, wanted to continue the conversation about what happened and what would happen next, demonstrating his power and control. Still, the group began to leave Oscar, disappointed or frightened by something he might say or do, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Now he was left alone in the middle of a dark alley, surrounded by the silent walls of a forgotten city, where every brick contained a story that came to life in his imagination. Looking at his watch, he realized that he was very late at night, when the streets were plunged into darkness, and time became a heavy burden, mysteriously slipping through his fingers. And then, as if nothing had happened, he simply began to run away about his business. Nothing happened, there were no riddles or secrets. A few minutes later he was already in his apartment. Nothing had happened, all the secrets and riddles remained outside this door. Oscar then began to slowly approach the television, ready to immerse himself in the world of plots and characters, forgetting about the night's adventures. And he reached for some device, intending to turn it on and drown in the flow of information, forgetting about everything that happened before. It turned out that the main character was connected to some kind of game, trying to escape reality and immerse himself in a virtual world where he himself creates the rules. Of course, here he was stronger and more courageous than in real life, because in the game he could be anyone, achieve the impossible and overcome any difficulties. In addition, here he had a level of 99, which made him truly invincible in the world of gaming adventures, where every victory became a real triumph. His team was glad that he had finally arrived and was eagerly awaiting him, because his participation could change the course of the game and bring them victory. When asked why he was late, he immediately began apologizing, realizing that his delay could have affected the team's outcome and eager to correct his mistake. Some girl said that she had just signed up today and asked what she should do, apparently needing help from a more experienced player. Oscar asked her to wash up and try to finish downstairs in an hour, so as not to waste time and have time to complete all the tasks in the game. He said that he would accept the crossbill, deciding to help the newcomer and become their mentor in the world of the game, so that they could quickly get used to it and become strong players. A girl appeared before them, who said that their quest had begun, and invited them to go on a new adventure, full of dangers and mysteries. The Quest Hero, the best virtual game that has taken the world gaming market by storm, appreciated the high level of freedom and various ways to complete the quest. This is a game that evokes a great reaction from the user, because every action matters and affects the development of the plot, making the player feel part of the virtual world. The girl, who was new to the game, asked Oscar if they should go here, doubting the correct path in their quest. But one of the men told her to just trust him and follow him, promising that he knew the right path and would help them achieve their goal. He asked them to follow him at the same pace and simply follow the line, indicating that this was the fastest and safest way to complete the quest. Oscar was confident in his actions and decisions, plus he was a fairly famous hero in this game, which added confidence in his abilities. The girl was surprised that they had gone all this way without meeting a single enemy detachment. The path had been cleared in advance for them to pass. But, as it turned out, this was only the beginning, and new trials and dangers were still waiting for them, ready to test their strength and skill. After all, it all begins right now, when a new level of the game has opened before them, full of mysteries and opportunities, ready to test their strength and skill. At first he started playing out of interest, to understand what this world was like and what it was like to be part of such an exciting adventure, but then it became his passion. Along the way, he experienced many types of patterns and clear methods that helped him become a skilled player capable of overcoming any difficulties. And the number of people recognizing him increased as his success story became known and admired by many, inspiring aspiring players. And he became what he is today, an experienced and respected player, capable of overcoming any difficulties and reaching new heights in the gaming world. It turned out that they finished everything in just 40 minutes, and they were happy about it, feeling the satisfaction of successfully completing the quest. The girl thanked Oscar, and now she is not late with her plans. Thanks to his help and recommendations, she has become more confident and organized. Oscar said that it was thanks to everyone who followed him, because their joint efforts and mutual support led to the successful completion of the quest. This is all thanks to the help of Oscar, who cleared the way and helped everyone achieve their goal, despite possible difficulties and obstacles. You all agreed that he was a great leader, able to unite a team and help them achieve their goals, and they all expressed their gratitude to him. The guy's eyes were already shining at that moment, reflecting his pride and joy from the recognition of his efforts and leadership qualities. But he just thanked them and lowered his head, not wanting to attract too much attention to himself, although inside his heart rejoiced at the recognition. Then they all began to disperse and exit the game, each returning to their daily routines, but with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from the gaming adventure. The last one left told Oscar not to be late tomorrow, reminding him of the importance of punctuality and responsibility in real life. And so he left the game, ending this exciting gaming evening and returning to reality, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. Now the comrade is left completely alone, surrounded only by electronic shadows of past adventures, returning to everyday life after an exciting immersion in the virtual world. Turning around, he saw emptiness around him. The virtual world disappeared before his eyes, leaving only empty corridors and empty rooms, reminding him that every adventure has its end. Oscar sighed heavily, glad that everything was over and that he was able to successfully complete his adventure, feeling the satisfaction of achieving his goal. He realized that he, too, should go, leaving the virtual world behind and returning to real life, where new tasks and opportunities awaited him, and he took the last step towards leaving the game. Well, just at that moment, he noticed an unknown creature with him, standing in the corner of the room, studying him with his gaze, and he felt a strange anxiety, not understanding what kind of creature it was and where it came from. He was surprised that he was still here, because he had never seen such a monster before, and fear awoke inside him, a feeling of something unusual and incomprehensible. Oscar looked at him thoughtfully and was ready to act if something happened, remaining calm and ready for any development of events. He slowly moved towards the guy, each step confirmed his determination, magnetizing him to the outcome of the meeting, filling the space with implicit tension and expectation, creating a unique atmosphere. The hero tried to unravel the reason for this unexpected turn of events, but he could not understand how all this could happen so unexpectedly and so suddenly. This gaze felt like a prickly penetration into the soul, causing unpleasant sensations and vague anxiety, an invisible threat hiding behind a mask of hostility. Oscar decided not to get into unnecessary conflicts, preferring to simply overcome this moment and go about his business, leaving the unpleasant moments behind him. His hands, as if out of nowhere, suddenly lost sensation, shutting down for unknown reasons, making him feel suddenly restless and anxious. Unfortunately, the character lost interest in what was being said to him, being distracted by something else, and stopped listening carefully to the interlocutor, going deeper into his thoughts. An incredible event unfolded right before his eyes. His character began to slowly disappear, dissolving into thin air, leaving only a hazy memory of his existence. And a moment later he was simply gone. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, swallowed up by an unknown force, perhaps remaining somewhere in the abyss of the unknown. A moment later, Oscar surfaced from under the water, splashing to the surface with force, trying to escape the embrace of the unknown darkness, reviving after a brief moment of disappearance. He felt a premonition, but could not understand where he was, finding himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by mystery and mysteries that required solving. He also could not understand whether this place was real or just a fragment of his imagination, a place that appeared only in his imagination. Oscar could guess that this was a new location that had opened up to him on his journey, a world that he could only dream of but had never seen before. Hanging his head down, he saw his reflection and realized that his things remained with him, affirming his presence in this new place and confirming its reality. Oscar couldn't believe what was happening, but his reflection in the water reminded him of reality. Every moment in this world was filled with mystery, but he strived for a solution. Jackson could assume that this was a hack of his account, because such incomprehensible events seemed suspicious and could be the result of a cyber attack or hacker attack. He now realized that he had failed his friends greatly, realizing that something serious had happened that could ruin his relationship with them. As it turned out, Oscar was not alone here, realizing that his fate was intertwined with others, their destinies, creating new and unexpected connections. Turning around in fear, he looked at the standing man with the ball, realizing that his presence could be the key to unraveling the mysterious events unfolding around him. Out of uncertainty, he assumed that it was a monster, but could not determine what the past tense was, suddenly distorted and unpredictable. Oscar could not decide to do anything, he simply silently realized that he had to leave quietly, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and dangers. At this very time, their eyes met the monster, frozen in anticipation, creating a tense atmosphere filled with unknown threats and the unknown. Fortunately, the guy had a quick reaction and was able to avoid the monster's attack, thanks to his ability to instantly react to danger and quickly retreat. The guy urgently needed to figure out what to do, otherwise he risked falling into the trap of his own lies, forced to cover up to avoid consequences. He had very little time, because with every moment the monster became faster and faster, lying in wait for the guy and reducing his chances of salvation. He decided to simply remove his helmet to exit the game, realizing that this was the only way to avoid further danger and return to reality. Oscar, in a panic, examined his surroundings, but found no traces of the helmet. He felt fear overcome him, realizing that the lost helmet had left him defenseless against the monster. Realizing that he could not find a way out, Oscar fell into a panic, overcome by despair and helplessness in the face of an abyss that remained beyond his control. But he had no time to panic as the monster began its attack, forcing him to act in haste to survive and protect himself from the threat. Oscar had the hope that he could find a way out of this situation, which gave him the strength to continue to fight and not give up in the face of the threat. Or at that moment the full realization came to him that he was not able to get out of this trap, which forced him to admit his helplessness. He wondered what was going on here, realizing that the events around him were becoming increasingly strange and incomprehensible, demanding answers and explanations. To his surprise, he turned around and saw something in front of him, which gave him a feeling of surprise and bewilderment, causing him to solve the riddle in front of him. As he began to run, the enemy was able to hit him, which interrupted his attempt to escape and forced him to stop when faced with an obstacle in the form of an attack. The blow fell directly on the guy's shoulder, which caused him acute pain and a paralyzing feeling, forcing him to stop and lose his vigilance. He also noticed that there was another monster there, which caused him even more concern and anxiety, realizing a new danger awaiting him. Or at that moment the realization came to him that he should not be hurt in the game, which caused him stupor and bewilderment, confusion in his perception of what was happening. Now he did not understand anything at all and did not understand how he got here, which led him to a state of complete confusion and bewilderment. Understanding virtual reality awakened the desire to figure it out and get out. It helped to comprehend the situation and navigate a new, unusual world, opening the way to solving the problem. And immediately after that, a group of monsters appeared to him, forcing him to stand guard and prepare for a new test in this strange world. Of course, Oscar could not believe that all this was real, and he experienced it himself, feeling excitement and doubt about what was happening around him. He, in complete bewilderment, did not attach any importance to what was happening and was convinced that it was all just a game, which caused mixed feelings and doubts in him. He felt empathy, but could not explain it to himself because he continued to perceive the situation as a game, which caused him confusion and anxiety. He should find out who these people are attacking him in order to understand the essence of what is happening and find a way to defend himself or cope with the danger. It seems that the leader of this gang ordered his subordinates to prevent Oscar from escaping, thereby confirming his suspicions that he was actually under attack. He was very surprised when he realized that they were talking, because it confirmed his suspicions about the reality of what was happening and caused him even more bewilderment. Only after this did he realize that these were not monsters, but people, which added a new layer of understanding to what was happening. Trying to establish contact, Oscar asked to wait a second, trying to find common ground and resolve the situation peacefully, because now he realized that people were against him. Unfortunately, he tripped over a rock, which interrupted his attempt to make contact and resolve the situation peacefully, causing even more resentment. Of course, people were not friendly towards the guy, and his unsuccessful attempt to establish contact only aggravated the tension and conflict situation. Just at that moment, a huge man appeared to them, who warned them not to act rashly, and next to them was a fragile girl, small in comparison with him. He was very lucky, because just at that moment he almost lost his head, but the appearance of a big man prevented the worst development of events. The man asked to pick up Oscar to examine him, which added even more strangeness to this already mysterious situation. Of course, the guy did not miss the opportunity and instantly stood up, ready to obey the big man's request and find out what was going on. The girl asked who he was and asked to indicate his identity, showing interest in the newcomer and trying to understand the situation. Oscar didn't know how to respond, but suddenly noticed that the girl looked a lot like someone else, which added more confusion to his already confused state. One of the men came up from behind and asked her to stop mumbling and answer the girl, emphasizing the importance of speaking up and the desire to resolve misunderstandings. Oscar, stunned by what was happening, remained powerlessly silent as his situation seemed too incredible to give any meaningful response, causing more and more confusion. Just then, someone was decapitated right in front of their eyes, adding drastic tension and horror to an already difficult situation. Seeing his opponent's head at his feet, Oscar was amazed and stunned, feeling horror and incomprehension at the horrifying events unfolding before him. Another huge guy suddenly appeared in front of them, his appearance adding unpredictability to the already tense situation, causing Oscar even more anxiety and worry. Now a group of people had to deal with this new challenge facing them in the form of a huge guy, which added tension and danger to the situation. Immediately realizing the danger, they entered the battle, attacking the new enemy, because they understood that their survival depended on their decisive actions. The man amazed everyone with his huge weapon, causing confusion and alarm in the group, who were faced with an unusual and powerful enemy. Oscar was easily stunned by the whole situation as he couldn't believe that the person in front of him just died, causing him mixed feelings and misunderstanding. All this surprised him, because he was not used to seeing a person actually die in the game, causing mixed feelings and misunderstanding in him. Only after all these deaths did the main character realize that this was not a game, which caused him shock and an understanding of the reality of what was happening. As it turned out, this huge man's name was Savage, and one of the men was ready to deal with him for good to finally solve this problem. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed and simply flew away from him, emphasizing the power and danger of the enemy they had to face. Oscar still could not believe what was happening in front of him, because the events developed too quickly and unexpectedly, causing him confusion and bewilderment. Realizing the danger, the guy decided that he needed to run away to save himself from the approaching Savage, his heart pounding wildly as he tried to find a way to get away from him. Realizing that he was a savage, the guy felt excitement and anxiety, realizing that a struggle for survival awaited him, and deciding to act to protect the fragile girl. Although the Savage's attack could not be repelled, hope remained alive, inspiring the guy to find a way to protect himself and the girl. Realizing that leaving the girl meant her death, the guy decided to stay by her side and protect her at all costs. Realizing that he had to help, the guy realized that he did not know what to do in this situation, looking for ways to help the girl without risking her life. In addition, he realized that he was not ready to sacrifice his life for a stranger, and would prefer to save himself by getting out of a dangerous situation. Suddenly, at the most decisive moment, when Oscar was already on the verge of falling, someone suddenly grabbed his leg, holding him from falling into the abyss. Finding himself on the edge of danger, the man who grabbed Oscar's leg looked into his eyes with a pleading expression and asked him to save the girl whose life hung in the balance. Only at this time did the savage enter into the fight against danger, fighting the unpredictable force of the elements that threatened the girl's life. Oscar was faced with a choice that threatened to be extremely difficult: to save the girl along with the savage or trust the stranger who had already given him a helping hand. In front of Oscar, out of nowhere, a panel appeared, causing his amazement, a sign of an unknown force, ready to offer a new path. It turned out that a quest tutorial opened in front of him, in which his task was to protect a princess named Yuta, and this became an unexpected turn of events for him, requiring quick reactions and decision-making. Now Oscar understood why the girl seemed so familiar and similar to him. She was the princess from the tutorial, which means their meeting was fateful, and not accidental. Oscar realized that this girl, who seemed to be an uneasy NPC, was in fact Yuta, a character from the game brought to life. This discovery shook him to the core. An important clarification came to him: failure of the quest does not just end in failure, but leads to something completely unexpected, forcing him to think about what could have happened. And his face changed dramatically when he realized that not completing the quest meant not just failure, but death. And his breathing quickened sharply, alarm sounded in his heart, and panic gripped him, a dark fog carrying with it anxiety and uncertainty. It was at that moment that Yuta was thrown several meters away, adding even more tension to an already difficult situation, causing Oscar to become even more agitated and determined. She could not die here, after all. She was destined to survive. This was not just a game, but an accomplishment of fate that had to be protected at all costs. The man said that he would simply take her life, not seeing anything terrible or unusual in it. Life was just a game for him without meaning. But fortunately, Oscar still decided to help Yuta, despite the threat posed by the man, because for him, human life mattered, regardless of the circumstances. Of course, the girl was surprised by Oscar's action, because he chose to help her, even if it meant risking himself, which suggested his true intention. He said he would delay him, urging her to hurry up and run, knowing that time was against them and every second mattered to their salvation. The man continued to look at him with a very angry look, which seemed unusual given the situation, which added tension to an already difficult situation. But Oscar never left the hope that he could defeat him. Even despite the threatening look and the tense atmosphere, he remained confident in his abilities. Of course, the man was confident in his abilities against the guy. His self-confidence permeated his gaze and movements. He was invincible. And yet, after a few seconds, the savage was able to throw him away from him, his strength and determination proving stronger than the self-confidence of his opponent. The guy's fall was far from the softest in his life. His body convulsively touched the ground, reminding him that there are painful moments in life. Now Oscar had to react very quickly in order not to fall under a new attack. His feelings of tension and danger grew, requiring instant reaction and making the right decisions. But his attempts were unsuccessful, and yet the savage reached him. His defenses were overcome, and again he found himself in danger. The protagonist once again began to push back the enemy, his determination steadily growing, despite the obstacles and dangers standing in his way. Then he finally stopped, almost exhausted. He had only a little strength left, but his will remained unshakable, ready to fight to the end. But he simply had no choice, and it seemed the moment had come to act. Even in his exhausted state, his inner strength pushed him to the next step. Raising his head, he noticed that the enemy was striking him again, not giving him the opportunity to rest or recover, forcing him to act in conditions of extreme fatigue. After the attack, Oscar noticed something, maybe a weakness or vulnerability in his opponent, which added to his hope that he could still emerge victorious in this fight. After repelling a powerful attack, Oscar felt that he had a chance. He noticed some kind of weakness or vulnerability in the enemy, which inspired him to take new actions. After fending off a powerful horizontal long-range attack, Oscar decided to change strategy and concentrate on defense until he could counterattack. The man then sighs, perhaps realizing that his attacks are not having the desired effect, or perhaps noting the difficulties he is having in fighting Oscar. And, oddly enough, the next event occurs suddenly and strongly, changing the course of events and filling the situation with new tension or resolution. He recognized this attack pattern as it was the same as in the quest called Hero's Guardian, and this discovery led him to new strategic possibilities and understanding. Still, his skills acquired in the game were not obtained in vain, because thanks to them he learned this attack, which gave him an advantage and the ability to effectively cope with the danger. In addition, he now had the ability to see through enemy attacks, which gave him an advantage in anticipating and blocking attacks. He realized that he could block it, and this understanding came to him suddenly, like lightning, illuminating the way to an unexpected solution to the problem that he could not help but notice. However, now the question arose of how to take this savage away, and he did not know how to do it. He slowly turned his head and cast his gaze somewhere into the distance, trying to find a clue or solution to his problem in the world around him. He couldn't figure out why the girl wasn't running away like he asked. Maybe his outspokenness or determination stopped her, or maybe she was just stunned and unable to move. Oscar felt that he had almost screwed up, and was ashamed of his clumsiness and inattention. He tried to correct the situation, but it was too late. He was not sure that he could hold out longer. Doubts took possession of him, but he decided not to give up and fight to the end, despite all the difficulties. Now the man had no doubt that he would now defeat Oscar. His confidence was so strong that he already saw his victory. His gaze was confident and cold. He looked at Oscar with such an expression as if he already knew that he would win, and nothing could stop him. Well, just at that moment, fortunately for the guy, a girl appeared, right behind the savage. Her appearance scared the savage, and he let go of the guy, suddenly turning around. Oddly enough, immediately after this the savage fell to the floor, as if he had been immediately deprived of all strength and energy. To his surprise, the man immediately began to attack him no matter what. And Oscar did not expect this and, accordingly, he was unable to repel the man's attack. Then the savage said about the girl, he was ready to deal with her once and for all. The girl expected the same fate as the guy, to be captured and taken away. She felt that she could resist, but her strength left her, leaving her with a helpless feeling of hopelessness. Yuta was already unconscious after that, lay motionless, dead. Her face was pale, her breathing was barely noticeable, her body was weakened, and it was difficult for her to even move. Oscar stopped right in front of the tree, his heart beating so loudly that it seemed he could be heard a mile around, his ears thundering, his hands trembling. The guy realized that he needed to get up to protect the girl. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, ready to become her shield and protection. Fortunately for the guy, the same man who was with the princess appeared right behind the savage. Now they had a chance to survive. From the savage's blow, the enemy fell exhausted, his power erased traces of existence, depriving him of any signs of life. Only silence remained around, enveloping the scene of the fight. Oscar was surprised by this turn of events. He was sure that such a beautiful day could not end tragically. Most likely, it was some kind of mistake, and the princess needed help. His heart was beating so hard that he could barely breathe. Fortunately, she still opened her eyes, and her heart continued to beat, giving hope for salvation. The man sighed with relief, realizing that there was a chance to bring her back to life. He turned to her asking if she had woken up and if everything was okay with her, and his heart sank in anticipation of an answer, worrying about her condition. At this time, Oscar heard the sound of a notification that came from his jacket pocket, causing him to flinch and take his mind off the current situation. The system told him that the quest was completed and he could move on to the next stage, but at the moment he was too busy to think about it. It all seemed so real, but he also couldn't figure out what the window of crosses was. He's sure that someone died right before his eyes, then we can assume that it wasn't a game, but he still has a lot left questions. Yuta was still curious about the name of her savior, but she knew that now was not the right time for such questions, and she decided to postpone this question for later. The guy decided to introduce himself under his real name in order to establish contact with the girl and ease her feelings after the incident. They started a conversation. The princess said that she was in his debt, because she always repays debts. She asked him to follow her, promising to reward him for his help. Oscar was surprised when he heard the offer to go with her, but quickly agreed, realizing that an amazing adventure, full of surprises and dangers, was opening up before him. The man didn't agree with the girl, because they didn't even know this guy, and it seemed strange to him to take him with them, not knowing what he was capable of. There's no need to keep him so far away. If he was planning to do harm, he would have done it already, so let's give him a chance and an opportunity to prove that he's not a threat. Oscar was silent at that moment, because he didn't even know what to tell her. He felt awkward and insecure, not knowing how to behave in such an unusual situation. But before that, the girl offered to show someone off properly, causing Oscar even more confusion and misunderstanding in their strange situation. He did not know what to do. The man agreed with her and said that he would find a suitable place nearby to spend someone properly. without specifying who exactly he meant. The girl sincerely thanked the man for his help, expressing her gratitude for his kindness and willingness to help in a difficult moment, which touched him very much. After her father was killed and everyone turned against her, they protected her to the end, becoming her new family and support, which greatly changed her life. And this despite the fact that they were not even relatives. Despite the lack of blood ties that would connect their family, they found loyal friends and reliable support in each other, which became a source of incredible strength and inspiration for them. They were part of the royal guard, remarkable warriors who earned their honor and respect through their courage and loyalty, willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their country and kingdom. Those who abandoned their honor live in luxury, but those who retained it found themselves buried here on the battlefield, lauded as heroes and symbols of loyalty. The princess said it was time to go, and everyone agreed that it was time to move on, despite all the difficulties and trials that had passed. Oscar at this moment simply sighed heavily, feeling tired and stressed from all the events he had experienced, but was ready to move on with the others. Some stranger turned to the boss, asking how long they should wait, because they did not see the princess, and suddenly the savage who had gone out on reconnaissance disappeared, causing concern and bewilderment in the group. One of the men believed that this was treason, and the savage betrayed them, causing confusion and discord in the group, where everyone began to doubt the loyalty of the others. But one Jackson said he had not betrayed them, objecting to the allegations and trying to restore trust within the group. The speaker asked if he trusted those savages, emphasizing the importance of trust in such a situation, but Jackson noted that there was no point in generalizing and that each person was different. But that was not what the man was talking about. Apparently, the princess had already escaped their traps, which caused surprise and bewilderment in the group. The same man said that he would catch the princess, and repeated this several times, causing anxiety and apprehension in the group, and his persistence and confidence in his words only increased the excitement. They wanted to capture her to prevent her from escaping, but Jackson said that she already knew where she was going, causing surprise and questions among the group. But Jackson said that this was not necessary, he already knew where she was going, which caused surprise and questions in the group, but he did not reveal how he knew this information. The man was glad that they had finally arrived in the lands of Manhwa, feeling relieved after a long and stressful journey. Oscar was slightly surprised by the beauty that unfolded before his eyes, because the lands of Manhwa turned out to be much more impressive and picturesque than he expected. One of the guards approached the governor to report the arrival of the group and ask for instructions regarding their further actions. He repeated several times that the princess had returned, which caused surprise and joy in the governor, who was looking forward to her return. The man could not believe that this was true, and was amazed and delighted that the princess had indeed returned, alive and unharmed. He immediately ran to the girl to make sure of her well-being and thank her for her courage and endurance, experiencing mixed feelings of surprise, relief and admiration for her fortitude. When he saw her, his eyes immediately filled with tears, reflecting mixed emotions of joy, relief, and touching her strength and endurance. The governor was glad that she was okay and expressed his gratitude and relief before she was rescued and returned safe. The princess said that a lot of time had passed and called him Old Man Manhwa, which caused laughter and joy in the group, because it was a nickname that meant respect and recognition of his wisdom and experience. Since the village was small, the food prepared was modest. They traveled a long way, and Manhwa apologized to the princess for the modest dinner. The girl said everything was fine, but it had been a long time since she had eaten anything that even resembled real food. He noted that it had already been a full 10 years before he almost recognized her, time passing faster than he expected. In response, she noted that he had clearly had a decent time since they last met, implying that time had not passed without a trace for him. Of course, the governor laughed at this and said that he could not help his age, adding that sometimes he felt as young and vigorous as at 25 years old, despite the worries of those around him. The princess politely asked if she had gone too far, expressing her concern for not overstepping boundaries and her willingness to hear others' opinions. The man categorically stated that in no case did he want anything to happen to the princess, because he was simply happy to see her safe and sound, ready to provide support and protection if necessary. He believed that thanks to these two warriors who accompanied the princess, she remained safe, and recognized their loyalty and courage in providing her protection. The man introduced himself as the commander of the royal guard, indicating his high position and responsibility for the safety of the royal family and the castle. Naturally, the governor was curious about the second guy and listened intently to the presentation, ready to evaluate their skills and contributions to the safety and well-being of the community. The princess said that he had saved her on the way here, expressing a desire to reward him, and asked if she could ask him to do so in her place, trying to find a way to acknowledge his valiant deed. The governor gave a positive answer to her question, confirming that such a reward would be fair and deserved, and expressing his readiness to support this idea. He approached Oscar and said that due to the fact that he had saved the princess, a great reward was expected, emphasizing that his valiant action would not go unnoticed and would be duly rewarded. The man suggested that Oscar was tired after overcoming such a long and difficult journey, expressing his sympathy for his fatigue and his willingness to help in recovery from the tiring adventure. He asked him to rest properly, emphasizing the importance of recuperation after the ordeal, and promised to provide everything necessary for proper rest and restoration of energy. The girl thanked her old friend, expressing sincere gratitude for his support and loyalty over many years, and promised to always be there in difficult and joyful moments. The governor asked to escort the princess and special guests, demonstrating concern for their comfort and safety and expressing confidence in their ability to perform this important task. Just before he fell asleep, Oscar recalled all the events of that day, immersed in thoughts of his adventures and meetings that made this day memorable and eventful. He still could not understand what was happening to him, feeling mixed feelings of bewilderment and excitement, trying to understand the difficult situation and accept it. Plus, he still can't get out, and apparently, in order to return, he needs to complete all the quests, but to do this he needs to follow the princess, delve into her plans and support her in her aspirations. Hearing a notification from the system where he needed to save the princess from a surprise assassin attack, he felt mixed feelings of apprehension and determination, knowing that he was responsible for her safety. Oscar was a little taken aback by the news, but gathered the strength to accept the challenge and cope with it, deciding not to panic and act decisively. Moreover, it occurred to him that this was a surprise attack, and that in addition, the second assassin added complexity to an already tense situation, forcing him to be vigilant and cautious. Leaving the room, he immediately began to turn around, feeling the growing tension and caution, ready to react to any threat from the shadows or from around the corner. Noticing a weapon nearby, he took it in his hands, preparing for a possible collision and trying to provide himself with means of defense in case of a surprise attack. As Jackson approached the governor, he realized that he was indeed the one they had been expecting, confirming his identity and causing relief to everyone present. This meant that the governor made his job easier by confirming his identity and allowing him to continue his duties without unnecessary obstacles or doubts. The man said that he cooperates only with a certain Zod, emphasizing his devotion and loyalty to this mysterious character, causing questions and curiosity among others. Jackson asked permission to ask him a couple of questions, expressing his interest in receiving more information or guidance from him. On his way here, he noticed the corpse of one of his subordinates, which he thought was not bad, leaving him with a feeling of sadness and loss, as well as increased caution due to possible danger. Even if he was a savage, he was still his subordinate, and meeting him would be important no matter what role he played or how he presented himself. If he is looking for the commander of the royal guard, then there may be no need to worry, because his distance from the princess could be part of a strategy or action for security purposes, which confirms his professionalism and dedication to the task. Jackson said he shouldn't have done so much for him, expressing his surprise or bewilderment at the amount of help or support he received. The man said that he had captured the princess as promised, so he must free his grandson, emphasizing his honesty and fulfillment of obligations, even in such difficult circumstances. Jackson asked what to do if he simply didn't want to, expressing his doubts about being able to convince or force him to honor a promise or agreement. The master asked that this be conveyed to him when they met, emphasizing that the life of his grandson depended on his devotion and fulfillment of promises, expressing the importance and seriousness of this situation. The little princess was asked how long she was going to sleep, expressing curiosity about her plans and expectations for the next morning. Her father asked if she had forgotten what day it was and asked her to wake up immediately, perhaps reminding her of important activities or events planned for that day. She couldn't believe what was happening and immediately began hugging her father. She said that he was alive, and she knew it, expressing her deep faith and confidence in his well-being, rejoicing at the meeting after possible separation or danger. The man could not understand what she was talking about and asked if she had a nightmare, trying to understand the meaning of her words and provide support if needed. The girl said that he promised that he would always be with her, reminding her of his promises and intention to be there in any situation, which brought her comfort and confidence. Therefore, when he returned to her, after these words, his face immediately changed, but at the most unexpected moment, taking the form of a terrifying dead mask, causing the girl to tremble in fear. Just after this, the girl noticed that they began to attack her, feeling a growing threat and realizing that the man's face could be an omen of something terrible that was happening around. But, fortunately for her, Oscar appeared before her, who protected her, providing her with the necessary support and security in a moment of danger. Yuta was surprised by the boy's quick reaction, expressing her amazement and gratitude for his instant intervention at a critical moment, which made her feel relieved and protected. The stranger expressed his opinion that Oscar's bravery was commendable, but he was not very intelligent, perhaps noting some of his reckless or risky actions, despite their noble motives. He may have difficulty in the dark, but this depends on his experience and skills. Immediately after these words, the stranger began to pack Oscar, demonstrating his determination and intention to take measures to eliminate or capture him. The stranger expressed the opinion that Oscar, despite his perceived shortcomings, should have at least moved faster, considering him not so slow, but still not fast enough for such an event. And immediately after these words, he noticed how Oscar's fist was rushing straight towards his face, preparing for an unpredictable collision. Oddly enough, the stranger immediately fell to the floor after the blow, reflecting the surprise and force of the attack, leaving many in amazement at such a quick and decisive action. The protagonist asked if she was hurt, showing care and concern for her well-being after the incident. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jackson appeared in the room, causing surprise and bewilderment, since his appearance was unexpected and mysterious. He said that he had finally met the princess, surprising everyone present, opening a new chapter in this amazing story. Oddly enough, the girl immediately asked who he was, showing her curiosity and desire to find out more about the stranger who suddenly appeared in their environment. But he did not answer her question, only said that she was good at escaping, causing additional questions and bewilderment among those present with his cryptic answer. She still had to meet him, which added to the mystery of the situation and raised a number of questions about her connection with this man and the purpose of their meeting. Oscar was not willing to simply give the princess to Jackson, expressing his resistance and desire to protect her, causing tension and uncertainty in the relationship between the characters. But the man was clearly stronger than the previous stranger, which created unequal conditions in the fight and forced Oscar to evaluate his chances and make tactical decisions. Jackson admitted that Oscar irritates him by showing his emotions and attitude towards him, which could add tension and conflict to the situation. The main character noticed that Jackson distracted him with his hand and attacked him with a kick, demonstrating his cunning and ruthlessness in the fight, causing surprise and the need to react. Jackson said that they would play with Oscar when he finished work, implying that there would be another opportunity for fun after the current duties or tasks were completed. He didn't think there would be a day like this in his life, expressing surprise and perhaps some concern at the unexpected turns of events that were happening around him. He killed countless people but left the royal family alone, emphasizing his goals and principles in the area of violence and the values of life that he adheres to. Oscar realized that he could not leave it like this, and he needed to act, taking decisive measures to change the situation or prevent further negative consequences. Unfortunately, Jackson was able to take it and threw it straight into the wall, leaving Oscar in a painful position and increasing the tension in the situation. Jackson once again repeated that he should stop, because Oscar irritates him very much, expressing his dissatisfaction and insistence on ending the conflict or fight. The man showed his hand and said that he cried out, but the thought of killing the princess, admitting his betrayal and intention to commit a terrible crime. That is why Oscar must refrain from interfering, so that trouble does not arise and the fragile balance in the relationship is not upset. Jackson turned and slowly began to approach the princess, his heart beating faster, filling the air with anticipation and hesitation. Jackson's distraction provided an opportunity to attack him, but he was alert and reacted instantly, seeking to defend himself against the sudden threat. The guy jumped and attacked him with something, and, to his surprise, Jackson felt suddenly hot from this contact, feeling a growing adrenaline euphoria. Immediately after this, he began to approach the princess, feeling a mixture of excitement and determination bubbling inside him, preparing for the inevitable meeting with her. And in a split second he managed to save her, then they fled the room together, feeling increasing relief and excitement from the successful rescue plan. Late at night, the governor suddenly woke up to the news, his heart beating faster as he heard the disturbing news that disturbed the peace of the night. And he was informed that Jackson managed to avoid a sudden attack by the assassins and escaped with the princess. This news caused the governor a feeling of relief and pride in the courage of his subordinate. The man tried so hard to give him this opportunity, but unfortunately, he wasted it, failing to use it to benefit himself or others. He allowed the man to take on the mission to save those who remained faithful to the memory of the fallen king, but warned that the loss of the princess would put his grandson in danger. Of course, the governor was confused, not knowing what to do in this situation, looking for a way out of the current situation. He turned to the man standing next to him, hoping for advice or support at this difficult moment, sincerely wanting to find a solution for further actions. He decided that they would actively search for the princess, and to do this he needed to notify every soldier to join the search. After some time, Jackson came to his senses, aware of his surroundings and preparing for further actions in search of the princess. He noticed that Yuta was nowhere to be found, and this made him feel a nervous uneasiness flare up inside him. But when he looked into the distance, he still noticed the girl's body floating in the water, and this made him relieved that the princess was safe. He prayed with desperate belittlement, begging the higher powers to spare her life, realizing that her death at that moment would lead to irreparable loss and endless grief. In no time at all, he found himself next to the girl, his heart beating so fast that he felt as if time had slowed down for this decisive moment. Oscar relaxed, because he was just lucky. He thought that she had simply lost consciousness, and this calmed him down, giving him hope for a successful development of events. Now they need to rest a little, because the situation has calmed down, and they can rest for a while to regain their strength before continuing their actions. Now he did not know at all what to do, feeling mixed feelings of anxiety, doubt and uncertainty about his next steps. He decided to wait until the girl came to her senses, giving her time and space to recover, before making any further decisions. The system appeared to him again, reminding him of its presence and possible courses of action, drawing his attention to new possibilities and solutions. He was unsure why the quest was not completed when he had saved the princess from an attack, and he felt mixed feelings of disappointment and bewilderment as he searched for answers to this mysterious turn of events. The princess's bodyguard assumed that the governor had already joined Zod, and this caused him some alarm and bewilderment, since he had not received appropriate confirmation of this information. He was not ready to simply let the princess go, realizing that this point required more careful discussion and decision before taking any drastic steps. He did not have time, since he needed to get to the girl, so he decided to give them the right to a dignified death, immediately and without hesitation. Someone approached the man and expressed their curiosity about who the commander of the royal guard was, causing the man to become somewhat uneasy and wait for an answer. Jackson landed and said that a lot of time had passed, while noting the feeling of time passing and its effect on the current situation. The man was surprised, because Jackson was supposed to be in prison, and this caused him bewilderment and excitement, which unexpectedly greeted him. He was soon promoted and released from prison, which caused the man to have mixed feelings of surprise and dissatisfaction, suddenly realizing this turn of events. He said that after the princess's death he would simply become useless, expressing his despair and hopelessness in light of a loss that he considered inevitable. The man was not ready to tolerate such behavior from Jackson and immediately began to attack, showing determination to defend his beliefs and feelings. He asked if the man was still loyal to the former king, ascertaining his loyalty and motives in the current situation. James told him to shut his mouth, showing his annoyance and unwillingness to listen to any further comments or questions. Jackson says this by pointing to his limit, emphasizing that he is no longer going to tolerate any further ridicule or insults. After some time, the princess came to her senses, her gaze lit up with surprise and bewilderment as she realized her surroundings and circumstances. She instantly turned to Oscar, sincerely asking where she was. A mixed feeling of fear and bewilderment was evident in her voice. He began to say that they had escaped from the assassin. His voice was persistent, full of tension, sincerity and determination sounded in his words. After that, Yuta suddenly remembered everything, how they were running away from the assassin and how they accidentally fell into the river, a feeling of awareness reflected in her eyes. Oscar was wondering if he had done something unnecessary, his expression reflecting some anxiety and doubt. He was surprised when the girl said that this act was very brave, his face reflected amazement and gratitude for such an assessment. And she survived again thanks to him. The princess's words reflected recognition of his courage and determination, causing a feeling of satisfaction and pride in his soul. Someone from the fortress must be looking for them right now, they need to go back. This thought made them hurry up and decide on their further actions. Oscar agreed with the princess, his face showing determination and readiness to take the next step in their rescue plan. Oscar asked the princess if she would mind if he asked her a few questions. His expression was polite and interested. He wanted to get more information to better understand the current situation and plan next steps. Since she was a princess, she asked why these people were hunting her, her voice filled with mixed feelings of surprise and concern. The weak princess would be consumed by someone stronger, which is why she was being pursued. This thought made her feel vulnerable and anxious. The girl asked if Oscar had ever lost anything he loved before. She herself had lost everything she loved. Her words sounded full of revelation and bitterness. The main character was at a dead end, not knowing how to answer him at this moment. His thoughts were vague and his feelings were confused. Only now did she realize that she needed power to protect what was dear to her. This understanding came to her clearly and decisively. He immediately fell silent at that moment and thought about something of his own. His thoughts were deep and silent. He was immersed in his own thoughts, realizing the importance of the words spoken. The princess said that there was no need to return to the fortress. Her words sounded convincing and decisive, as if she had made a final decision. Raising his head up, the guy noticed that he was tied to James' post from above. His gaze was filled with surprise and anxiety at such an unexpected sight. Of course, he recognized him immediately. His heart sank with grief and helplessness, faced with the sight of a friend exposed to such danger. When the princess turned around, she was completely shocked by what she saw. Her face expressed mixed feelings of horror and fear. Her heart beat faster. She could not believe what she saw. The man did not look very good, to put it mildly. His facial expression reflected mixed feelings of surprise, anxiety and concern. The princess wondered what he was doing there. She assumed that it was the work of the governor. Her thoughts were full of excitement and disbelief. And immediately at that moment she noticed the guard of the fortress, her gaze filled with tension, realizing the possible consequences of their presence. They had to catch the princess alive no matter what. It reminded her of the constant threat that followed her every step. Oscar realized that something was wrong here. His instinct told him that the situation was getting out of control, and he became vigilant. The girl could not believe that her uncle had done such a thing. She felt mixed emotions of surprise, disappointment and bitterness. The guy grabbed the girl by the hand and said that they needed to get out of here. His voice was persistent and decisive, full of anxiety and the need to leave quickly. Jackson told James that the air was very refreshing, his words sounding calm but a little tense, as if he was trying to create a normal atmosphere. The man, exhausted and hopeless, suddenly asked to be killed. His voice sounded weak and tired. He had endured the weight of his fate for a long time. He stated that he did not intend to kill him so easily. There was determination in his voice and a certain amount of courage, speaking of his unshakable character. Just at this moment the governor appeared to them. His appearance caused tension and anxiety. They carefully assessed his intentions. Jackson asked if he was done playing the game of loyalty, his gaze wary, ready for any possible answer. He told him to shut up, because he knows nothing about loyalty. His voice was shrill. He was tired of this talk. They were ready to tell the governor something. His expression was focused and attentive. He was expecting important information. The patrolling troops located the princess, but lost her again. This news caused concern and disappointment to the governor, upsetting his plans. But they have already blocked off the area, are conducting a thorough search, and will soon be able to find them. This caused the governor some relief and confidence in the success of the operation. The governor ordered the remaining forces in reserve to be mobilized to ensure her capture. His determination was clear. He sought a final solution to this issue. James asked if the man was ashamed for betraying the deceased king, his voice sounding determined but genuinely interested. He said that he would pay for his crimes, and James was worried about his life. His words sounded firm, but there was also concern in their tone. At that moment, James loudly cooed the princess's new name, his voice filled with confidence and determination. He took upon himself the responsibility of protecting her. He said that if she really cared about him, let her run away, she must survive, only then can she fulfill the dying wish of the fallen king. His words sounded decisive and caring. Jackson said that the governor was simply waiting, because the bait was calling for their prey. His voice was soulful, filled with discontent and distrust. Entering one of the houses, the man did not notice anything suspicious. His gaze was cautious and he scanned his surroundings for possible threats. They believed that Oscar and the princess could not run far, they needed to search carefully. This gave them a sense of urgency and the need to act quickly. Fortunately, they were not caught, which gave them relief, but they were aware that they needed to remain vigilant and continue their search efforts. At this time, the girl was thinking about what she heard. It was definitely James' voice, which meant that he was still alive. This thought filled her with hope and determination to act. When the girl jumped down, Oscar could not understand what she was doing, because the troops were still outside, and his face reflected mixed feelings of anxiety and surprise. Since they had passed by this area, they should be safe now, which gave them relief and the ability to relax at least for a while. She apologized and promised to give the reward back later, not sure if she can do this, but claims that it will happen someday. Due to the complete lack of any connection with what was happening, Oscar decided that he would have to remain in place for a while longer in order to calmly get out of the situation without attracting unnecessary attention and safely leave undetected. Oscar instantly remembered that breaking the quest could result in death, so he felt an urgent need to remain undetected and remain calm. The princess, quietly creeping up, masterfully dealt with the guard, showing her professional training and caution, without attracting unnecessary attention. And then, contrary to all expectations, the princess decided to take his weapon, perhaps to use it in her further plans or for self-defense. Asking James to wait, the princess assured him that she was close to completing her task and asked him to stay put a little longer. At that moment, right in the middle of the alley, someone approached her, disturbing her privacy and causing the princess to tense up. Fortunately for her, Oscar decided to go with her, providing protection and support during this unexpected moment, which allowed the princess to feel more confident. He approached the princess with a question, expressing his doubts about her ability to move forward without a clear plan, and tried to understand how she planned to solve the situation. He also had difficulty finding her, which added to the difficulty and made him concerned about her safety and well-being. The guards were more relaxed than Oscar had expected, which made him feel unsure and disrupted his plans. It was because of this that Oscar and the princess could not easily cope with the guards, since they did not expect them to be so relaxed and unexpected. When James saw Oscar in front of him, he immediately began asking questions about the princess, showing concern and desire for information about her whereabouts. The boy assured James that the princess was safe, relieving his anxiety and allowing him to relax knowing that she was not in danger. After that, he began to help the man, perhaps assisting in some business or task that they had to complete together. Of course, James immediately expressed his gratitude to Oscar for his help, showing his appreciation and respect for his good deeds. Jackson turned to Oscar, before that he helped the princess escape, and now he is helping his decoys escape. He thought it was sad that he had to worry about one guy helping the princess and his decoy. It was at this time that security approached them, creating additional problems and causing tension in the already existing situation. And suddenly, strangely enough, a group of guards surrounded them, depriving them of their freedom and exposing them to unexpected circumstances. Jackson approached them, suddenly on the spot, emphasizing his willingness to take part in the current situation. He should seriously consider the consequences of his actions before making any decisions in this situation. James expressed deep regret and apology, acknowledging that everything happened because of his actions and understanding how this affected the situation. They came to the governor to convey an important message to him, emphasizing the seriousness and importance of the information they brought. At that moment there was a knock on his door, and he allowed entry, ready to listen to what they had to tell him, expecting important information. He was informed that they had found the princess, bringing relief and hope that the situation could be resolved and the princess safe. They caught her in front of the execution site, escalating the tension and approaching the decisive moment when the princess's fate will be sealed. The governor immediately went there, showing determination and willingness to take part in resolving the crisis situation related to the princess. Jackson enjoyed the destruction he caused, but was a little upset that he was caught so easily, feeling mixed feelings of satisfaction and disappointment at the turn of events. He wanted to know where the princess was, expressing his curiosity and possible interest in how events related to her rescue or fate were developing. James said that the guy had nothing to do with this, and he alone should bear responsibility, putting forward his point of view and assumption of who is responsible for what happened. Jackson noticed that Oscar's face could not tell that he had given up, revealing his resilience and determination not to give up even in a difficult situation. He looked forward to the moment when Oscar's face would be contorted in pain, expressing his desire to see his opponent suffer. At this moment the governor addressed him, calling his attention to some important issue or event requiring immediate intervention or decision. He turned to him and said that he had been informed that he had captured the princess, providing important information about the progress of events and the success of the rescue operation. Jackson could not understand what the governor was talking about and asked who told him this, showing his bewilderment and desire to clarify the situation. Just then, from behind the man, the princess was ready to attack him, creating an unexpected turn of events and increasing the tension in the situation. Oddly enough, she did just that in a split second, demonstrating her readiness for action and determination to defend herself in any situation. She ordered everyone not to move anyone, emphasizing her power and authority in the situation, as well as her desire to maintain control of the situation. He said this with sarcasm, expressing his dissatisfaction or irony about her order, which he could consider unnecessary or inappropriate in this situation. Governor Robert returned and looked at the girl, his gaze filled with curiosity and some concern as he examined her to understand what had happened in his absence. James was surprised to see the princess in front of him, his expression reflecting a mixture of amazement and excitement arising from the unexpectedness of this meeting. She didn't think he would betray her, feeling surprised and disappointed that someone she considered an ally turned out to be untrustworthy. She said that Oscar and James should not be released, expressing her determination and possible intention to use them as hostages or obstacles for her opponents. Jackson was surprised that she took the governor hostage to get out of here, showing his surprise and perhaps displeasure at her tactics and decisiveness. He asked what she thought about killing her friends, finding out her motives and position in relation to the events taking place around her. This expression of dissatisfaction with the situation highlights the possible consequences for all involved, including Jackson himself, indicating the risk of loss of life for both as a result of the decisions made. He suggested saving them a little, expressing the hope that a compromise solution or a way to minimize the risk for all participants in the situation could be found. James said he had to look around, pointing out the need to be vigilant and careful in this situation, where threats could be waiting from anywhere. The man did not know at all what to expect now, feeling the uncertainty and tension associated with the unknown of what could happen next. But he still ordered the release of the two, showing his power and determination to influence the situation, perhaps seeking to end the conflict or avoid further incidents. The man believed that this was indeed the right decision, showing confidence in his choice and the conviction that it was the best move in the current situation. One of the men told them to release them now, expressing the urgency of their release. And, oddly enough, this really began to happen, surprising the participants in the events with its unexpectedness or unpredictability. Oscar and James then began to leave, realizing that now was the time to leave the scene and get away from the potential danger that could still await them. The man asked if this was part of the guy's plan, asking whether the action of freeing himself was part of the original strategy or happened by accident. He didn't have time to explain, because he needed to go faster, understanding the urgency of the situation and the need to act without unnecessary delays. Of course, Jackson had a backup plan if this happened, highlighting his preparedness for the unexpected and ability to adapt to changes in the situation. He said that there are no victories without sacrifices, expressing his belief that some efforts or decisions may require certain sacrifices or damages in order to achieve the goal. He immediately began attacking Oscar and James, showing his aggression and determination to stand up to them in this tense moment. The princess turned around, wanting someone to know what to do at this moment, feeling uneasy and uncertain about what to do next. As it turned out, he hit the governor right in the corner with his sword, possibly causing surprise or panic around him as a result of the unexpected turn of events. Oscar, the princess, and the governor separated themselves several meters from each other, creating distance between themselves after the sword incident, perhaps to prevent further danger and assess the situation. As it turned out, the girl was completely fine after this, which may cause relief or surprise among other participants in the events. And, besides, she could even move, which may indicate her good health and ability to maintain her mobility in this situation. Jackson began to become more and more irritated by Oscar's behavior, perhaps due to his unexpected actions or decisions in the course of events. Of course, the governor and everyone else immediately ran up, reacting to the escalating situation and trying to control its development. They should have stopped the bleeding immediately, recognizing the need for emergency medical attention and taking appropriate action to prevent a threat to life. They made every effort to save the governor's life, working beyond their capacity to provide him with medical care and stabilize his condition. The bleeding wouldn't stop, so they needed to apply proper pressure to the wound to stop the blood loss and prevent further complications. Jackson stood as if nothing had happened, appearing calm or indifferent to the gravity of the situation, which could cause surprise or displeasure among the other participants. One of the men said that the governor had fallen, and they must kill these people now, showing a desire for revenge and retribution for what happened to their leader. Oddly enough, they did not immediately begin to carry out the order, perhaps due to doubts or uncertainty about the consequences of such an action. Orders were given to continue the pursuit and to immediately punish the alleged culprits, including the decision to cut off the head. The intent to kill was obvious, reflected in their willingness to use violence to achieve their goals without hesitation or doubt. But three friends were going to run away from this horror, trying to avoid danger and save their lives in such a tense situation. But Jackson was not ready to just let them go, showing his intention to keep them or possibly use them for his own purposes. He had a plan to stop them, indicating his willingness to resist attempts to escape or resist their actions. Just at that moment, his subordinates approached him, which could mean support for his plans or additional help in carrying out his intentions. This was the same huge man who sought to kill the princess, noting his role in the events taking place and the possible danger he posed. The security was frightened by what they saw, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible threat to the safety of everyone present. The man who first attacked the princess asked if the situation had become unpleasant, expressing his concern about the development of events and the possible consequences. They had to defend their territory, emphasizing the need to maintain control of the situation and resist any external threats. The man was confident that Jackson could not handle them, no matter how strong he was, because there were too many of them, emphasizing his confidence in the strength of his group and the advantage of numbers. He asked for some time, promising to kill the two and return, expressing his willingness to take responsibility for the situation and take measures to resolve it. Of course, the man agreed with his leader's words, following his instructions and supporting his decision in this situation. The company continued to run tirelessly, trying to elude their pursuers, whose threats became increasingly persistent and ominous, but even in dangerous moments they did not give up, moving forward with determination and hope. Finally, their persistence was rewarded, and they decided to pause to breathe and rest a little, realizing that every pause gives strength for new challenges and struggles. James shared information about a small pier located on the northern outskirts of the village, which sparked a new wave of hope and plans, filling the heroes' hearts with optimism and determination. Deciding to leave someone on guard, they agreed that James would go to the dock first, relying on his courage and skill to ensure the others' arrival safely. Slightly surprised, the man felt something strange, incomprehensible, awakening in him a sense of vigilance and caution, which forced him to stop and pay attention to his surroundings. Suddenly on alert, he noticed that the enemy was lurking behind him, and instantly reacted, preparing for a possible collision and putting all his skills and strength into defense. Realizing the danger, he hastily warned the princess of the threat and insisted that she flee immediately, seeking to ensure her safety first. At this moment, Jackson was smiling intently, enjoying his plan or anticipating the upcoming battle, his confidence and determination expressed in every feature of his face. He reported that James simply lay quietly for a while, arousing suspicion with his unexpected relaxation at such a tense moment, thinking about something or preparing for the next step. The girl could not believe her eyes. For the first time she froze in bewilderment and misunderstanding in front of what was happening. Reality went beyond the boundaries of her expectations and understanding. James instantly collapsed on the floor, causing shock and alarm among those around him. Their hearts sank from the unexpectedness of what was happening, their minds filled with excitement and a search for an explanation for this sudden incident. Oscar was, to put it mildly, frightened by the whole situation. His breathing became uneven and his heart began to beat faster, gripped by fear and concern for his comrades and for his own fate. The princess was ready to deal with Jackson right here and now, her eyes sparkled with determination, and her heart beat faster with her readiness to protect herself and her loved ones from any threat. Jackson was clearly stronger than her and easily repelled her attack, demonstrating his power and confidence, only causing the princess to become even more determined and persistent in the fight. He then also ordered her to rest for a while so that the princess could regain her strength and focus after the intense fight, his voice sounding confident but unfriendly, reminiscent of his power and control. In order for him to stand firm all this time, but at the same time it would be too reckless to run towards him like that with anger, because this could only lead to even greater danger and failure. The princess was not listening to him at this moment. Her determination and ardor gave way to inner anger and the desire to fight. She was ready to challenge the danger directly, without succumbing to persuasion or threats. Oscar watched from afar, his heart beating fast, his gaze filled with worry and hope as he stood there, powerlessly watching. His hands continued to shake in fear, despite his efforts to restrain them, the feeling of helplessness and tension overwhelming him completely. The girl firmly stated that she did not consider James just a tool. She expressed her respect for him as a person, unique and significant. He was someone she trusted unconditionally, his presence became a reliable support for her in difficult moments, and his advice was always appreciated. He was not only her friend, but also a devoted subordinate, whose loyalty and devotion she never doubted. This description is similar to the relationship between superior and inferior, understood perhaps only by those who have been in such a position. Jackson laughed and noted that this was exactly the expression he was looking for, proving his point with confidence and satisfaction. Oscar finally began to understand Jackson's tactics, understanding his approach and aspirations, which gave him confidence and clarity in the situation. But the man waited for Oscar to get confused himself, trying to use his own mistakes for his own purposes. Grabbing his chest, he forcefully threw him away, delivering a powerful blow and throwing him forward several meters, demonstrating his strength and determination in the fight. The guy quickly managed to pull himself together and stay on his feet, avoiding falling, which testified to his willpower and reaction in a critical situation. Jackson announced that he would address Oscar in a special way, hinting at changes in the relationship and possible consequences for him. Oscar's gaze at this moment was more confident than ever, reflecting his readiness to accept the challenge and determination to stand up for himself and his loved ones. Jackson then resorted to using a punch called the absolute slash, demonstrating his skill and the danger of his methods in wrestling. For some reason, the girl believed that Oscar was a monster, perhaps due to his determination or display of strength in certain situations. As it turned out, the guy managed to survive a brutal attack from Jackson, overcoming pain and injuries, which testified to his extraordinary endurance and determination. But this turned out to be just a manifestation of skill and experience hidden behind the outer form, which emphasized the importance of skill and ability in wrestling. In his hands, the sword became not only a weapon, but also a symbol of his vitality, a source of courage and determination, largely determining his fate and path. Disappointment overwhelmed him when he discovered that the sword, which had seemed an insurmountable symbol of his strength and courage, was broken in half during the growing battle. Jackson did not hesitate to once again prepare to attack Oscar, filled with determination and aggression, preparing for a new confrontation and battle for his beliefs. This skill, reminiscent of the status of an assassin knight, although the owner has high attack power, requires time to prepare to repel an attack, leaving him vulnerable, opening up wide opportunities for the enemy. Oscar made the decision to act immediately, without delay, despite the possible risks and consequences, and set out to fulfill his intention with determination and confidence. Jackson applauded him for overcoming difficulties in using one of his techniques, supporting and praising his skill and determination. Jackson once again resorted to his technique called the absolute row, this time using a horizontal cut, demonstrating his skill and confidence in combat. He smiled, remembering the combat confrontation, and felt a rush of adrenaline, realizing that such moments make him alive, filling life with bright colors and emotions. Jackson threw Oscar aside with ease, sending him plummeting into the abyss, winning the fight and sealing his victory over his opponent. He apologized to the girl for making her wait so long, expressing sincere regret and promising to be more considerate of her time and feelings in the future. But the princess was determined to deal with Jackson right now, without delay, in order to clarify and resolve the issues and conflicts that arose between them. Now that no one else could interfere, she would rush to enjoy the battle, to experience the adrenaline and emotions left behind the scenes, and enjoy the moment of complete control over herself and events. But it turned out that Oscar remained alive. The Witcher accidentally caught his ball on a cliff, which saved him from imminent death, and he was ready to continue his fight. Jackson noticed that Oscar didn't have the same expression on his face as someone who was about to die, wondering about his true intentions and determination to continue to fight to the end. The girl sharply ordered him to shut up and not express such words, expressing her rage and dissatisfaction with such an appeal to Oscar. The princess felt confident in her every step and decision, relying on her own skills and intuition, convinced of the correctness of her actions. She was able to wreak havoc on Jackson, demonstrating her strength and experience in combat, highlighting her determination and ability to hold her own against her opponents. The princess did not agree with this whole situation. She felt that something was wrong and tried to find a way out of this difficult situation without losing hope and determination. Jackson noticed that she was willing to go into a duel to the death, not wanting it to end too quickly, preferring a long and intense fight to fully test her strength and skills. He asked if she knew that anyone close to the king of the kingdom had been killed, hinting at possible involvement in the incident and suggesting her knowledge of the situation. She told him not to talk nonsense, since his father was killed by a certain Jod, rejecting his assumptions and pointing out the known facts about who exactly was behind the death of the king. She also knows this man, the king's killer, who turns out to be someone she knows, confirming his claims and recognizing the connection between them and the criminal. At just the right moment, Oscar appeared to protect the girl, joining the fight and helping her in a situation that could have become dangerous. Jackson considered this a very unexpected appearance. Of course, he believed that the guy fell to his death, because falling from such a height, like a rock near a cliff, it would seem, could not end differently, and all his hopes for salvation disappeared. This time he was sure that he would be dead. He said that he had a special gift for him that would put an end to him. Jackson decided to use a devastating blow to rid himself of his dangerous opponent forever and end this fight with one powerful and decisive blow. Oscar noticed that the energy flow had changed greatly, indicating something unusual or even dangerous could happen in their surroundings, causing him to be more vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. He couldn't understand what had happened, because he was sure that he had blocked the attack and was safe, but something unexpected or inexplicable still happened, leaving him bewildered and wary. Jackson was not prepared to give Oscar some rest and immediately launched a new attack without giving him a chance to recover from the previous attack, demonstrating his persistence and determination to win. He uses spinning power when he touches his ball to give it extra speed and unexpected movement, making his attack more effective and difficult for his opponent. He then used a supreme power strike to deliver the finishing blow and finally defeat his opponent, demonstrating his skill and strength in this fight. Now he remembered everything, understood what happened during the battle, realized what mistakes were made, and was ready to use his experience for future battles. This is very similar to the Assassin Knight's skill when he goes berserk. Then the only remaining problem was how to control his actions and not lose control of himself in the fury of battle. It was precisely this rotational force that he used to give his attack extra power and an unexpected effect that proved decisive in this battle. If he can contain this power, he has a chance to win, as it will give him an advantage in battle and the ability to control the course of events in his favor. No matter how strong his skill is, he always has a weakness that can be used against him, and it is important to be able to detect and exploit this weakness in battle. Oscar now began to dodge Jackson, using his agility and quickness to avoid blows and strike back, thus turning the tide of the battle in his favor. Jackson told him to get up because he hadn't even started yet and that he would pay for getting in his way, showing his confidence and determination to win. Oscar was mistaken as the technique was too strong and he was unable to contain it, realizing that he needed to come up with a new strategy to deal with the danger that lay in wait for him. Besides, his body couldn't take much more and he had to act quickly to find a way out of this dangerous situation that was becoming more and more threatening for him. If he cannot do anything with this skill, then he needs to look for another solution to cope with the danger and change the course of the battle in his favor, preventing defeat. But he didn't want to die, so he had to find a way to surpass this skill and turn the tide of battle in his favor in order to survive and win. To master the spear, he needed to use something else that would help him outwit his opponent and win the battle. Still, the guy came up with something, but he only had one shot at it, so he had to act quickly and accurately for his plan to work and for him to gain the upper hand. Jackson announced that he would begin to break his legs, showing his determination and toughness in this fight, ready to use any means to win. For some unknown reason, Oscar decided to throw his sword at his opponent, perhaps in an attempt to confuse him or create a distraction to gain an advantage in the battle. Of course, Jackson was able to repel this attack, showing his vigilance and skill in battle, without giving the enemy any chance of success. But he immediately began to attack him, taking advantage of the enemy's moment of weakness and trying to take advantage of it to deliver a decisive blow and win. Jackson asked how dare he use dirty tricks against him, emphasizing his indignation and determination to prevent such tricks from happening in battle. He was surprised when Oscar was able to dodge his blow, not expecting such agility and speed of movement from his opponent, which forced him to reconsider his strategy in battle. He noticed how Oscar began to walk around his back, which made him more vigilant and careful not to fall for the enemy's trick. He deliberately threw the sword to create a gap and force the enemy to retreat, opening the door for a new tactic or attack. He admitted that Oscar was a really interesting guy, perhaps respecting his courage and agility in battle despite the rivalry between them. Surprisingly, Oscar managed to carry out his plan and not attack Jackson as he had planned. Perhaps this was due to his ability to quickly adapt to a changing situation and make decisions suddenly. Even Jackson noticed his own blood around him, which made him realize the gravity of the situation and take measures for protection and eventual recovery. And then, finally, he fell to the floor, exhausted and wounded, realizing that his strength was drained and he was no longer able to continue the fight. After his victory, Oscar looked up at the sky, perhaps in gratitude or thoughtfulness, realizing his victory and experiencing the emotions after the battle. He barely survived this difficult confrontation, remaining on the edge of his strength and experiencing exhaustion after a difficult battle. The princess was surprised that this monster was defeated, perhaps she did not expect that anyone could defeat him, and she felt mixed feelings of relief and surprise. Now she couldn't understand exactly who Oscar was, because he showed himself in a completely unexpected way, becoming a hero who saved them from danger. The guy at this moment was sighing heavily after the battle, his breathing was intermittent and tired, reflecting the heaviness and tension he experienced during the fight. At this point, Jackson said that it was not over if both were still breathing, emphasizing their determination and willingness to continue fighting despite the difficulties and fatigue after the battle. After all, he was alive and said that it was very stupid of the guy, probably pointing out his mistakes or shortcomings in battle tactics that led to his defeat. Immediately after these words, he dealt Oscar a powerful blow, demonstrating his strength and determination to end this fight with one decisive blow. Oscar did not know what to do and prepared for death, feeling powerless before the power of the enemy and realizing that his situation was critical. A split second later, he woke up abruptly, but he was no longer on the battlefield, perhaps he was in a safe place or in another environment other than battle. He thought it was just a dream, realizing that his perception had been distorted or that something unusual had happened to make him think so. He was in some kind of cave and could not understand where it was, feeling mixed feelings of amazement and anxiety from not understanding his surroundings. He was confident that he had defeated Jackson, but something happened afterwards that made him doubt the reality of what had happened, leaving him feeling unfinished. After he was hit, he immediately passed out, which was strange, perhaps it was caused by some internal or external influence that he was not aware of. It was at this point that the system reported that the main quest had been completed, perhaps explaining a disconnect or change in situation that the character could not explain. The owner of the physical body was congratulated for completing the first test, and as a reward he received a fragment of the returned stone and a new skill. If he collects all 7 fragments, perhaps he can return to the real world, completing his adventure and correcting the situation he found himself in. He was asked to wait for the next quest at his next destination, preparing for new challenges and adventures. He received a skill called Slash. This skill that he received in the first hall of the hero of the quest is intended to help him in the following trials and battles. Already looking at his hands and thinking about something, perhaps realizing his new strength and the tasks that he would have to complete in his adventure. The longer he is here, the more he feels that the place is not at all like a game. Here, every corner hides its secrets, time flows differently, creating an atmosphere of mystery. If the content of this passage remains at the same level, then it can be assumed that he can foresee future events based on previous experience. At that very moment, James entered the cave, anxiously asking if the hero had woken up and how he was feeling, clearly worried about his condition. James asked if Oscar was starting to think he was dead, and a look of concern appeared on his face as he waited for an answer, hoping for reassuring words. Of course, the guy didn't mean it when he asked him if he was alive, and his words sounded more like a sign of concern and interest in his well-being. But the man only laughed in response, showing his surprise, and called him an interesting guy, emphasizing his approval of the unexpected question and recognizing his wit. He started out in poor health but quickly bounced back, his strength and determination allowing him to overcome any challenge. Today was the 6th day and he continued on his path, each day bringing him new challenges and opportunities for growth. Oscar responded negatively to the question about food, confirming his unwillingness or inability to eat anything at the moment. Since Oscar was unaware of the mercenaries, James decided to tell him about their presence and possible threats in order to share information and prepare him for possible dangers. When he came to, he had already defeated Jackson, indicating that events had progressed further while he was unconscious. He couldn't believe it, an ordinary, nameless warrior managed to defeat Jackson. This caused surprise and disbelief in his eyes. But he collapsed unconscious soon after, reflecting the sudden exhaustion and tension that may have led to his loss of consciousness. And at this time, when the soldiers continued to kill each other, he used the opportunity to get him and the princess out of there, trying to save them from danger and take them to safety. In this way, they managed to get out of there alive, having survived the battle and the dangers that awaited them at every step. And given that the princess considered him the only person she ever trusted, this situation does not brighten her image and raises serious questions about her decisions. Of course, Oscar was aware of the gravity of this situation and understood how complex and difficult it was for all its participants. James said that they needed to find Yuta, as she would be glad to know that he had come to his senses, expressing the hope that this good news would cheer her up. In addition, the guy is already able to walk on his own, which will greatly facilitate the search for Yuta and increase the chances of successful communication with her. At this moment, the girl thought about Jackson's words that the king was killed by someone close to him, causing her doubts and misunderstanding about the motives and possible incitements in the royal court. She wondered what Jackson might have meant by this and wondered if this meant Ja didn't kill her father, questioning previous established facts and wondering about the possible ulterior motives of the true killer. Just then, two friends approached them, interrupting their conversation and bringing a new dynamic to the atmosphere and easing the tense atmosphere. Smiling, she was glad that Oscar had come to his senses and asked how he was feeling, expressing concern and joy for his recovery. She was relieved to know that he was okay, and she felt reassured and grateful for his well-being. While he slept, the princess stood on guard all the time, vigilantly monitoring her surroundings and ready to act in case of any threat. And it is because of this vigilance that he should be proud of her, knowing that she is always there, ready to protect him and take care of his safety. But the girl had a question for Oscar that she wanted to ask him, perhaps concerning the events that had taken place or their plans for the future. She wondered why he risked his life to save her, and she wanted to understand his motivation and the depth of his feelings and devotion. Of course, he still didn't know how to explain this whole situation to her, remaining at a loss as to how best to reveal his thoughts and feelings to her. But she stopped in time and said that she shouldn't put too much pressure on him, given that he had just come to his senses, and it was okay if it was difficult for him to answer now. Yuta suggested preparing something to eat before it got dark, implying that it might be a good way to keep his strength up and relieve stress from everything he'd been through. Finally, Oscar shared that he simply knows how important it is to want help in desperate situations, recognizing his need for support and cooperation from everyone around him. He feels this desire when he wants someone to come and save him, because he is all too familiar with this feeling, aware of his vulnerability and need for support. The princess noted that he was a truly strong man and expressed gratitude to him for rescuing him, recognizing his courage and determination in difficult situations. After leaving, they discussed what they would cook for dinner, exchanging ideas and preferences to make the evening enjoyable and delicious. Oscar's second challenge was passing through the gate with the princess, presenting a new test of strength and loyalty on the way to his goal. He noticed that this quest was different from the previous one, more difficult in some way, or of a different nature, causing him new feelings and thoughts about his abilities and goals. In addition, he could not understand what kind of gate it was, and whether it was worth just going through it, or whether there was some other test or riddle ahead of it that he had to solve. The princess approached him, probably to help him understand what awaited behind these gates, or to give him some guidance or encouragement before the test. Oscar admitted that he simply decided to take a breath and make a stone, hinting that the solution to the problem might be simpler than they think. He inquired if the girl knew where the gate was in this place, finding out if he had someone who could help them on their quest. They found themselves in different places on the border of the kingdom, and she couldn't understand why he was wondering if she knew the location of the gate, since it seemed unrelated to their current activities. Oscar began to stumble as he thought of how to explain his question, perhaps trying to figure out the best way to communicate and cooperate with the princess on their quest together. Come to think of it, she doesn't know anything about him, so she asked him to tell him about himself, promising to help in any way she could, including finding the gate or other tasks that lay ahead of them. No matter how he says it, it will still seem strange, since the situation is not ordinary and requires an unconventional approach to communication. The princess reassured him and said that he could safely tell her anything, confirming her willingness to listen and help him in any situation. Oscar came up with the idea that he lost his memory, perhaps to explain his questions and misunderstandings, thereby justifying his uncertainty and inexperience in the given situation. He thought that he could regain his memory by visiting several places that might be associated with his past, in hopes of regaining his lost memories and answering his own questions. And she responded by saying that it was really very sad that something like this had happened to him, expressing her sympathy and understanding of what he might be going through. Just then, James approached them, bringing a fresh perspective to the atmosphere and perhaps providing a new perspective on the topic at hand. He said they needed to leave quickly as Jod had sent a new hunter, indicating a threat was approaching and the need for immediate action to remain safe. He also sent a Montenegrin detachment and he still has friends in the east, so they need to go there, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to leave immediately. This is an elite squad assembled by Jod personally, consisting of double hand-picked men. They are not only strong but also have a variety of abilities, making them dangerous opponents. Right now it is better to avoid meeting them to avoid confrontation and maintain your own safety. Oscar sees the princess as a hunted person and realizes that if he goes with them, his life will be in danger due to the risk of getting into a fight with the princess's enemies. Still, Oscar wondered if he could join them, ignoring the risk to his life, perhaps seeking to help the princess or deciding that it was the best course of action at the moment. James said that he didn't need to force himself, likely pointing out that Oscar shouldn't risk his life for the princess and urging him to be smart in his decisions. At least until they regain their memories, emphasizing the need to think carefully about the situation and avoid unnecessary risks. James couldn't understand what Oscar was talking about, highlighting the misunderstanding between them and the possibility of differences in their views on the situation. The princess asked if this would really suit him, expressing concern for his opinion and feelings in this situation. The truth is that he doesn't know where to go, marking his confusion and uncertainty about the next steps in his journey. At this moment, Oscar noticed several bandits below, indicating a new threat that might arise in their vicinity that required attention and caution. The princess could not have imagined that the kingdom's border could be so dangerous, expressing her surprise and possible underestimation of the risks associated with their current situation. A very large man was ready to deal with the girl, emphasizing the threat that arose suddenly and required immediate intervention or reaction from the heroes. One of them asked how they dare resist the king, threatening to destroy the mountain, emphasizing the seriousness of the threat they posed. But just at that moment he heard something behind him, perhaps heralding a new danger or an unexpected event that required his attention. The villagers count on this food, because the girl will not allow them to steal it, emphasizing her determination to overcome difficulties and preserve her joys and pleasures. Suddenly, in the light of day, the man attacked the girl, breaking the idol of the moment. His aggressive blows filled the air with horror, and her screams pierced the silence, expressing helplessness in the face of violence. But as soon as I thought about moving, he instantly received a blow right in the face. My thought about defense was predicted and neutralized at that very second. The huge man, stunned, could not determine who the bold opponent was who attacked him with such unexpected determination. How unexpectedly, it was the noble Oscar who decided to intervene and help the girl in this difficult situation, despite his impressive appearance. The man, confused and perplexed, hesitantly asked the stranger if he knew who he was, trying to restore his own self-esteem and respect in the face of an incomprehensible situation. Doubting the veracity of what was said, the man could not believe that Oscar decided to attack him, because his determination seemed absurd for such a noble man. He was shocked to notice that Oscar suddenly appeared above him, floating in the air, and this unexpected phenomenon made him think about his reality. It seems that he has already become accustomed to this body and feels that it is easier to control it than before, becoming more and more in tune with nature and the world around him. Oscar carefully told the girl to take care of herself and left her farewell, leaving her with a feeling of gratitude and hope for the best. She expressed her fears that she would not be able to cross the mountains unaccompanied, and pleadingly turned to Oscar for help. She warned that if this was not delivered to the village, the villagers would starve and die, calling for urgent help and understanding of the situation. In the end, the friends agreed to help the girl, deciding to support her in a difficult matter, demonstrating their devotion and friendly support in difficult times. Lately there has been a lot of unrest here due to the influx of bandits. The situation in the village was unpleasant to say the least, and the residents could not find guards to ensure safety. The girl believed that this world was extremely treacherous, where danger and injustice lurked around every corner, emphasizing her caution and anxiety about the future. Forgetting to introduce herself, the girl's name was Alice. She came from a tribe known as Arnon, emphasizing her identity and connection to a specific community. Alice suggested that they rest a little before continuing on their way, understanding the importance of recuperating before a long and dangerous journey. James said that they had no time to rest, but the princess agreed to a short break, recognizing the need for it to preserve energy and strength for the future. Captivated by the scenic beauty of the area and the life of the community, she longed to experience the details and idiosyncrasies of their village, hoping to understand their way of life and see the world through their eyes. Alice confidently stated that the village would not disappoint them, emphasizing that they would find something surprising and inspiring in it that would leave a lasting impression on them. A couple of minutes later they found themselves in her village, meeting the friendly glances of the local residents and immersing themselves in an atmosphere of warmth and hospitality. The flower given to Oscar is commonly used for painting, offering interesting perspectives on the arts and crafts of this unique village. She asked the boy to tell the head of the clan that she had returned, expressing her readiness to reconnect with the community and take part in its affairs. There used to be many more people here, but after the closing of the Eye of Night, trade became difficult, and people began to leave the village one by one, losing interest in its economic opportunities. Of course, Oscar wondered what this Eye of Night was, showing interest in this mysterious phrase and trying to understand its meaning in the context of the situation in the village. This is a gate on the border near the village. Their village used it to trade with other states, making it a key point in the exchange of goods and resources. Their village was saved thanks to this gate, which provided prosperity and security, allowing the community to maintain trade relations with other states. Oscar realized that the Eye of Night is the name of the gate, in which case, this quest may be related to the village, as the gate may play a key role in their lives and safety, drawing attention to the importance of their protection. Oscar could not understand what was happening and assumed that the soldiers had come for the princess, alarmed by the possible danger threatening her safety and the peaceful life of the village. Alice asked what was the matter, clarifying that if it concerns taxes, then they have already paid their contribution, emphasizing their willingness to comply with laws and responsibilities to the state. But they came here because they heard that suspicious people had appeared in the village, expressing their concern about a possible threat to the safety of the community and their desire to protect it from any possible threats. Alice could not understand what they were talking about and said that only villagers were here, emphasizing the absence of any suspicious persons or events in their community. That same man suddenly recognized a girl who might have brought back memories or attachments from his past, adding a new twist to their encounter. He said he saw two men and a woman there, but had never met them before, possibly hinting that these people might pose a threat to the village. Alice explained that these people saved her from those guys and went about their business, which added a new twist to the plot and caused surprise in the audience. The man ordered a search of the entire village, responding to the appearance of suspicious people and seeking to ensure the safety of the community, intending to identify any potential threats. Of course, the girl was unhappy with the man's behavior, expressing her disagreement with the harsh measures he had taken and emphasizing her trust in the villagers. Having entered one of the buildings, they discovered the need to search its premises, hoping to find any evidence or confirmation of their suspicions. When the search was completed, he was informed that nothing had been found in the building, which caused some disappointment in his investigation. He urgently needed to let them know if they spotted anyone suspicious so that they could take the necessary measures to ensure the safety of the village. No suspicious characters were ever found in the village, which caused relief and allowed me to return to normal everyday life without anxiety. The man noted that it was an excellent job, expressing his respect and gratitude for the search of the building and efforts in maintaining the safety of the village. As Alice suspected, they had already gone south, confirming her story that these people were temporary guests in the village. Right at that moment, a murder occurred, and the girl witnessed this tragedy, her eyes filled with horror and shock. The same man was decapitated as a result of this murder, leaving shocked witnesses in complete bewilderment and horror. If she helps them or hides them, she may be drawn into the dangerous situation that caused this brutal murder, which could pose a threat to her own safety. Because of this incident, they may raze the entire village to the ground, introducing measures to radically eliminate the threat and gain control of the situation, which could lead to devastating consequences for the community. Alice simply agreed with the man, perhaps trying to avoid conflict or taking steps to maintain her safety in the situation. She then went to the company and told them that they were not to go out, perhaps warning them of increased danger or a threat that might lie beyond. The head of the village's clan, Goran, came to them, expressing interest in the situation and seeking to resolve it in the best interests of the community. The girl noted that they survived only thanks to him, expressing her gratitude and recognition of his role in saving them from danger. He listened carefully to Alice's story and asked her to consider this as payment for her debt to them, emphasizing his willingness to help and support them in difficult situations. Fortunately, thanks to the villagers, they avoided the worst by showing solidarity and support in times of danger, which contributed to their survival and safety. But they don't seem to be friendly towards them at all, causing anxiety and mistrust in their attitude towards their group. The man noted that they did not look like people who had committed a crime in order to be wanted, emphasizing his doubt about their involvement in the crimes and his desire to resolve the situation. James expressed regret but stated that they were not allowed to reveal their purpose for being here, leaving their true intentions a secret, causing mistrust and misunderstanding among the villagers. Now something became clear to the head of the clan. He began to understand the situation more clearly, realizing that the representatives of this group were hiding their intentions and the nature of their stay in the village, implying that regardless of the current situation, they are still wanted criminals, emphasizing the seriousness of their crimes and the need for their detention or arrest in any case. The princess thanked them for their kindness and assured them that they would leave quietly at dawn so that the residents would not worry, expressing their desire to avoid conflicts and maintain peace in the village. They will eventually leave without receiving any information, leaving the villagers confused and doubtful as to their true goals and motives. Alice expressed her regret, noting that she was sorry that the clan head usually did not appear so cold-blooded, which caused some suspicion and mistrust towards them. The princess said that it was okay as he was simply worried that they might pose a threat to the well-being of the village, calming the tense situation with her words. He had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask, recalling her curiosity and desire to understand what was happening. The princess felt guilty, but came to the conclusion that they were powerless in this situation and could not change the circumstances, which made her feel helpless. And during this time only mountain animals came to the village, emphasizing the tranquility and lack of human activity in the surrounding area. James shouted that it was an ambush, his voice echoing through the silent forest, causing hearts to pound faster in anticipation of the danger that could lurk around every turn of the path in the thick darkness. He was right, somewhere behind the bushes there were men with bows, their silhouettes dimly looming in the twilight light, shadow hunters, ready to unleash deadly arrows on their prey at any second. Without hesitation, they emerged from their hiding places, striding confidently through the soft forest floor, determined hunters ready to catch their prey and carry out the sinister plan hatched in the shadows. James immediately began to fight them. His movements were fast and precise, a dance of death to the sound of whistling arrows, but the determined flame of protecting his living space burned in his eyes. Oscar began to get nervous again and could not understand what was happening. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, and his thoughts were confused in his head, a swarm of bumblebees in search of a hive lost in the dense darkness of the forest. But James handled them well, his confident movements and quick reactions creating the feeling of an impenetrable wall protecting them from enemy attacks, while Oscar was still rushing about in search of understanding what was happening. James encouraged the others to run, confidently facing their attackers, while Oscar, nervous, tried to comprehend the situation. Of course, the princess was furious at such an act, her eyes sparkled with anger, and her hands trembled with indignation, because reckless actions could jeopardize the safety of the entire group. And just at that moment, the same rider on a horse who had been looking for them in the village appeared to them. His silhouette stood out against the background of the twilight sky, and his eyes sparkled from under his brows, ready to carry out the orders of his master. What I was waiting, it was the same man. They recognized him by the expression on his face and the dangerous look that pierced their souls, reminding them of the inevitable threat that awaited them at every step. He told them to kill everyone except the princess, his words sounding like an order from the darkness, causing their hearts to freeze with fear of the inevitable choice between life and death, between moral convictions and survival. According to the laws of their kingdom, Princess Yuta must live. This requirement hangs over them like a heavy stone, forcing them to choose between their duty to the royal blood and their own safety. They were informed that they were arrested and must go with them. The shadow of punishment enveloped them, making them understand that there was no escape from this situation, and the path to the unknown in custody opened before them. But of course, Oscar didn't want to give up the girl so easily. The fire in his eyes testified to his willingness to fight to the end for her freedom, even if it meant putting his own life at risk. They locked eyes with the man during the battle. In those moments of time everyone froze, their eyes became windows into their souls, reflecting determination and desperation, the struggle to survive and protect those they loved. But then Oscar noticed something that could help him. A sudden discovery awakened a spark of hope in him, a ray of light in a dark labyrinth, and he began to develop a rescue plan based on this unexpected discovery. Unfortunately, he was knocked down. The moment of surprise attack deprived Oscar of the opportunity to take advantage of his discovery, and he found himself powerless against the enemy force directed against him. But since Oscar was already in better control of his body, he could quickly regroup. The moment of weakness was only a brief break in his resolve, and he used it to gather his strength and respond to the attack with renewed vigor and determination. He agreed that it was indeed dangerous, admitting to himself that the situation had become extremely serious and required a careful approach to save his own and others' lives. If he did not throw him off his horse, the battle would be difficult. Oscar realized that the confrontation on horseback could be unequal, and the decision to rid the enemy of his faithful steed could be the key to success in this fight. Just at that moment, the guy noticed something near him. His attention was caught by a sparkle flashing in the grass, and this discovery could be the key to changing the course of the battle. The princess said that she did not want to be the one who was constantly being helped. Her words reflected determination and independence. She strived for independence and a willingness to cope with difficulties without the interference of others. It was something she had to do, take responsibility for her own actions and decisions, even if it meant facing the difficulties and challenges that came her way. The heiress of a fallen royal family was approached, a sudden appeal that presented her with new challenges and responsibilities that required her to make difficult decisions and understand her role in the destiny of the kingdom. He gives her the chance to meet her end like a former princess and follow them obediently, an unexpected alternative that forces her to reflect on her choices and evaluate her values in the face of a mortal threat. She said that the man who killed her father was a criminal, and asked if they now obeyed the criminal, her words sounding like a challenge to moral principles and laws, forcing them to weigh their actions in the context of justice and legality. Alice could not believe that this same princess was in front of her. Vague doubts and surprise prevented her from realizing that this ordinary girl could be the owner of such power and influence. A man only follows the laws of their kingdom, trying to maintain order and follow established rules in order to ensure stability and security in society. Oscar realized that he could not touch him by the horse on which he was sitting, which meant that their fight had moved to a new level, where tactics and strategy became key elements in the fight. The mountain path here is narrow, which can be very dangerous for them, because one wrong step can lead to tragic consequences, forcing everyone to be vigilant and careful on every part of the path. After he attacks, Oscar must urgently make a decision and do something important to save his life and protect those he cares about. He is confident that a gap will appear in his defense and they will not be able to counterattack. This weakness could be the key to victory if used to his advantage during the battle. Yuta told him to wait for his opportunity to attack. This instruction reminded him of the importance of patience and tactics in battle, emphasizing the need to choose the right moment to act. But the girl had already begun to act in order to help the guy. her decisive actions testified to courage and determination to resist the enemy, even if it meant risking her own life. Her gaze was confident and witty, indicating her determination and intelligence, which helped her assess the situation and make appropriate decisions during the fight. The man failed to spot Oscar when he appeared directly behind him. This gave Oscar the advantage in a surprise attack that the man was unaware of. Of course, he couldn't understand when the guy managed to do this. The surprise of the moment and the speed of the actions left the man in a state of complete bewilderment at what happened. Still, Oscar succeeded and managed to throw him off his horse. This action allowed him to neutralize the threat and restore the balance of power in their fight. The man simply shouldn't underestimate him in battle. Oscar's experience and skill were important factors that could backfire if he approached his opponent incorrectly. Oscar asked the girl how her shoulder was, showing concern and attention to her well-being, especially after a battle that could have caused damage. With a smile on her face, she said that everything was fine, showing her strength and determination even in the face of possible injuries to support Oscar and show that she was ready for further challenges. The main character said that he would deal with them himself, expressing his decision and willingness to take responsibility for resolving the situation. As the hero realized that he must act immediately to deal with the new enemy, he entered the battle with the determination and strength that was necessary to overcome this challenge. The man's only concern was who Oscar was. This mysterious adversary aroused his interest and anxiety, since his origins and motives remained a mystery. When asked, he just silently shook his head, emphasizing his lack of understanding and refusal to express an opinion, claiming that even if he said it, nothing would change. The man intended to use all his skills and abilities, confident that the situation was so critical that Oscar had only a few minutes left to live right in front of him. The man successfully used his skill, and it happened so close to the guy that he couldn't help but notice his action. The man's attacks were so fast and accurate that he easily dealt with any opponent who posed a threat. Oscar believed that he did not stand out in any way among the other guards without a horse, for he performed his duties in the same way as everyone else. However, having realized this, he had to change his approach to completing the task, because there was something that distinguished him from ordinary guards without horses. And he should have used his unique skill, because it could give him an advantage and change the course of events in his favor. Oscar assumed a fighting stance, preparing for a serious duel with his opponent, his eyes shining with determination and his muscles tense, ready for the battle that would determine their destinies. At the decisive moment, he turned to the heavenly blade, the embodiment of his last hope for victory in the battle, trusting his confidence in the power and justice of this weapon. However, Oscar did not lose his resolve. On the contrary, he was aware of his responsibility and knew exactly what he should do in this situation. Oscar finally decided to use his new technique known as the slash, realizing that it could be the key to winning the battle. Of course, this helped him deliver a devastating blow to the man, imbued with the strength and confidence that Oscar brought to every movement. James was completely bewildered by the unexpected turn of events that unfolded before his eyes, forcing him to reconsider his expectations and strategies. And in that same split second, the huge man lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life, exposed to Oscar's power and skill. Apparently, Oscar himself was shocked by this development of events, not expecting that his actions would lead to such a decisive and unexpected outcome of the battle. But he realized that this was not the time to relax, because victory was only at the first stage, and there was still a lot to overcome to achieve his goal. But he realized that he should not relax, realizing that the path to success is full of unexpected turns, and every victory requires constant vigilance and readiness for new challenges. But the princess did not want to let him go alone and declared that she would go with him, ready to support and help him at every step. Just then, the stranger grabbed Alice and ordered them not to move, forcing the heroes to face a new challenge. Playing the fear and threat card, he warned that even the slightest movement would result in the girl's death, threatening to ruin all hopes of rescue. Oscar was greatly shocked and began to feel nervous as he realized that he was now responsible for Alice's life, feeling the weight of incredible pressure and responsibility. They urgently needed to find a safe place, including for himself, to escape from danger and protect Alice from the threat that remained hanging over them. He remembered the words of the girl who thanked them for saving their village, and this inspired him to act faster to protect not only himself, but also those who needed their help. He was sure that the situation would only get worse if he tried to use his skills, and decided to act carefully, avoiding unnecessary risks and possible consequences. Oscar simply could not do anything, being completely at a loss before the complexity of the situation, which forced him to temporarily retreat. The princess announced that she was a member of the former royal family who was being hunted, adding new complications and tension to an already tense situation. If he let this girl go, then she would follow him without resistance. It was the princess's statement that put him in a difficult position, forcing him to make a decision with huge consequences. The man agreed to her terms, recognizing that this may be the only way to avoid further problems and conflicts, making this decision with a heavy heart. Of course, Oscar was categorically against this and began shouting at the girl, begging her to return, realizing that her safety was paramount. Just at this time, the man had already let Alice go, adding new twists to their plot and forcing the heroes to face new challenges. James asked if she even understood what had just happened, pointing out the serious consequences of her actions. She, in turn, responded that she was simply doing her duty, expressing determination and dedication to her duties, despite the possible consequences. It was her duty as a princess to protect her subjects, and she asked him not to worry, assuring him that everything would be fine, showing confidence and peacefulness in a difficult situation. The guy realized what he would do now without the princess, feeling emptiness and hopelessness before the incredible burden of the new reality. Now that the soldiers know who she is, they will definitely take care of her, but there is very little time left, and they urgently need to save her. Alice asked if the girl was the last member of the royal family, showing interest and desire to understand the depth of the situation. A year ago, when the people rebelled against the king's tyranny, Alice heard that all the members of the royal family had been killed, leaving her in doubt and confusion about her true fate. James said the truth is often different from what is said, emphasizing the importance of critical thinking and caution in evaluating information. Although the king sought peace with the barbarians on the border, his vassals were against it, and he died for betraying his closest subordinates, facing a storm of internal contradictions and intrigues. They had been avoiding the barbarians all this time, trying to maintain peace and security in their lands, but now the situation had become critical. Alice could not even think that she herself was the reason for their capture, shocked by this unexpected and depressing truth. James blamed himself, realizing that he should have been more vigilant and caring to prevent this situation and protect them from danger. Oscar asked if they shouldn't first find out where they were being taken, expressing their concerns and desire to develop a strategy to get out of the current situation. As it turns out, Alice knows this place, revealing a new aspect of her past and possible prospects for their future actions. She agreed to help show him the way, offering her knowledge as the key to saving them and resolving the situation. As they walked along the road, Alice tripped and Oscar immediately ran up to her, asking if she was okay, showing concern for her well-being. He said that she should return because she could die, expressing his fears and desire to ensure her safety. But Alice did not agree with this and insisted on taking them to where the princess was, showing her determination and confidence in her choice. It was the first time she had seen someone risk their life to save someone like her, impressed by the courage and dedication of her companions. It was for this reason that she felt that she must save the princess, inspired by the example of courage and devotion that she saw in her companions. The princess traded her life for the safety of a stranger, and now the one she saved risks her life as a sign of gratitude and devotion to the princess. Alice, despite all the dangers and risks, decided to lead them to a place called the Eye of Night, demonstrating her courage and dedication to the goal of saving the princess. She theorized that the girl was probably being held in this place, conveying her hopes that they could find and rescue the princess. The guy recognized this place because it was a location from a heroic quest, realizing that this could be the key to solving the mystery and saving the princess. Of course, James couldn't wait any longer and decided to head there immediately, demonstrating his determination and readiness to deal with the situation. But Oscar asked him to wait a minute, perhaps to discuss strategy or clarify some details before setting off. In his opinion, the idea of rushing forward without proper preparation was a very bad one, which required careful discussion and risk assessment before further action. If they go down the mountain, they will be immediately caught by the patrol, and the section of the mountain nearby is too steep and dangerous, so there is only one way, right over the top. In the end, they realized that they could only go through the gate, since there were no other ways, faced with the inevitability of this choice. But Oscar stated that they had another option, perhaps suggesting an alternative solution or path that had not been considered before. Naturally, James was interested in finding out what this option was, waiting for more information that might change their current plan. A wind of this magnitude would easily lift a person, offering an unusual but potentially effective solution to their situation. He decided to clearly demonstrate his idea and threw a stone down to show how strong the wind acts in this place. And to the surprise of everyone, he actually rose into the air thanks to the power of the wind, demonstrating the effectiveness of his non-standard solution. James and Alice were amazed by what they saw and could not believe their eyes when they encountered an unexpected and surprising turn of events. A force capable of lifting a stone with low air resistance should not be used in this context, James and Alice concluded based on their moral standards. At that moment, a certain man said that he knew that they would eventually meet, but did not even think that this day would come today, emphasizing the unpredictability and mystery of fate. She heard a lot about him from her father. He said that this man is someone who follows the law regardless of status, creating an image of a man of principle and justice. And the man's name was Jason, adding a name to an important character in the story and clarifying his identification. He intends to hand it over to the capital in accordance with the law, emphasizing his commitment to law and order and the fulfillment of legal duties. To ensure that she recognized Jod as the rightful king, they decided to carry out certain actions to confirm her loyalty and respect for the new ruler. When he looked into her eyes, he noticed that they were similar to her father's, which evoked certain emotions and thoughts in him. So far, the world only knows that it was Jod who killed the king and seized the throne, and is therefore considered the rightful king, emphasizing the complexity of the situation and the ambiguity of the perception of his power. Jason also believed that her father had betrayed the kingdom, asserting his point of view and supporting the idea of betrayal. This era needs a new king, and she is a symbol of the past era. Its existence must be terminated for the sake of a new one. This is Jason's opinion, reflecting his vision of the future and desire for change. She will be sent to the capital tomorrow morning, planning to carry out this action according to the planned schedule and action plan. Until then, she must prepare her heart, preparing for the upcoming changes and challenges that may arise in her life. James asked whether there was any point in gliding in the air, expressing doubts about the feasibility of the idea in an environment where there were so many variables. They will take advantage of the wind patterns in this location, discussing a strategy that will allow them to use the surrounding conditions to their advantage. They will take advantage of the wind patterns in this location, discussing a strategy that will allow them to use the surrounding conditions to their advantage. With the sun shining behind them, the guards will have a hard time spotting them, giving them the perfect chance to operate undetected. Alice asked them to survive and return alive, urging caution in carrying out their plans. Oscar said that James would have to spread his cloak on his signal, coordinating the details of their plan for maximum coordination. On the count of 3, they both straightened their cloaks, preparing to take the next step and synchronizing their actions. And in a split second, they actually flew into the air with the help of their cloaks, realizing their plan. The very man who lost the Oscar could not be approached because his wounds had not yet healed, emphasizing the need for caution and concern for his health. Entering the room, Jason said to be left alone, expressing a desire to be alone or to hide something from others. He lost to an unknown month and apparently didn't care about training, expressing his disappointment and possibly despair. The Path of Destruction is a martial arts style that improves depending on the skill level of its practitioner. Let him gain protection at the Rocky Mountain and begin training from the beginning. The man said that he lost in the Chi domain, noting that his skills in this domain were not sufficient to win. It took him over 10 years to master his energy, and although his skills were about the same level as hers, he skillfully controlled it much better. If they leave him alone, he will become even stronger, highlighting his potential to grow and improve his skills in an environment of calm and focus. Just at this moment they were approaching the gate, feeling the tension and excitement of the upcoming events. James asked how they would land now, asking about the next step and plan of action in this situation. Oscar said that they just need to grab the flags on the roof, offering a simple and effective solution for landing. James couldn't believe that this was Oscar's plan, expressing his surprise and perhaps bewilderment at the unexpected strategy. It is unclear for what reasons, probably due to the wind, James began to fly somewhere to the right, causing surprise and concern among other participants. Oscar already had a clear plan in his head for how he would grab the flag, demonstrating his determination and ability to quickly adapt to a changing situation. As it turned out, James was fine and landed successfully, reassuring the others and confirming that the plan was working as intended. After reassuring the others, James confirmed that he was fine and that the plan had worked as intended. Oscar realized that they could not simply wait for an opportunity, recognizing the need to be proactive and take the initiative. Plus, there really is a lot of security here, Oscar noted, highlighting the difficulties and risks associated with their current situation. But he has no other choice, Oscar noted, realizing that it is necessary to take the initiative and take the first step in this situation. Since this place is almost the same as in the game, it resembles the Wind Gate, Oscar noted, revealing similarities to the game world and the situation they are in. He is confident that the princess is now in an underground prison, expressing his fears and determination to save her. As he approached the prison, he began to differentiate what sounds he heard, focusing on his surroundings and possible dangers. In any case, he needs to go in this direction, deciding to move forward regardless of possible risks or obstacles. It was because of this that he decided to break through there, demonstrating his determination and willingness to overcome any obstacles to save the princess. At that moment, he caught a picture of someone being beaten, just like he had once been, causing memories and excitement in him. Oscar remembered all his feelings at that moment, experiencing again the same pain and rage that he experienced earlier. He sought to understand why he suddenly began to encounter such guys, wondering about possible reasons and connections between events. He realized that he was once the same guy himself, acknowledging his own mistakes and the changes that had happened in his life. But now he can help by recognizing his ability to change and his desire to do something positive about the situation. It was after this realization that he noticed that the man stopped his actions, emphasizing the possible impact of his determination on those around him. Of course, he could not understand who was standing in front of him, and asked Oscar about it, expressing his bewilderment and desire to establish the identity of his interlocutor. He reiterated that he had stopped beating, emphasizing this fact and perhaps expressing his relief at the situation. The man thought that Oscar represented some kind of town hall or organization, expressing his bewilderment and interest in his role in this situation. He decided that he would kill Oscar along with his victim, demonstrating his cruelty and determination in his actions. It turned out that the victim was a girl, causing surprise and perhaps sympathy from Oscar and others present. When Oscar beat the man, he remembered the whole situation with him in real life, experiencing memories and possibly experiencing disturbing emotions. He repeated 100 times that the man had stopped beating the girl, emphasizing this fact and trying to draw attention to stopping the violence. After a few minutes, he finally stopped, bringing relief and hope that the danger had passed. He then leaned against the wall, realizing that his strength had been drained, feeling tired and exhausted from what had happened. Now, perhaps, Oscar has freed himself from this whole situation, but this is not an absolute certainty, since emotions and impressions may remain with him for some time. There were now only a girl and a guy in the room, without strangers, which created a more intimate atmosphere and raised questions about what happened. All this time the guy was simply silent, without uttering a word, which created a mysterious and tense atmosphere in the room. Her hands, oddly enough, were completely covered in blood, which raised questions and confusion about what could have happened and why. By that time, he heard the girl speaking to him, attracting his attention and causing his reaction to her words. She spoke in some strange language, which translated meant that she saw that the guy was strong, adding mystery and interest to her words. Of course, most likely, he had no idea what she was saying, remaining at a loss as to the content of her words. And then she completely called him an obscene word, causing surprise and, possibly, irritation in the guy. The girl introduced herself as Puya, adding a colorful detail and personality to her personality. Apparently he misunderstood her, but he does not express his irritation with her, demonstrating tolerance and understanding. Now he wondered whether he should let her go, weighing the various aspects and consequences of this decision. He said he didn't care about the words the girl used and introduced himself as Oscar, appearing calm and unfazed by her comments. Despite this, she continued to call the guy names, maintaining tension and conflict in their communication. He wasn't going to argue with her and told her that she could call him whatever she wanted, being tolerant and open to her opinions. Oscar decided to draw his sword, perhaps to demonstrate his determination and readiness to defend himself if necessary. And then he looked at his bloody hands, realizing the consequences of what had happened and accepting their importance in the context of the situation. Despite this, as if nothing had happened, he simply wiped them on his pants, demonstrating his calm reaction to what had happened. Then he turned around and headed to where he needed to go, continuing on his way with determination and persistence. Eventually, he reached the prison and opened its doors, realizing his goal and overcoming obstacles along the way. Of course, there were a lot of prisoners inside who were shouting, creating noise and disturbance around. And there he saw a familiar man, perhaps giving him a feeling of recognition or even excitement. Oscar could not understand what was happening. Among all these events and people, there were so many of them that he could barely make sense of the situation and understand what was happening. They seemed similar to the guy he had met before, giving him a feeling of déjà vu and a possible correlation between past events and the current situation. It was at this time that Oscar felt something special, perhaps a sensation that told him that the situation was unusual or important. Imagine, the situation was extremely tense, but fortunately, thanks to his skillful defense, he confidently survived all the trials and managed to maintain his integrity. Despite the fact that this place was considered inaccessible to outsiders, he was still able to get there, breaking the ban and overcoming all obstacles on his way. Having defeated the man by chance, he decided to test his self-esteem by asking if he thought his confidence had become excessive after this victory. From the stranger's face, Oscar immediately understood, this is the same guy who kidnapped the princess, and now his heart was beating faster from readiness to fight. Although Oscar sometimes had doubts, he realized that his initial assumptions were absolutely correct, and this confirmed his sense of confidence. The man wondered if he could avoid Oscar's arrows in such a confined space, feeling the thrill of survival. Oscar needed to quickly deal with them, without wasting time, to avoid unnecessary obstacles and continue on his way immediately. At the most opportune moment, the girl he saved appeared in front of him, and Oscar realized that it was no accident that fate had brought them together again. The unexpected turn of events stunned the man. He could not foresee the appearance of new characters in this battle, which made the situation even more confusing. Puya, without hesitation, immediately rushed at the man, ready to help her savior in this tense situation, demonstrating her devotion and courage. One of his friends was willing to take on the little girl, perhaps to help him in battle or just to protect him from danger. However, naturally, Oscar did not let him do this, but he himself took responsibility and helped the girl in this difficult situation. He sought to finish them off, using his skills to overcome obstacles and achieve his goal in this fight. However, now he could not use his skill, as it could harm the girl or have an unwanted effect on her. Now things got a little more complicated than he expected, as he found himself in a dilemma that made it difficult for him to handle the situation. At this time, Yuta was sitting in one of the cells, immersed in sadness, despite all the strange circumstances that surrounded her. Jason's words about her father leaving the kingdom filled her thoughts, and Yuta felt grief and disappointment all over again. She lowered her head even lower, immersed in thoughts of his words, which touched her heart and awakened deep emotions in her. The man in the next cell noticed that someone from the outside had not been here for a long time, and this caused him some suspicion and concern. Yuta instantly became interested in who this person was and began asking about him, hoping for some details about his identity. The man could not understand why she should know this if, in his opinion, she should die tomorrow, but still allowed her to be his interlocutor for a while. He asked if she was a robber or even a murderer, suspecting that she might be involved in criminal activities. The princess confidently assured that she had nothing to do with the crimes, denying the man's suspicions and confirming her innocence. The man suggested that she may have committed treason or violated a royal order to explain her presence in prison. The girl ordered him to shut up, pointing out that he knew nothing about her, and his assumptions only added unnecessary problems. The man only laughed at her in response, showing his disdain and distrust of her words. She asked what he had done to end up in prison, taking an interest in his crimes or mistakes that brought him to this place. His crime was somewhat different from the others here, which caught Yuta's attention, causing her to ask the question. He explained that his crime was that he was a relic of old times, which caused confusion and interest in the princess. Then she remembered Jason's words that she was just a symbol of an era, a being who must give way to a new era, and this caused bitterness and sadness in her. The girl flushed with rage and demanded that he say his name, expressing her indignation and demanding clarity in this situation. He replied that he had long forgotten his name, emphasizing his disconnection from the past and his alienation from his personal identity. Introducing herself as the last representative of the kingdom, she insisted that he immediately reveal his identity, expressing his right to know the truth and his place in this history. He asked if she was the daughter of that pathetic man, expressing his contempt for her father and bewilderment about her relationship with him. If she is so insistent on knowing his name, then he is willing to tell her, showing a willingness to open up and share information. He announced that he was the commander of the 7th Brigade of the former kingdom named Michael, now only a dead man from these times. Yuta realized that this was the warrior who fought alongside her father, and this gave her a feeling of recognition and respect for him. She heard about his death, but could not understand why he was here in prison, which caused her mixed feelings of surprise and regret. He is here because of her father, which has given her more questions and mixed feelings towards her parent. Of course, the princess reacted by telling him not to say such nonsense, expressing her disbelief or sharing her doubts. The king, who left his era, ruled the kingdom with the help of his ball, not suspecting that disaster would happen as soon as he put it down. She said that her father sought peace with the barbarians, but emphasized that peace achieved by force is not true peace, expressing her doubts about such an approach. According to the man, every kingdom grows on the blood of others, and no fool would defend a king who decided to put down his sword, expressing his confidence in the power and importance of ruling with force. Just like the girl now, he too lowered his sword, highlighting the parallels between their decisions and their attitudes towards the use of force. After this conversation, she was in heaven with rage, expressing her deep hurt and indignation with an internal outburst of emotions. And just at that moment Oscar approached her, carefully observing her condition and ready to provide support in this difficult moment. Of course, the princess immediately recognized him, meeting his gaze and remembering his face from previous meetings. She just couldn't understand how the guy found this place, feeling surprised and some bewilderment about his presence here. He decided to explain it later. First they needed to leave this place to ensure their safety. At that moment, Puya appeared behind Oscar and began to hug him, expressing her joy at meeting him and her warm attitude towards him. The princess was slightly shocked by what she saw, her face expressed surprise and some incredulity at this unexpected turn of events. She didn't even know how to react to this whole situation, feeling caught off guard and unsure of how to proceed. As it turned out, this girl turned out to be a barbarian, which caused the princess even greater surprise and bewilderment. When the girl left the cell, Puya immediately extended her hand to her, expressing her goodwill and willingness to help. The princess did not become angry and also began to extend her hand, demonstrating her openness to dialogue and desire to establish contact with this unexpected ally. She shakes Barbarian's hand for the first time, recognizing her as a potential ally in this difficult world, symbolizing a new turn in their relationship. Varvara's hand was very warm, but at the same time it felt like that of a person just like her, which aroused some surprise and trust in the princess. Even if she can get out of here, the princess wonders what she thinks she can achieve, aware of the complexity and unpredictability of their situation. Oscar said that they don't have time for this, they need to hurry up and get out, emphasizing the need to act quickly and leave the scene. The barbarian immediately pulled the princess along with her, demonstrating her determination and willingness to act quickly in this situation. But at some point they stopped abruptly, perhaps discovering some new obstacle or sensing danger ahead. The girl discovered her father's medallion with some old man, which caused her shock and bewilderment as to how he ended up with it. She couldn't even imagine how her father's medallion ended up in the hands of an unfamiliar old man, causing her mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. But the man immediately recognized the girl as the king's daughter, which added a new twist to their meeting, revealing some secrets and connections between the characters. He even called her by name, which surprised her since she didn't expect anyone to know her name in this situation. She asked if he spoke their language, but he only uttered words about the king's promise, which caused her mixed feelings of surprise and bewilderment. Yuta was slightly surprised by such a meeting, but the joy was great, and she hugged her friend with a smile, feeling warmth and joy. Oscar said that they needed to go now, calling out the urgency and seriousness of the situation, which caused everyone to gather themselves and move forward immediately. Well, apparently they were already late, because Oscar noticed something that made him hurry and feel a growing uneasiness in his chest. Just at that moment, they were surrounded by prisoners who emerged from the shadows and made the heroes feel the pressure of circumstances, increasing the tension. One of them looked very intently at Oscar, giving him a feeling of aggression that made him tense and on guard. The girls said that they didn't need to move at this moment, exuding confidence and calm, which calmed the others and made them stop in their tracks. The man told them to stand still and calm, his voice sounding firm and authoritative, forcing everyone to follow his instructions without argument. And then he came up and took the girl by the hand. His movements were decisive, but his gaze was filled with warmth and care, which made her feel relieved. He reiterated that she was the king's daughter and gave her a medallion symbolizing her lineage and importance, which filled her heart with pride and wonder. She offered to get everyone out of here alive, insisting on unity and cooperation, which gave them hope for salvation and a way out of a difficult situation. And just at that moment they began to attack, finding themselves in an unexpected battle, which forced the heroes to quickly gather and take a fighting position. All that remained was to get to the other side of the gate. The task seemed difficult, but the heroes had determination and hope for success. Jason was informed that Varvara had been taken out of her cell and was being abused, which left him feeling helpless and in need of immediate intervention. He could not understand what the guards were doing, and also asked where the princess was now, worried for her safety and ready to act. He punished that he gathered all the soldiers at the gate, calling for speedy action and readiness to fight to save the princess. At this moment, a real riot of prisoners was really taking place below. Their screams and noise forced everyone to tense up and be on guard. The princess was surprised that they were unrealistically strong. Her admiration was mixed with some anxiety at their power and danger. At this moment, no one approached James, which caused him some anxiety and anticipation of a possible attack from the prisoners. He was surprised, because he could not understand where there were so many barbarians, feeling surrounded and holding his breath in anticipation of developments. Just at that moment, a certain woman turned to him, her voice sounded tinged with anxiety, and James realized that she needed help. He immediately asked where the barbarians were coming from, eager to understand the origin of this sudden threat and organize a defense. But he didn't have time to explain. He had to get out of here quickly, because the situation was becoming more and more tense and dangerous. Oscar said that they needed to open the gate on the other side, emphasizing the urgency of the task and the need for quick action to save everyone. James, without further questions, said that he would do everything, showing determination and a willingness to take responsibility for the task. Along the way, he fought off the guards and told them to follow him, demonstrating determination in guiding them to get out of a dangerous situation. Upon landing, Jason immediately used the sky blade, his movements quick and decisive, aimed at protection and release. Oscar and Yuta immediately took notice of him, their gazes full of surprise and admiration at his skill in battle. But the prisoners were willing to fast to Jason for putting them away, expressing their willingness to support him in his fight. Without any problems, he dealt with them in a split second. His experience and skill in combat made the outcome of the fight obvious. He wondered if the princess had united with these insignificant creatures, in his opinion, showing concern and uncertainty about her loyalty. But she said they were people just like them, expressing her belief in the need for cooperation and accepting everyone as equals. The man admitted that she was saying the same nonsense as her father, and he decided to end it once and for all. The angry girl abruptly ordered him to shut up, showing obvious annoyance and denial of his words, which made him fall silent. A country cannot be governed by ideals alone, as many factors and interests must be taken into account to ensure good governance and a prosperous society. The man asked to convey this to his father when she met him, expressing the hope of conveying his message through the princess. Oscar noticed that things were not going well for the princess and decided to help, showing concern and willingness to support her in difficult times. Well, to her surprise, the same man who gave her the locket came to her rescue, creating an unexpected turn of events and a sudden feeling of relief. She was surprised by the man's action, her heart filled with gratitude and curiosity about his true intentions. She immediately ran to him as Oscar fought Jason, her heart filled with mixed feelings of gratitude and excitement for this unexpected ally. Finally, the man handed her that same medallion, assuring her of his support and loyalty, which left her in amazement and gratitude. She didn't even know what to answer him at this touching moment. Her heart was full of mixed feelings of gratitude, surprise and tenderness. She said that she would definitely keep this promise, and she would put the pendant on herself, showing determination and willingness to keep her word. She was ready to see Jason, willing to face him bravely and sort out the situation. When she asked if Oscar had a connection with the same intruder, he nodded in the affirmative, causing her excitement and anxiety. He never allowed trespassers to enter these gates while he was here, emphasizing his strictness and integrity regarding security. Therefore, he will make Oscar regret it by demonstrating his willingness to take action and bring the offenders the punishment they deserve. But then the princess intervened in their battle, joining them and adding a new twist to events, causing surprise and hope for success. Jason was interested in what would happen next, his attention was captured by the development of events, and he expected new turns. The girl was very angry after all Jason's actions, her anger was understandable, and he disliked her. She began to attack him very quickly, showing determination and aggression in her actions, seeking to repay his actions. He decided that it was a joke and let her think that he had swatted the bug, not taking her attack seriously, playing along with her. She reiterated that they are people just like them, seeking to remind them of the importance of humanity in all situations. He asked if she knew why this gate was so well guarded, implying that there was some important reason or secret behind it. In order to protect the kingdom from the barbarians, whom he considered vile, they were so well guarded, ensuring the safety and protection of the people. Of course, Jason was much stronger than the girl, and her energy quickly dried up, despite her efforts and determination. But Jason was also very surprised that she withstood his blow, giving him respect for her endurance and strength. Oscar needs to stop this man, if he continues, then Utah will simply die, calling for urgent action to prevent the tragedy. But the princess, on the contrary, asked to leave Jason to her, showing a desire to solve the situation in her own way or at least temporarily suspend the conflict. She cannot win this fight, if she dies, then neither will he, emphasizing the connection between their destinies and expressing their willingness to fight together. The man said that she couldn't even hold a sword properly, and wouldn't change anything if she tried to fight again, claiming that she was just hiding. She can't help but get up because if she keeps running, nothing will change, emphasizing the need to take an active part in events to change the situation. Just because she isn't as strong as her opponent doesn't mean she can't achieve anything, it's important to use her strengths and ability to act strategically. Jason said that her era had come to an end, expressing his superiority and willingness to end the battle in his favor. He could not understand how she dared to cut his face, feeling surprise and indignation at her audacity and courage. He reiterated that he would send it to her father, emphasizing his intention to hold her accountable to her parents for her actions. Oscar realized that he needed to act, because the girl was about to die, realizing the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate intervention. The man looked at Oscar with contempt, viewing him as a piece of trash who didn't even know the basics of fighting. Oscar looked him in the eye with determination, ready to prove him wrong. He intends to finally crush it and completely destroy it so that not a trace remains. He then used a technique called air sweep, focusing all his strength and energy to cause maximum damage and hit his opponent. Remembering the girl's words that running away would not lead to success, Oscar stopped, thinking. Oscar remembered the girl's words that running away would do nothing, and decided to use a cleaving blow to change the outcome of events and protect himself and the girl. And then Jason's end came when he found himself at the center of events, unexpectedly faced with a force that he could not defend against. Under the influence of the blow, he flew several tens of meters away from the guy, severely shocked and stunned by what had happened. Everyone present was amazed to see how strong Oscar was, capable of throwing an opponent a considerable distance with a single blow. The girl, looking at her savior, expressed silent gratitude and respect, conveying her feelings through her eyes, without needing words to express her emotions. Of course, everyone immediately ran to Jason, ready to help or support him, showing unity and solidarity at this crucial moment. They asked him how he was feeling and if he was okay after the incident, showing concern for his well-being. After this incident, Jason was very scared, his face expressed anxiety and fear, and he was shaking convulsively with excitement. He felt very confused, not understanding how he managed to use the technique of the person he was thinking about. He wondered what secret techniques might still be alive after the king's death, and how the Oscars might have learned about these skills. He was extremely frightened by this whole situation, feeling that fear was holding him in its arms, making his heart beat faster with anxiety. And then, programmed for survival, Jason literally ran, urging everyone to quickly run away to avoid danger. He raced away from the scene at the speed of a cheetah, his life depending on how quickly he could escape this dangerous situation. And the next moment his subordinates could no longer see him, so quickly he disappeared over the horizon, leaving only traces of his hasty departure. James exclaimed that everything was lost, and Jason immediately rushed away, leaving the situation with no hope of resolution. They had to decide for themselves whether to take risks and continue to fight to the last, or to reconcile and surrender, or to lay down their arms, accepting their fate. They believed that the situation was no laughing matter, because there were many more of them, and they had to act accordingly, seriously and responsibly. With a smile on his face, James asked them what they had just said, as if he was completely bewildered by their statement. But at that moment the princess addressed them, attracting their attention and making them pause for a moment to listen to her words. Utah called on everyone to stop pointless arguments, challenging them to find a peaceful solution and end the conflict. She also urged them to pay attention to their surroundings, because there were too many useless victims who died in vain. And all this only because they could not come to terms with the fact that they were not barbarians. Only because they consistently obeyed orders, committed and without hesitation, no matter what. Just because the war had been going on for hundreds of years, they had shed too much blood, ruining too many lives, both their own and the lives of their enemies. The king's daughter, as a man and a warrior, asks to give meaning to their lives and realize their true meaning. She showed them what was worth fighting for and invited them to serve her by following her example. The man lowered his head down, immersed in thought, going deeper into the sea of thoughts, where each wave carried him deep into himself, into a world of secrets and mysteries, shrouded in a veil of the unknown. Under the influence of James's words, they suddenly realized the pointlessness of war and laid down their arms, choosing the path of peace and kindness that James offered them. Oscar was amazed by this unexpected development of events and simply watched as a new chapter of the story, full of unexpected turns and emotions, developed before his eyes. And then, with a warm smile on his face, he lowered his head, imbued with a feeling of peace and hope for a bright future, which seemed to be getting closer. At this time, Alice, embarrassed and unsure, did not know what to do with herself, but suddenly she heard some rustling in the distance, which made her raise her head in alarm. She noticed with alarm as the gate began to slowly swing open, causing her heart to race, worrying who or what might be behind it. Of course, she instantly jumped for joy, because meeting new opportunities always brought her joy and excitement. In the direction of the kingdom stood James, majestic and unshakable, a guardian of order and justice, ready to lead his people to new heights and achievements. Nevertheless, he completely left the gate and fixed his gaze somewhere into the distance, seeing something important and significant in the future that required his attention. This was wonderful, according to the princess, because meeting James promised to bring new opportunities and adventures, filling her heart with joy and hope. This place was also the land of barbarians, which added mystery and danger, but at the same time aroused curiosity and a desire to explore these wild and unexplored territories. It was cold here, oddly enough, contrary to expectations. An icy wind blew, piercing the bones and forcing them to seek shelter from the severe cold. It was harsh and merciless for such lands, where nature ruled over man, and the cold and wild conditions reminded of the need to be strong and persistent to survive. However, despite all the difficulties, it was very beautiful here. Nature itself created this world as a work of art, filling it with majestic landscapes and unique beauty. From now on, no one will ever close these gates again, they will remain open, symbolizing a new stage in history, where freedom and opportunity will become available to everyone. Of course, Oscar was happy about this turn of events, because the open gates promised new opportunities and adventures, filling his heart with joy and hope for the future. Just at that moment, he heard the sound of a notification from the system, which caught his attention, reminding him of his current affairs and responsibilities, despite the excitement of what was happening. He was informed that the second test quest had been completed, bringing with it new challenges and achievements, filling him with a sense of pride for overcoming obstacles and a desire to move on. As a reward, he will be given a fragment of the Hearthstone and a new skill called Death, which opens up new possibilities and ways for him to overcome future challenges. His eyes immediately glowed with a blue glow, reflecting his inner strength and determination, ready to use his new skill to achieve his goals and overcome any obstacles. He was asked to look forward to a new challenge at his next destination, filling him with a sense of excitement and readiness for the new challenges that lay ahead. It began to take on a certain form, gathering itself, and began to be filled with 5 more fragments, which gave it more and more power and strength, preparing it for the next stage of the test. 3 days have passed since that senseless battle, when the ground was soaked in blood and fear, and the shadows of war still lay on the landscape, recalling the tragic events. The princess found it amazing that Oscar had thought of using the wind to help him in battle, which opened up new possibilities and strategies in battle, causing admiration and respect. In fact, although she tried to act as if everything was fine, even while she was being dragged there, she was in complete despair, experiencing great stress and fear. More than fear itself, she was afraid of not knowing whether she would die or not. She was unsure whether she could succeed in what she was so eager to achieve, and this uncertain outcome filled her with anxiety and doubt. She then asked if Oscar had any friends, hoping that he had someone nearby who could support him in difficult times and share the joy of success. He has a couple of friends online, but in real life he feels a lack of such connections, which can lead to feelings of loneliness and isolation. And then she remembered that he had lost his memory, which added a new dimension of complexity to the situation they were in, and made her compassionate and want to help him recover. She wanted to make friends that she could play with, fight with, and then make up the next day as if nothing had happened, dreaming of such simple and ordinary friendships. She foresaw difficulties due to her royal heritage, but was determined to make real friends who were ready to share with her the joys and sorrows of ordinary life. She wanted to give the sword to Oscar and asked if he would accept it to thank him for saving her from danger. Hesitantly, Oscar thanked her for her generosity and kindness, accepting the gift with gratitude and respect for her desire to express her gratitude. She told him to try and unsheath the sword so he could feel its weight and strength, which was meant for protection. This sword truly looked magnificent in Oscar's hands, becoming a symbol of his strength, determination and protection, earning admiration and respect from all who saw it. She was glad that he liked the gift and clarified that it was a gift from a friend, so there was no need to feel tension or anything like that. One of the guards asked Barbarian where he got this cloak from, showing curiosity about the origin of his unusual attire. He asked to immediately remove the cloak, emphasizing his seriousness and demandingness, perhaps because this outfit seemed suspicious to him. The Barbarian, who refused to accept their terms, decided to resolve the situation by force. James suddenly appeared and ordered them not to move, pointing out that the cape belonged to a military warehouse, and asked them to return to their places. The Guardian was frustrated by the situation, expecting a peaceful resolution to the dispute, and felt powerless to see everything resolved through violence. He told the princess that, given this incident, there are already 10 of them, discontent is growing among the soldiers. She understood that it would not be easy to come to an agreement with them and settle all differences, but she was prepared for difficulties. James was curious if she was going to leave them alone or if she would start a confrontation. In fact, as they took a closer look at the situation, it became clear that they were faced with a larger problem, forcing them to think about how to overcome new challenges and make difficult decisions. Although they have captured this place, their strength is not yet strong enough for anyone to ally with them and help. If this continues, they will not be able to compete with the new king and will have to leave this place. They need to find troops inside the kingdom to help them. But according to James, such troops simply did not exist to help. He argued that all available forces were either subordinate to the new king, or were too weak and unable to help. Neutral troops could come from a neighboring kingdom or independent region located in the Rocky Mountains. James mockingly thought that the idea of receiving help from neutral troops was ridiculous, since in his opinion they had nothing to help with. They need to convince neutral troops to want to help them, and to do this they need someone who is very knowledgeable about the political landscape of the kingdom. James wondered who the person might be who was very knowledgeable about the political landscape of the kingdom. The princess, despite the danger, went to Mikhail in prison, hoping to find help or advice from him that would help them cope with unforeseen problems. He found it amazing, truly amazing, and it made him wonder what might happen next. She needs to learn something from him, let him tell her about the political landscape of the kingdom and cooperate with her. He asked why he should help her, determined to fulfill the will of the king, and remembered how she fearlessly defended him from the attack of a wild creature, realizing that there was something unshakable and worthy of respect in her determination. But he wondered if she could prove her father's intentions were right, and suddenly he saw a spark of determination in her eyes that made him believe in her abilities. All this time, James stood and somehow sighed dissatisfiedly. He was worried about the uncertainty and ambiguity of the situation, but he was determined to find answers. Oscar came to him because he heard that he was looking for him, and said that he knew a person who could help them understand the political situation of the kingdom. He asked to be let through and not to have a cup of tea while they were talking, as he was so worried about the situation that he could not relax. James said that it wasn't that anything happened, but that they needed to find a way to join forces and find allies in the kingdom. The princess asked if she could ask him for a favor, and he replied that of course you could, because she saved him and he was grateful to her. He must deliver this letter to the chairman of the Rocky Mountains, which contains information about the need for an urgent meeting to discuss important issues of the kingdom. He could have imagined that the Rocky Mountains would be his next destination, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. Nurhan, the chairman and manager of the Rocky Mountain, was famous for his whims, so Oscar had to be careful in dealing with him so as not to cause discontent. The guy understood everything and agreed to her terms, understanding that this was necessary to achieve their common goal. James said that he did not have to worry about how to get there, since he would have a guard with him who would take him to his destination. He was a newcomer, but he was from a nearby village in the Rocky region, so he knew the area very well and could find the right direction. The guy's name was John, and although they didn't count on him much, his knowledge of the area and determination helped them solve their current problems. He would definitely complete the task and come back. Perseverance and determination were his strengths that could be relied upon. The contents of this letter will become useless if the seal is broken, so he should be careful and treat the document with care. Within seconds they were ready to leave, having gathered everything they needed and making sure they hadn't forgotten anything. Mikhail, the commander who led the 7th Brigade along with her father, although she could not completely trust him, she had no choice but to believe him. James wondered if Nurkan would take further action, and he hoped that their plans would be successful and bear fruit. They will hope that Oscar will return safe and sound, having completed the task and bringing the necessary information. They still have business to finish here before they leave, so they should hurry and not waste time. John thought it was all very exciting and he felt that even greater adventures and challenges lay ahead. The guy was asked if he had ever been to the Rocky Mountains, and he replied that he knew this area well, since he grew up here and often visited the mountains. He dreamed of uncharted lands, where incredible discoveries awaited him, as if the kingdom, attracting with its secrets, made his heart beat with impatience to visit there at least once. Not only do the people of the kingdom live in this place, it is also a sacred place where warriors from different countries gather to train, so independence is allowed there within the kingdom. An independent region among the Rocky Mountains opened up before him, and he felt a strange tremor in his heart. Time slowed down, seeing a world of adventures and mysteries, full of unexplored roads and opportunities. He made the decision to someday become the strongest warrior, sincerely believing in his strength and capabilities, ready to go through all the tests and overcome all the obstacles in his path. Oscar noticed a rustling in the bushes and tensed, listening to every sound, his heart beating wildly, preparing for the possible danger that could await him there. John, realizing the danger, decided that it was necessary to protect Oscar, ready to act as a defender of his friend and face any possible challenge. And just at this moment, Puya appeared, creating a mysterious atmosphere of surprise and unpredictability, adding new twists to events. Of course, the guy did not expect such a quick appearance of the barbarian. Their hearts skipped a beat in surprise, and their minds struggled with excitement and bewilderment in front of this sudden situation. Oscar immediately set about restoring his strength and John's, deciding to support his friend in this difficult moment and not allow him to be left without protection in the face of a sudden threat. Asking both to stop, he reminded them that they were not enemies, but friends, and called for reconciliation, hoping to resolve the conflict peacefully and maintain harmony between them. Though they didn't know how she had tracked them down, she was there to help, ready to offer her support and assistance in solving the situation, an unseen ally in their unexpected adventure. This is why he urged them not to quarrel with each other, emphasizing the importance of joining forces and cooperation in the face of the sudden threat facing them. At that moment, Oscar felt that he had lost his letter, and excitement overwhelmed him. It was the key to solving a mystery that could change their destinies. But he was sure that he had the letter only a moment ago, and its sudden disappearance caused confusion and anxiety in him, stimulating search and speculation about what could have happened. He couldn't just drop it in the middle of the forest, and where he could drop it made him anxious. His heart beat faster, realizing that the loss of the letter had serious consequences. It turned out that at that time someone was watching them from behind the trees, and this knowledge pierced them, creating a feeling of anxiety and bewilderment in front of an unknown observer. Oscar still couldn't believe that he had lost the letter so easily, feeling the mixture of shame and disappointment that accompanied his realization of this fact. They were told that they did not have many things, emphasizing the importance of each item and making them feel responsible for what they had. The stranger wanted to know if there might be anything valuable lying around, given that they were completely broke, hinting at the possibility of a discovery that could change their situation. Oscar remembered the princess's words about the seal on the letter, and his heart began to beat faster at the possibility that this letter could be the key to their salvation. He said that they should try to take the letter back if they could, emphasizing their willingness to protect him and defend their interests. The stranger moved through the forest really quickly, causing Oscar and John a feeling of bewilderment and alarm at his incredible agility and stealth. But Oscar also did not lag behind him at this moment, maintaining determination and perseverance, ready to follow the stranger in the hope of finding answers and returning the lost letter. The boy now realized that Oscar wasn't so slow, recognizing his ability to stay in step with a stranger and showing respect for his skill and strength. All this time he taunted Oscar, ridiculing his efforts and trying to undermine his confidence, but Oscar endured it stoically, not allowing the stranger to undermine his resolve. And the guy stubbornly kept in his head the idea that he could not lose the letter so easily, and his determination grew with every step, directing him to search for the truth. Stopping, Oscar decided to listen in order to catch the thief, whose signs he sensed in the surrounding atmosphere, intending to uncover the mystery of the loss of the letter. The barbarian had been following him all this time, observing his actions with disapproval and causing him to feel tense and wary of the unpredictable presence. It is unclear for what reasons, but she licked the ground, creating a mysterious and incomprehensible situation that added mystery and tension to the already existing situation. But it really helped, because she immediately pointed in the direction that needed to be taken, facilitating the search and guiding the heroes along the path to the solution. Oscar did not know whether to trust her, wavering between the desire to use any clue and caution in the face of the incomprehensible actions of a stranger. The stranger found it very boring and asked himself if he was too fast, emphasizing his impatience and possible error in his actions. He agreed that barbarians were definitely skilled at tracking, recognizing their skills and abilities in the areas of hunting and stalking. The girl pointed upward, causing surprise and curiosity, and reminding them of a possible source of help or danger lurking above. Oscar saw the stranger and told someone to give him a letter, expressing his determination and willingness to resolve the situation through the exchange of information. But he had already told them to try to pick up the letter themselves, emphasizing his independence and refusal to interfere in their affairs. Just when the guy was about to do it, the stranger returned, creating new obstacles and causing disappointment in his efforts. And their pursuit continued, fueling tension and excitement in the hearts of the heroes, who, despite the obstacles, were determined to reach the end in their quest. The stranger even deliberately evaded him in such a way as to provoke him, pushing him into action and creating a tense atmosphere during the chase. The stranger asked not to tell him that Oscar had already given up, strengthening his resolve and earning respect for his persistence. And yet Oscar does not see any light from him, despite his efforts, remaining at a dead end and feeling confused by his helplessness. Oscar believed that he was strong enough despite resistance and difficulties, giving him respect for his endurance and tenacity. But he could not be given time to maneuver, realizing that every second could matter in this situation, and acting decisively accordingly. Oscar used his new skill called Death, showing his determination and ability to act in critical situations, willing to overcome any obstacles for the sake of his goal. The stranger could not understand what happened to Oscar, feeling confusion and bewilderment at the sudden change in the circumstances and actions of the hero. And just at that moment he announced that he was surrendering, expressing his readiness to stop the persecution and engage in confrontation. In addition, he said that he was joking and it was all just a joke, trying to soften the tense situation and defuse the situation after a tense relationship. He was just making fun of him, noticing that Oscar looked like he was going to train in the Rocky Mountains, trying to relax the situation and return to a friendly atmosphere. But Oscar was so serious, because he promised the princess to deliver this letter, and for him this was a matter of honor, requiring a serious approach and acceptance of responsibility. Lately, so many idiots have appeared, and the stranger began to get tired of all this, because he was tired of the constant obstacles and misunderstandings that prevented him from achieving his goal. He was surprised that Oscar left so quickly, without even listening to him, feeling confused and disappointed at the hero's unexpected behavior. At this moment John came out and decided to attack the stranger, supporting his friend's resolve and ready to take part in the fight. He saw only one person who was faster than him, and this was surprising, even a little overwhelming to him, pushing him to a more active reaction. And this was the same man Jason had been thinking about during his battle with Oscar, causing John to feel bewildered and even a little jealous of the man's incredible skills. The stranger told John that he had already returned the letter to his friends, causing John mixed feelings and making him wonder what was going on behind his back. When he rose to his feet, there was no one around him, which left him feeling lonely and empty, suddenly finding himself in a void after a tense confrontation. A few days later, in the Rocky Mountains of the autonomous region, life continued as usual, but the shadow of the mystery that arose from recent events still covered these mountains. However, after several days they did not arrive at their destination, causing alarm and raising questions about their safety and possible reasons for the delay. But the seal has been broken, and Oscar is not sure that everything will go well, causing her to worry about possible troubles. Now Oscar had to pass a third test. He had to obtain a 1,000-year-old herb, instilling in him a sense of determination and readiness for a new challenge. Oscar said that everything was fine and suggested moving on, continuing his path forward with determination and confidence in his abilities. John noted that true warriors can recognize each other even without direct confrontation, emphasizing the importance of mutual understanding and trust between them. Oscar could no longer handle John's talking and hoped that they would just walk in silence, trying to remain calm and focused on their mission. At the entrance to the military building, they sat down to wait their turn, discussing their next steps and preparing for the new challenges that awaited them. John began to think that if he continued to sit idle, he might just disappear, causing him to feel restless and determined to take action. It was at this time that they were called to begin the process of passing the tests, encouraging them to proceed to the next stage. Oscar hoped that everything would go without any problems, trying to remain optimistic and confident in the successful completion of their tests. Nurkin was informed that he had visitors, arousing his curiosity in preparing to meet the guests. As it turned out, the man was ill, so a woman appeared in his place, causing Oscar surprise and questions as to the reason for this unexpected change. This was his first wife and she immediately asked what brought them there. John stood on the threshold, holding in his hands a sealed letter that he had brought from Yuta, a girl, longtime friend and envoy of the royal family. He knew that the contents of this letter could change the course of events. The woman told them to give this letter to her. Her anger knew no bounds when she discovered that the seal on the letter had been broken, flaring up in rage at the betrayal and breach of trust. John hastened to explain that it was not his tolerable barbarian companion Oscar who had inadvertently broken the seal, apologizing for the misunderstanding and promising to make amends. The woman could not believe that they had brought a letter that did not meet the basic requirements, and asked who they thought they were, expressing her dissatisfaction. The woman, stunned and disappointed, ordered the guards to shoo them away, not wanting to deal with such frivolous and unrepresentable people. The man advised them to leave in an amicable manner, warning them of possible consequences if they continued to disrupt order and interfere. Oscar, burning with worry, knew that they couldn't just leave, as that would only make things worse, and he persistently looked for ways to solve the problem. Realizing that words will no longer help, the man will have to take decisive action and deal with them himself in order to restore order and authority. The protagonist realized that their opponent had significant power, and this forced him to reconsider his plans and prepare for a serious confrontation. But it was at this moment that someone intervened at the right time, interrupting the upcoming battle and, perhaps, preventing its most negative consequences. A man, mistakenly believing that all members of the royal family were dead, decided to intervene in the situation, seeking to resolve possible conflicts and alleviate tensions. In an instant, it dawned on Oscar that standing in front of him was Nurkin, as his wife called him, addressing him with love and care, which caused him to have mixed feelings of surprise, relief and fear. She, turning to Oscar, asked him not to overwork, showing concern for his health and well-being in this difficult time. He, puzzled and interested, asked what this royal correspondence was, showing interest in the content and significance of the letter from the royal family. Oscar explained that he was here to deliver a letter from the princess, the only surviving member of the royal family, which gave this letter special significance and importance. The man, realizing the importance of the situation, confirmed that we were talking about the princess, and once again emphasized that they did not intend to take sides in this conflict. But if they offer a 1,000-year-old herb, he will think about the matter more carefully, weighing the possible benefits and risks. The words about the 1,000-year-old herb immediately interested Oscar, awakening his curiosity and desire to learn more about its possible properties and uses. Oscar was interested in the question of what types of herbs could grow in such a deserted place, causing his surprise and desire to study the nature of this unusual plant world. He approached John with the question of what this 1,000-year-old herb was, showing a keen interest in its origin and properties. It was a legendary herb that had myths about it being able to resurrect the dead, but no one had ever seen this herb with their own eyes. Oscar asked if there were 2 nearby peaks in the area, expressing his curiosity about the geography of the area. Apparently, he was talking about Mount of Resolve and wondered where it was, eager to explore this legendary area. John wondered why he was suddenly showing interest in this, perhaps wondering about the possible motives behind his question. Oscar asked to be taken there, expressing his determination and desire to explore this territory, perhaps in search of answers to his questions. The woman asked what the man was going to do with them, expressing anxiety and concern about his fate and intentions. Their presence could cause problems, the woman emphasized, expressing her fears about the possible negative consequences of their presence. He was wondering where they were now, perhaps wanting to understand his current location and navigate his surroundings. He was informed that they were heading towards Mount of Resolve, which made him surprised and interested in this direction. The woman could not understand why this was so, because no one had been going there for a long time, expressing their doubts and concerns about this unexpected decision. He asked to take the strongest warriors and follow them, expressing his determination and readiness to face any challenges that might arise along the way. When they go deep into the mountains, they will find themselves far from prying eyes and will be able to continue their journey without unnecessary obstacles. They must be taken care of so as not to leave traces, emphasizing the need for caution and secrecy in their actions. John admitted that the rumors were indeed true, emphasizing the importance that they were faced with a real threat or event that they had warned about. Oscar, puzzled, did not understand what he was talking about, feeling confused and wanting clarification about what was happening. Not long ago there were rumors that Nurkin was terminally ill, and he called all the famous doctors, but, according to them, all their efforts were in vain. No matter how strong a warrior he was, he couldn't seem to overcome his illness, but despite this, he can't believe he told them to get the 1,000-year-old herb. Oscar, feeling confused, could not understand what exactly the negative aspect of this idea was, trying to understand the reasons and possible consequences of such a decision. Despite Oscar's objections, John once again confirmed that no one had ever seen the herb, highlighting the questionable nature of its existence or availability. John expressed the opinion that such plants are often the subject of fiction without being confirmed in reality, supporting the idea that they are only a product of human imagination. They finally reached the Mountain of Resolve, filling their hearts with a sense of relief and hope as this was the key stage of their journey. They were expected to see something similar to that very place in the game. Their imagination was filled with expectations and hope of meeting something mystical and amazing. John asked why Oscar asked them to come here, wanting to understand the purpose and motivation of his actions in this unusual place. He thought about the possibility that they might not be able to find clues or guidance regarding this herb here, acknowledging the uncertainty and risks of their decision. They found themselves in some abandoned town, surrounded by an atmosphere of mystery, causing them a feeling of bewilderment and caution. Apparently, it was a very ancient historical place, perhaps lost to time, as evidenced by its dilapidated walls and the atmosphere of antiquity. He wondered if they could find any clues or traces here that would help them solve the mystery of this herb, and he eagerly awaited the results of their search. But still, Oscar noticed something unusual that caught his attention, perhaps representing a clue to unraveling the mystery of this place. Despite the lack of sunlight, there were roots here, which made him confident that there was something significant or interesting here. But the forks were quite confusing, and those trying to find their way through this labyrinth could not easily get lost, which added complexity to the search. It turned out that the barbarian noticed that strange symbols were engraved on the walls, which could be important for further research into their situation. The guy realized that the woman understood these inscriptions, which caused him surprise and hope that the secret of this place would be revealed. Of course, Oscar immediately went after the girl, not wanting to waste time and eager to find out more about what she knew about the inscriptions. John, turning to him, expressed his curiosity and interest, hoping that he could contribute to deciphering the mysterious inscriptions, which could help them understand what was happening. It is said that there used to be a tribe that lived here that had this one power, but one day everyone suddenly started dying, revealing another mysterious aspect of the place's history. Absolutely all the blood was pumped out of them, adding even more mysticism and horror to this amazing story. John was sure that it was some kind of monster that caused fear and anxiety, posing a potential threat to everyone in this place. He simply cannot think of any other explanations for such a place, because the horrifying details of this story seemed too unusual for a conventional explanation. Just at that moment they were attacked by a mysterious monster, raising a wave of horror and tension. They found themselves in the very epicenter of the struggle for survival. Oscar immediately began to fight him, directing each blow with skill and determination, filling the air with fight and hope of victory. They were attacked suddenly, and it was not clear to them who could have initiated this attack, which caused them a feeling of uncertainty and anxiety, because the enemy acted secretly and without warning, leaving little time for reflection. As it turned out, John's body simply did not move, as if it had frozen suddenly and motionless, leaving his comrades in a state of shock and bewilderment. Also noticing a wound on John's body, he suggested that there might be poison there, which added a new level of danger and the need to act quickly to save his comrade from mortal danger. But he did not have time to deal with John, because at the same time they began to attack, forcing him to urgently react and repel the attack, leaving concern for John to the background. Oscar could not understand how he survived, because he was definitely hit, which gave him a feeling of surprise and bewilderment about his salvation. Now they were surrounded by as many as 3 monsters, increasing the danger and tension in the battle, causing even more fear and anxiety in Oscar and his comrades. Of course, this is 3 times more problems on Oscar's head, because now he and his comrades will have to fight with triple the number of monsters, which created even greater difficulties. Oddly enough, he immediately decided to use a cleave, contrary to expectations, trying to inflict maximum damage on his opponents and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. But only the guy could understand whether his cleaving blow worked, because only he saw the result of his action on the monsters that attacked them. He was then asked if this was all he could do, leaving him feeling doubtful and unsure of his own abilities and strength. Oscar turned out to be weaker than the stranger thought, which led to disappointment and an intensification of his desire to improve his skills and strength. He was surprised that his skill didn't work at all, leaving him feeling frustrated and dissatisfied with his own abilities. The monster said that he needed Oscar's corpse, instilling fear and despair in his comrades who were captured by a terrible enemy, and Oscar himself felt a cold breath of fear engulfing his heart. The guy believed that there must be some kind of gap, because otherwise it seemed almost impossible to survive in such a situation, and his thoughts went to finding a weak point in the enemy's plans. If he didn't deal with them quickly, their situation would become even more hopeless, and he had to find a solution that would help them get out of the trap. John simply might die from the poison, which added a growing sense of urgency to the situation, causing Oscar and his comrades even more anxiety and tension. He reacted before he was cut off, showing incredible responsiveness and reaction at a critical moment that could be the deciding factor in their fight for survival. Perhaps this was the very breach that Oscar had been thinking about, and he saw an opportunity to use this moment to his advantage to turn the tide of events in their favor. It can turn out to be surprisingly simple, because sometimes the solution to a problem lies on the surface and you just need to pay attention to it in order to find a way out of a difficult situation. Well, even if it is simple, you need to make a lot of effort to defeat them, because fighting monsters requires not only skill, but also strategy and determination. The stranger was scared by the sight of Oscar, which gave the guy hope that he could use this moment to his advantage. He covered himself with bulky clothes, but there was something inside it that made Oscar bewildered and suspicious of the stranger's hidden intentions. He realized that he needed to deal with them quickly, recognizing the growing danger and the need to act to prevent the enemy from gaining the upper hand in the battle. The boy then immediately began attacking everyone, showing determination and skill in battle to protect himself and his comrades from the threat of the monsters. In addition, 2 people fight as one, demonstrating coherence and coordination, which makes them more effective in battle and increases the chances of victory. Despite this, he was still able to defeat his opponents, demonstrating outstanding fighting skills and determination to achieve victory at any cost. Now there are much fewer problems left. Their victory in the battle with monsters brought them closer to their goal and filled the hearts of the heroes with hope for a better future. The men could not believe that he had revealed the secret of the mysterious assassins, which caused them surprise and admiration for his abilities and skill. But despite this, the man began to resent Oscar for his actions, raising doubts about his intentions and betrayal. It was the leader of the only assassins who was ordered to kill them, revealing a new threat and causing them to feel anxious and apprehensive. I couldn't understand who gave such an order. They began to realize the scale of the situation and understand that it would be very difficult for them to resist this threat. At this moment, John was in incredible pain, which made the others feel horror and anxiety, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Oscar realized that he needed to act quickly to do something, recognizing the need to save John and take action to stop the threat of the assassins. Oscar realized that the poison had probably already penetrated John's entire body, which made him feel an urgent need to take action to save his comrade. Oscar simply did not have time, which forced him to act at the limit of his strength, trying to find a solution as soon as possible to save John. Finally, the man warned that he would kill Oscar too, which added a new level of tension and danger to the already existing situation, forcing the heroes to urgently act. It was at this moment that the guy struck the man, showing determination and strength in the fight for survival, repelling the threat and protecting himself and his comrades. Now that he had struck, he was confident that it was all over, their enemy had been defeated, and the danger had receded, leaving a feeling of relief and victory. He apparently thought that the enemy might be using the same trick and became more vigilant, preparing for a possible counterattack and remaining on guard. But it was not to be. The man was able to hit Oscar, turning the situation around and creating a new threat for the heroes, causing the need for an urgent response. After all, this leader was the real one, showing his strength and danger, which made the heroes realize the seriousness of the threat they faced. Now Oscar was in danger from the poison that had entered his wound, increasing the tension and anxiety of the heroes, who understood that every second became critical. He was different from his subordinates. He was chosen as the most suitable candidate to lead the mysterious assassins, and he learned secret techniques that had been passed down for several millennia. Oscar realized that his dagger also contained poison, which added a new level of danger and made him more wary of his surroundings. The man was the result of such training, which made him an even more dangerous opponent, causing Oscar and his comrades to feel uneasy and anxious. Now he was determined to deal with Oscar once and for all, which created a serious threat to the hero's life and required urgent action to save him. The barbarian tried to help her friend but was unsuccessful, leaving her feeling helpless and desperate, confronting her with the reality of fighting forces she could not handle alone. Oscar realized that the poison was growing more and more in him, that the signs of its presence were becoming more noticeable and serious, causing him anxiety and concern. He will still die, even if the man leaves him here alone, but he wants to make sure of his condition, realizing the inevitability of death and striving to find ways to save himself. He decided to ask who ordered him to kill them, trying to understand the reasons and motives of his enemy's actions in order to find ways to protect and resist. But the man was not ready to talk about it and had already said goodbye to him, emphasizing his intention not to reveal his secrets and leaving Oscar with a feeling of helplessness and uncertainty. Oscar found strength in himself and used the skill called death, putting it into action, which added a new level of danger to his opponents and the ability to protect his life and the lives of his comrades. It was all useless, his actions had no effect on the enemy, and he continued to feel the effects of the poison, which gave a new shade of despair and helplessness to the situation. Oscar asked if he really thought so, hoping for the opportunity to talk and find a compromise in order to change the course of events and find a way out of the current situation. The man looked up and realized something. Perhaps the insight of Oscar's question had made him think or led to a new understanding of the situation. Just at that moment, a bunch of horses rushed at him, which created a new threat and forced the heroes to turn their attention to a new danger. Unfortunately, the test was not passed, and the heroes found themselves in a more difficult and dangerous situation, which required new efforts and determination from them to further advance. In a split second, Oscar found himself in some inexplicable place, faced with an unexpected turn of events and left bewildered as to his new whereabouts. In addition, he was in his usual appearance from real life, which added mystery and incomprehensibility to what was happening, causing him a feeling of surprise and bewilderment. He could assume that this place was hell, realizing the strangeness and incomprehensibility of the surroundings, which reminded him of something from myths and legends. It seemed impossible to know if he would eventually die or if this would all make no sense, but even if he returned to reality, it would still be hell. Perhaps it would be better for him to die than suffer any further. It was at that moment that someone grabbed his leg, adding a new element of surprise and tension to the already existing situation, making him realize that the threat could lie in wait for him from anywhere. The man's gaze was fearful, but at the same time confident, which created mixed feelings in Oscar and made him wonder about the man's intentions. As it turned out, it was his character. Immediately after this, Oscar woke up and was completely shocked, realizing that what was happening was only a chapter from his own book, which turned out to be surprisingly realistic in his own life. And he was only worried about what he had just seen, emerging in his mind as something incomprehensible and amazing, making him think about the secrets of his own imagination and reality. It was at this moment that he was approached by the same stranger who seemed to come straight out of his own plot, causing in him mixed feelings of amazement and alarm. Oscar was surprised when he saw him in front of him, feeling a mixture of amazement and some awkwardness before meeting this mysterious stranger. He could not understand how Oscar could call his savior a thief, because for him it was just an incomprehensible stranger who suddenly appeared in front of him. John also could not understand what was happening, because he thought that he was poisoned, and the sudden appearance of Oscar with a mysterious stranger only confused him even more. He was glad when he saw Oscar next to him, because at that moment he felt relief and hoped that he could figure out what was happening. But when he saw a stranger in front of him, he was ready to see him, feeling the desire to unravel the mystery that connected him with Oscar and this mysterious man. So, in general, not all three of them owe him, that's what he would tell them, popping up in his thoughts when he was about to meet them. John asked who he thought was to blame for all the trouble they had been through, asking a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Oscar asked and what he wanted from them, raising the question of what the man's motives were and what he expected from them. John tried to stop Oscar, for some unknown reason, perhaps out of a desire to prevent possible conflicts or misunderstandings. The stranger replied that it was nothing and that he did not want anything from them, perhaps trying to relieve tension and calm the situation. He asked to be his student, which caused surprise and bewilderment among everyone present, unexpectedly changing the course of events and the direction of the conversation. John was furious because he couldn't understand what he was saying, feeling mixed emotions from the stranger's unexpected proposal. But he doesn't ask them for money for help, he just asks him to become his student, which caused even more confusion for John and Oscar. Oscar said that he refuses such an offer, expressing his dissatisfaction and misunderstanding of the situation. He has things to do and appreciates him for his help, but since the conversation is about him stealing the letter, they will assume that they are even now, which caused a sense of obligation and anxiety in Oscar. Oscar said goodbye to the stranger, relieved that this strange episode had finally come to an end, and feeling relieved from the strange proposal. If what the stranger saw is true, then it could mean that Oscar has a lot more to learn about and figure out in the future. The fact that the blow was clearly from the Lirong martial art, which he had never taken students of, raised even more questions and mysteries in Oscar's mind. Now he needs him even more, because this incident confirmed that he needs to expand his knowledge and skills in the martial art of Lirong to protect himself and those he loves. The stranger realized that he forgot to ask Oscar's name, which led to some awkward moment, and he was ready to correct this omission. What the guy saw in front of him looked like twin peaks, in the center of a deep hall, which caused him a feeling of misunderstanding and some excitement. He asked how Oscar knew what exactly they were here for, causing him surprise and a desire to understand how Oscar got involved with this place. In an unfamiliar place, you need to be careful when moving, in his opinion, because this can help avoid dangers and troubles. Just at this moment the stranger appeared again, perhaps adding even more mystery and tension to the already established situation. He asked how it was possible to come here so easily without telling his savior about it, expressing surprise and some dissatisfaction. John could not understand why he was following them, since he did not see any obvious reason for such behavior, and this caused him even more questions and doubts. He asked them to say what they were looking for and announced that he was nonetheless local, trying to understand the situation and make contact. Judging by the way John is freaking out, he's sure they're searching for something, perhaps sensing the tension and anxiety in the air. The stranger suggested that they were looking for a 1,000-year-old herb, causing surprise and bewilderment among those present, including John himself. This was an obvious reason for people to come here, but it was all in vain as none of them could find the 1,000-year-old herb they were looking for. Oscar said that they would handle their affairs themselves, expressing confidence in their own ability to cope with the current situation without outside help. The stranger asked to answer only one question, promising that he would leave after that, perhaps trying to gain their trust. How does Oscar know about the martial art of Lirong? This question was asked by a stranger, wanting to understand the origins of the protagonist's knowledge. Oscar realized that he was talking about his skills in the Lirong martial art, realizing that his abilities were of interest to the stranger. John Bull was amazed that the stranger suddenly mentioned martial arts, which raised even more questions in his mind about how it all connected. John was surprised when he realized that Oscar knew nothing about the kings of the ball, feeling mixed feelings of amazement and bewilderment at this unexpected information. The stranger described a certain man as the top of this world, the most powerful in the kingdom, stating that his name was known to everyone, which caused John surprise and interest. The leader of the mountain army, the warrior of the heart Nurhan, was known for his indestructible strength and wisdom, standing guard over his people and land. And the strongest in the kingdom, whom everyone recognizes, is the king of the ball named Lirong. It is this trinity that is so strong that it can turn the tide of the war. The stranger realized that Oscar seemed to know nothing about the ball kings and other important figures in the kingdom, causing him some disappointment. He decided to still tell them something useful since they were looking for the grass, giving information that could help them in their search and adventure. Before the founding of the kingdom and territory, it was divided into the south and north, fighting a great war, which resulted in the northerners suffering a crushing defeat, which shaped the modern borders and power of the kingdom. At that time they were commanded by a general, and he managed to escape the pursuit of the army. He collapsed in the middle of a mountain of determination, exhausted and wounded after a long battle. After a while, when he woke up, and his body was completely restored, moreover, he became even stronger, which caused surprise and amazement among everyone around him. The people who treated his wounds were none other than representatives of the cave flame, causing him some bewilderment and surprise. The severely wounded general, facing the possibility of death at any moment, recovered thanks to the help of the representatives of the cave flames. Becoming interested in their secret powers, he began to befriend them, wearing their clothes and learning their language. And gradually I gained their trust, and then something unknown began to happen, causing everyone some anxiety and nervousness. As it turned out, the general learned about a secret power that changed his view of the world, attracting his attention and making him want to better understand its nature, while others began to feel his superiority in fear of him. John realized that this was the 1,000-year-old herb. Realizing the great significance of this discovery and its potential consequences for the kingdom. The tribe was able to control the power of eternal life, and it was here that the 1,000-year-old grass lived, symbolizing the great wisdom and strength of this ancient people. It turns out that the 1,000-year-old grass is here, in this place where the tribe has the ability to control the power of eternal life. Oscar was interested in what happened next, because he felt that even greater secrets and adventures were opening up before them that they had not yet had time to explore. The general simply killed them all, which caused Oscar shock and bewilderment, destroying all hope for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The guys were shocked by this turn of events, because he did not expect such a sharp and bloody outcome after all the efforts made to establish peace. John could not understand why he did this, because the general's actions contradicted all their efforts and aspirations for peace. The 1,000-year-old herb, which heals everything and gives the power of eternal life, made him thirsty for the possession of this power, and he decided to sacrifice everything to achieve his goal. This is just a story that is still passed on from mouth to mouth, surprising and inspiring people with its power and depth. He will no longer follow them, not understanding where they were going, because for him their path has now become incomprehensible and dangerous. But still, he was interested in the guy's name, because even after all the events that had happened, there remained some interest in his personality. He introduced himself oddly enough as Oscar, but his self-confidence and persistent gaze immediately aroused some hostility in me, as if he was hiding something much more important behind his ordinary name. John couldn't understand why he didn't say his name. The man couldn't believe that his man could lose to this guy. A vague feeling of dissatisfaction ran through him as he realized that such a weakness could affect his authority and reputation. The woman didn't expect him to fail and set out determinedly to deal with them, a fire of determination flashing in her eyes as she advanced, ready to protect her man at any cost. The man, stunned by the loss of his man and the mystery of his identity, decides to personally find out who he really is. John turned to Oscar, trying to unravel the mystery of his identity and find out the reasons for his unpredictable behavior. He asked Oscar if the 1,000-year-old herb really existed and what to do with it, awakening his curiosity and sense of adventure. Oscar couldn't understand what he was talking about, and his eyebrows furrowed in confusion as he tried to make sense of John's question about the 1,000-year-old grass. If he sees that grass, he will become stronger and gain immortality, Oscar thought, peering into John's eyes, vaguely understanding what could be behind these words. Oscar didn't even know what to answer. His mind was confused by the incomprehensible meanings of John's words, and he silently looked at him, sincerely admitting his inability to understand what was said. John sarcastically noted that it can be very interesting with him, causing Oscar confusion and some irritation, understanding the hidden meaning of his words. The guys were interested in why he thought so, their curiosity was aroused by John's unexpected statement, and they expected to hear his explanation. Perhaps he is just too honest, maybe not even greedy, and that is probably why the princess trusts him. Such thoughts flashed through the guys' heads when they thought about Oscar's strange actions. Missions to deliver important messages don't just happen, Oscar thought, realizing the depth of responsibility and trust he was entrusted with. Oscar truly understood that it was trust when he realized the importance of the message delivery mission that was entrusted to him. If the 1,000-year-old herb really existed, John might decide to secretly try it, Oscar thought, suddenly feeling a growing sense of anxiety about the possible consequences of this action. Oscar realized that the barbarian must have discovered something when he noticed her intent gaze and the unexpected tension in her movements, which made him begin to wonder what could have happened. The guy was interested in what she found, and he was looking forward to an explanation from Varvara, feeling that it might be connected with something important or exciting. When Oscar ran after Varvara, he saw a huge tree in front of him, and his inner excitement increased when he realized that it could be connected with the mysterious 1,000-year-old grass. The guy immediately recognized this place, his heart beat faster, remembering the legends about the ancient tree guarding the 1,000-year-old grass, and he felt that he was standing on the threshold of something amazing and important. There was also a corpse right in the center of the tree, which was held onto it with the help of a ball. Oscar felt a sudden blow of horror and anxiety, realizing that this was something much more terrible and mysterious than he could have imagined. There were corpses lying around, human bones scattered everywhere, creating a grim and eerie sight that made Oscar shudder in disgust and horror. John wondered what this place was, observing the breathtaking but terrible scene of destruction and death around him, warily preparing for what might follow the answer. John said that they had to go, despite their haste, because they did not know who might attack them again, emphasizing the importance of caution and vigilance in this dangerous environment. John believed that he truly understood the principles of intelligence, demonstrating his willingness to take precautions and analyze the environment in search of potential threats. But the guy didn't care at all, and he decided to go to the tree, ignoring the warnings and fears of others, trying to reveal the secret of this place on his own. He was sure that this must be the same place he had heard or read about before, and his curiosity and sense of adventure prevailed over any dangers or warnings. The quest to collect soul essence after defeating one boss began, causing the guy a feeling of excitement and determination, because he had to overcome new challenges and gain strength for subsequent battles. Right at that moment, Oscar came under fire, and he instantly came to his senses, feeling the sudden tension and danger that lay in wait for him from the darkness. John did not expect this turn of events. His face expressed shock and bewilderment as he reacted to the sudden attack, realizing that the situation was becoming much more serious and dangerous. But the arrow was unusual, some kind of magic, apparently made in an unusual way, which added to the mystery of this attack and made them wonder who could be behind it. He couldn't understand where she could come from, because he was thinking about her alone here, which caused him even more surprise and concern about what was happening. The arrows are flying from different places, so he cannot guess where it came from, which created even greater danger, since he could not determine the source of the threat. John realized that this was another ambush, his mind unraveling the schemes of possible enemies, preparing for the next step in this game where the stakes were high and every move could be decisive. There was no point in fighting if the enemy was invisible, Oscar thought, realizing that the 1,000-year-old grass had become a priority. He then dodged one of the arrows once more, reacting sharply to the danger, focusing on protecting himself and preserving his life in this hostile environment. It is not clear for what reasons, but he decided to take a risk and examine the very corpse that was on the tree, perhaps trying to uncover the secret of this place and find the key to his goal in this situation full of dangers. John could not understand why he would do such a thing to an innocent dead man, mixing his own determination with a possible violation of moral standards, which gave him vague feelings of doubt and guilt. But after a split second, realization came to him, and he realized that his action was ill-conceived and wrong, feeling an inner ring of doubt and remorse for his actions. As it turned out, there was a 1,000-year-old herb right inside the corpse, a discovery that brought him a mixture of surprise, relief, and a bit of excitement, knowing that his goal was still within reach. As Oscar had expected, she was exactly where he had expected, but it still amazed him, causing him mixed feelings of surprise and satisfaction, knowing that his intuition had been correct. John has never seen it before, but he definitely feels its presence, and it gives him a strange feeling of familiarity, as if he had encountered this herb somewhere before. Oscar said that he would bide his time until John reached the 1,000-year-old grass, expressing his willingness to support him in his quest and ensure safety in this dangerous place. John understood everything and was ready to begin the task, heading towards the 1,000-year-old grass with determination and confidence in his actions. But what he saw before him shocked him, causing him a mixture of horror and amazement as he encountered something he could not even dream of in his worst nightmares. He could assume that in front of him was the same general who, apparently, was being talked about, and this gave him a feeling of mixed emotions, from anxiety to determination to understand this mystery. Right at that moment, an unknown person began to attack from Oscar's back, pushing him to react instantly and forcing John to act to protect his comrade. John tried to warn his friend, shouting his name in hopes of getting his attention and warning him of a threat from behind. Well, luckily, Oscar was able to fend off this attack thanks to his reflexes and martial arts skills, which led to some relief in John's heart. They locked eyes with a fiery gaze on the battlefield, excited and ready for the unpredictable development of events that revealed their dark secrets and dangers to them. Oscar then decided that he needed to start attacking quickly. He focused his mind and body, preparing for the battle that lay before them. At the same time, he was even able to withstand the fire that was still attacking him, showing his strength and skills, preventing the enemy from delivering a decisive blow. Varvara decided to help the guy. She entered the battle, giving strength and experience to balance their chances and give them the opportunity to win. As soon as he began to fight him, the arrows no longer flew, because his opponent realized that now he too was in danger of being hit by an arrow, although if someone else had been shooting, they would probably have shot at John and Barbara. It did not appear as if a trap had been sprung, for the enemy remained vigilant and determined in the battle, indicating his readiness for more complex and insidious tactics. Then a plan for the battle arose in Oscar's head, which he immediately began to work out and bring to perfection, trying to use every advantage and weakness of the enemy to his advantage. He apparently began to use his skills and get closer to the enemy, calling on his agility and experience to find the optimal position to attack and control the flow of the battle. And the enemy, seeing all these maneuvers, began to feel fear of the art and confidence in battle that Oscar demonstrated. His look was confident in victory, reflecting his determination and faith in the successful completion of the battle, which infected his comrades, filling their souls with hope. The guy skillfully used a cleaving blow, demonstrating his skill and extreme concentration in battle, which gave his attack strength and effectiveness. And, oddly enough, the enemy immediately fell to the ground, defeated by the strength and skill of the guy, which caused surprise and relief among everyone present. As it turned out, it was just a cape that the boy was under, and his unexpected appearance led to real relief after a tense battle. Oscar couldn't believe that the general was a guy. His face expressed mixed feelings of surprise and amazement when he realized that his opponent was a boy. John and Pwai had a similar situation. Their surprise was no less when they realized that their opponent was a young guy hidden under a camouflage cloak, which made them feel relieved after a tense fight. Additionally, the pseudo-general was exposed when his wooden legs broke, revealing the true nature of this disguise and forcing him to admit defeat in front of the young fighters. Now Oscar understood why his movements were clumsy. He realized that his opponent was just a boy who controlled wooden legs, which made him feel ironic and laugh at what was happening. John said that there was a limit to her jokes, and he almost killed a man, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and reminding him of the possible consequences of such games with the lives of others. Now this enemy was definitely defeated, his mask of deception was torn off, and he was declared defeated, which brought a kind of final resolution to this struggle. The stranger said that the sacred land was not removed immediately, expressing his demands and desire to continue exploring this place without unnecessary delays. John didn't care where they were, he believed that they would sort themselves out when they finished their business here, so he should have sat quietly and waited for events to develop. He told them to remain still and not touch anything, warning that even the slightest movement or touch would lead to dire consequences, threatening them all with death. Oscar expressed his urgent need for this flower, stating that he needed it more than ever before, and asked if he could take it, showing respect for his surroundings and an interest in following the rules. Despite the guy's persuasion, who insisted on their immediate departure from this place, they remained persistent and were not going to give up. Of course, returning after all the work done would not be so easy, given all the effort and time put into the process. It was at this point that Varvara, using her native language, expressed that they really needed his help, turning to him asking for support. She extended her hand to him and, with eyes full of pleading, asked him for help, expressing her dependence on his kindness and support. The guy even calmed down, and his facial expression became calmer and more normal, indicating his taming and acceptance of the situation. Oscar was expecting something extraordinary, his heart was beating faster, and sparks of anticipation sparkled in his eyes, filling his soul with unprecedented excitement. And John's facial expression did not change all this time, his micelle was calm and unshakable, he maintained inner peace and control over the situation, regardless of surrounding events. The girl believed that she would succeed, her eyes shone with confidence, and her heart was filled with determination to overcome all difficulties and achieve her goal. The guy looked at her hand again, looking for some answers or confirmation, carefully studying her every gesture and movement. And after a split second, he shook her hand, expressing his agreement and support. It was a symbol of their agreement and mutual understanding. John asked if he too was a barbarian, perhaps doubting his actions or identification with those he encountered. As it turned out, this guy was from the Lee tribe, his name was Alexander, which added new shades to their relationship and aroused interest in his origins and motives. John didn't believe that he couldn't be a barbarian and began to wonder what might be behind the guy's true motives, perhaps trying to understand his personality and motivations. Oscar asked him to be quiet, expressing his desire to focus on the current situation or simply avoid conflict. The guy apologized, but emphasized that they really needed this flower, and politely asked for such a service, showing restraint and persistence in his request. Alexander stated that, as expected, they were no different from the guys who were pursuing his tribe, emphasizing his concern and uncertainty about their intentions and character. The death of their tribe began because of flowers, which added new depth to their conversation, sparking interest in how these flowers could affect the fate of their community. He expressed his opinion that he believes death is a blessing because it allows one to get rid of suffering and move on to another world, causing reflection on the nature of life and death. Oscar could not understand what blessing the guy was talking about, his face expressed bewilderment, since their views on death and its significance were completely opposite. Blessing or not, John declared that they would take this flower, expressing determination and intention to act in spite of possible dangers or misunderstandings of others. He decided to go after it himself and rip it off, not wanting to waste any more time or trust this task to someone else. If they didn't resolve this issue, the princess would be in trouble, which imbued the situation with urgency and significance that required a quick and effective solution. Alexander stated that he could do whatever he wanted, but it still would not bring him the desired result, emphasizing his desperation or helplessness in this situation. At that moment he was glad that they had finally found them, his face glowing with relief when he realized that the help they were looking for had finally come to them. Oscar immediately recognized the familiar voice, his face lit up with a smile at the memory of the man who brought joy and confidence in a difficult situation. As it turned out, it was Nurkin with his people, which caused mixed feelings in Oscar, joy from meeting acquaintances and caution regarding their intentions and goals. Well, fortunately, they were relatively far away from them, which gave them some safety and time to make decisions and plan further actions. The man said that the guy hid the flower well, adding that Fedia could not find it for a long time, which indicated the guy's skill in hiding objects and the unusual place chosen to hide the flower. Surprised at how quickly and quietly he got to them, showing amazement at his speed and stealth skills. John said that, as promised, they had found the 1,000-year-old herb, instilling hope for success and relief at finding what they had been looking for so long. The man noted that it was a good job, but at that moment Alexandra was scared, which emphasized his anxious feelings and distrust of the situation. After they started beating the guy, Oscar couldn't understand what they were doing, his face showing shock and bewilderment at the violence unfolding before his eyes. But John immediately stopped the guy, showing determination and opposition to violence, which testified to his sense of justice and concern for the well-being of others. He said that they had more important things going on, perhaps hinting at the possible consequences and serious consequences of their actions in the form of intervention by more powerful forces or persons. John reminded them that the man had made a promise and encouraged them to keep their word or agreement, pointing out the importance of honesty and responsibility in their situation. He promised that he would keep his word, perhaps in an attempt to calm the situation and convince him of his sincerity and intention to keep his promise. As John thought, he was very honest, which confirmed his reliability and steadfastness in keeping his word. As he promised, he would destroy the kingdom along with the princess, which caused surprise and bewilderment, since it seemed contradictory to his previous actions and intentions. Only in the underworld, adding a sense of horror and hopelessness to the situation he was describing. Immediately after these words, John began to attack one of the men under his charge, causing excitement and panic among those present and drawing attention to the growing tension in the situation. Of course, Oscar immediately came to his friend's defense, showing determination and willingness to stand for him in a difficult situation. Often, opponents immediately fell before John's feet, which testified to his strength and power, causing fear and respect among those present. Another man said that it was good and that he would take care of the guy, which indicated a possible reconciliation and resolution of the conflict in a peaceful environment. His men expressed agreement with him, which indicated a willingness to compromise and make decisions in participating in the dialogue. Oscar noticed that there were many open spaces in him, which could indicate his vulnerabilities or weaknesses, sparking interest in his personality and motives. And, accordingly, with this he began to attack him, using the discovered vulnerabilities or weak points as a target for his actions. The first thing he used was a cleave, targeting vulnerable points to inflict maximum damage and force the enemy to retreat. He was confident that this technique would bring him victory, as he relied on its effectiveness and strength to gain the upper hand in a fight. The enemy asked if all of these skills were his strengths, perhaps taking an interest in his experience and skill in combat. Then he immediately attacked Oscar, demonstrating quickness and determination in his actions to force his opponent into a defensive position. Of course, since the guy did not expect the attack and thought that the enemy would leave at least scratches, he was unable to repel the attack, being unprepared for such an attack. Of course, Oscar still had his full strength, and he survived this attack, showing endurance and the ability to cope with difficulties during the battle. He used the strength of his body to absorb all the damage, demonstrating a high level of endurance and the ability to adapt to his opponent's attacks. The man promised to send him to heaven, which sounded like a threat or warning of serious consequences if the fight continued. At this point, Oscar turned to Nurkin, perhaps seeking help or support, trying to change the course of events or find a compromise solution. Oscar asked why he did not take the 1,000-year-old grass, expressing surprise and a desire to understand the reasons for Nurkin's previous actions and choices. A 1,000-year-old herb that has already been divorced loses its effectiveness, so in order to carry it out again, a sacrifice is needed. Kutz was interested in what kind of sacrifice he was talking about, wondering about the nature and consequences of that sacrifice in the context of performing a ritual with a 1,000-year-old herb. Only the Li tribe that Alexander was a member of could grow the 1,000-year-old herb, so they sought them out, realizing their ability to perform this ritual. Oscar now realized that the boy was a victim, realizing the true meaning of his participation in this ritual and the possible consequences for him. Oscar said that he understood everything, and this was not surprising, showing calm and understanding after understanding the situation and its details. He thought they looked like bastards, expressing his disappointment and disgust at their actions or behavior. Just that boy was the 1,000-year-old herb they were searching for, revealing a surprising revelation of their purpose and the true meaning of the ritual. He now understood what was needed for the quest, realizing the importance and significance of each step in their adventure. The man said that the weak are to blame for being born the way they were, and that the flesh of the weak will become food for the strong, expressing cruelty and ruthlessness in their beliefs. Oscar remembered the beating in the alley, which awakened unpleasant memories in him and reminded him of how cruel and unfair the world can be. Immediately after this, he began to attack the enemy, perhaps using the emotions that surfaced as an impetus to action, seeking to defend himself or strike back. He told the man to shut up, showing determination and aggression in his actions, seeking to overwhelm his opponent and silence him. And in a split second, lightning and his nose were hired to strike, which added a new element of surprise and danger to the battle, forcing both sides to take more cautious and decisive action. But he replied that it was simply useless, and Oscar was wasting his time emphasizing his superiority and expressing his disdain for the actions of the hero. The boy's change did not mean that he intended to give up on this, and he was willing to continue to fight, demonstrating his determination and perseverance in achieving his goal. His attacks increased in speed, emphasizing his aggressiveness and desire to win quickly and efficiently, creating a new challenge for Oscar in battle. The man finally got tired of enduring all this, and he also decided to attack, showing his determination and willingness to fight for his interests, which only increased the tension in the battle. And the force was indescribable, because Oscar immediately flew several meters away, emphasizing the power and confidence of the enemy and showing how unprepared he was for such a strong blow. He said that it was an honor for the boy to become one with Nurkin, perhaps inviting him to join his side for expressing his respect for his strength and determination. Of course, Oscar viewed this as complete nonsense, not believing in the sincerity or honesty of his opponent's words, and continued to assess the situation from his point of view. John might have let his guard down in the past, but he had no intention of doing so now, expressing his decision to remain vigilant and cautious in this situation. In addition, he was ready to destroy him with one blow, emphasizing his power and confidence in his abilities, which created a serious threat to Oscar. But to his surprise, his plan did not work at all, causing disappointment and an unexpected turn of events that was not what he expected. But the enemy, on the contrary, noticed him, which added an unpleasant element of surprise and necessitated a quick response on Oscar's part. After that, he immediately struck him, using the moment of surprise to his advantage and aiming to land a blow that he could not parry. Accordingly, with a blow, he fell to the ground, in pain and losing control of himself, highlighting the success of the enemy's attack. John realized that he could not breathe, which added panic and fear to his already existing situation, causing the need for urgent help. But still, after a few seconds he succeeded, and he began to return to consciousness, overcoming the problem with breathing and trying to regain control of himself. He realized that his body was the enemy's, because he was not in pain at all, which caused him surprise and possible speculation about the reasons for this condition. But he didn't have much time to think as he was about to be hit, highlighting the growing danger and the need to act quickly to protect himself. John asked him to wait and listen, taking the initiative to find a peaceful solution and seeking dialogue, perhaps to avoid further confrontation. At this point, the barbarian entered the fray and saved him, creating a new turn of events and an opportunity for Oscar and John to gain control of the situation. John flushed with rage when he realized that she was smirking at him, expressing her indignation towards the hostile actions of her enemy. But immediately after this, their attack intensified, emphasizing the growing danger and the need for rapid response for defense. But John managed to dodge this attack, showing agility and reflexes that helped him avoid immediate danger. He could not believe that a simple barbarian was mocking him, causing him to feel resentment and dissatisfaction due to the perceived contempt. He was burning with rage over the situation, feeling an inner resentment and anger about what had happened that could affect his future actions. The man said that the result was obvious and Oscar had better give up, adding that he wanted to know his name, which created additional tension and caused internal conflict in Oscar. The guy could not understand why he needed this, feeling confusion and bewilderment regarding the enemy's intentions, which could violate his confidence and cause confusion. The man liked his skills and offered to join Nurkin, which was an unexpected proposal that may have caused Oscar some new internal reflection. Oscar said that with these words he wants to show that he is not a weakling, emphasizing his determination and willingness to face the challenges that lie ahead of him. The man did not understand where he was leading, feeling bewildered and unsure of how to interpret Oscar's words and how to react to them. The guy apologized, but stated that he was sick of people like him, expressing his disgust and contempt for the behavior or qualities that he associates with Oscar. And they drive others into corners in droves and mock the weak, emphasizing the cruelty and mercilessness of the environment in which Oscar operates. The man suggested that Oscar wanted to die quickly, which caused him confusion and questions about Oscar's motives and his intentions. He decided to use a weapon, but with the name Death, which created an atmosphere of threat and danger around him, causing anxiety in the man and increasing tension in the situation. Still, he managed to hit the man, because his clothes came off, which caused surprise and created an opportunity for Oscar to strike, perhaps increasing his confidence and effectiveness of his action. But he was surprised when he realized that nothing had happened to him again, leaving him with a feeling of bewilderment and perhaps disappointment that his blow did not bring the expected result. The man realized that Oscar had discovered an opening in his attack, realizing that his strike was not effective or surprising to Oscar. He admitted that he wraps a hairpin around his body when he fights, revealing his method of preparation and explaining how he provides himself with extra protection in battle. Oscar now understands why he is not taking any damage, but now he needs to figure out what to do with it, because this information changes his strategy and approach to the battle. It was at that moment that he saw John being beaten in the face, which could cause strong emotional reactions in him and push him to certain actions or decisions. But he was determined to surrender and already held the sword in his hand, confirming his decision to stop resisting or fighting. John said that Oscar should get his act together because if he doesn't give it up, he will die, warning Oscar of the serious consequences associated with his decision. Oscar realized that John was indeed right in recognizing the importance of his words and the consequences that could arise if his warning was ignored. The man said that perhaps his fate was such that he chose death, even though he had the chance to give himself up by giving Oscar information about his power. He suggested putting an end to this, emphasizing a willingness to end the entire conflict and come to some kind of resolution. If he is overcome, he will simply die. But all this time he did not fight as if it were a game. Oscar sought to achieve full fulfillment in life and was determined to take any action that could help him achieve this. He had no choice, he had to take on the enemy. This was necessary to achieve his goals and protect his interests. A man, immersed in his thoughts, comes to the conclusion that all his work and aspiration are meaningless, because he believes that his efforts will not lead to the desired result due to inevitable circumstances or the strength of the enemy. Oscar knew that his weak attacks would not be able to penetrate his opponent's defenses, which meant that he had to find other ways to win. These efforts were indeed not enough to defeat the man, something more was required that could change the course of events in his favor. Despite this, after several dozen blows, Oscar managed to knock his opponent down, which was a recognition of his tenacity and perseverance in the fight. Then, exhausted from fatigue, Oscar's opponent collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Victory was achieved, but the price of this victory was high. He wondered if such consistent use of his skills was too taxing on his body, but despite this, he continued to move forward, striving for his goal. But now all opponents were exposed to risk and threat, as Oscar had proven his ability to overcome obstacles and win fights. As John expected, everything turned out well for Oscar. His persistent efforts brought the desired result, which pleasantly surprised and delighted his supportive friend. He instantly stood up and immediately ran in the direction of the guy, rapidly closing the distance, the hot wind carrying him towards him. He met their gaze, declaring that the time had come to return home. Their current journey was completed, and new adventures and worries lay ahead. He instantly stood up and ran towards the guy, rapidly closing the distance, and Nurkin, looking at the letter, realized that even if they delivered it unharmed, everything would end in the same way, and he could not believe that he had brought them so much trouble. John was offended, because he deeply respected this man, realizing that he was clearly hiding something then, and this thought disappointed him. Suddenly, Oscar heard a strange noise behind him, which made him flinch and turn around carefully, tensely awaiting a possible threat. John, surprised to realize that the man was still alive, felt excitement and hoped that perhaps there was still a chance to help him. Approaching him, he said that he would reassure him, hoping to bring him some confidence and support in this difficult moment. It is not clear for what reasons, but he soon ordered a stop, sensing something strange or seeing a threat ahead, which forced him to take this unexpected decisive stance. The guy didn't even explain why he did this, leaving John and Oscar perplexed and confused, trying to understand his unexpected actions. John, internally agreeing that he would not allow him to die, took responsibility for his safety, intending to protect him at all costs. But John warned them that they should remember that after such mercy, some people, dying at the hands of their enemies, might use this gesture against them. Oscar was aware of this because these were not just nuclei, but potential seeds of betrayal that could sprout at the most unexpected moments and hit them from the inside. John was curious, because Oscar claimed that if the seed of 1,000-year-old grass falls into the tribe, then the person who feeds it will himself become part of this grass, imbued with its nutritional properties and becoming the same long-lived. Oscar confirmed this with a positive response, emphasizing that such traditions and beliefs have deep roots in their culture and can have a real impact on the lives and destinies of people. John could not understand how the city of warriors could turn into a place where fear and violence reigned, which did not correspond to his ideas of peace and justice. He stated that they should return quickly, because he did not like this place, and he felt that they did not belong here, where violence and fear reigned. John could not understand why they should help Alexander, because he had seen many things that made him doubt his sincerity and goals, and he felt that support might not be justified. And Oscar had a desire to save Alexander, because he saw something in him that made him believe in his potential and good intentions, and he was willing to take risks to offer him help. John said that they had already failed in their mission, and could not understand what Oscar wanted to achieve, doubting the advisability of continuing this risky venture. John understood that he had great power, but at the same time it was worth realizing that this could be complete recklessness, for power without control could do more harm than good. John was interested in whether he understood this or not, since realizing this fact could affect their future actions and strategies, and he was eager to understand it. Just at that moment, that same stranger appeared, suddenly entering their sphere of action and causing excitement and distrust with his unexpected appearance. John remembered his words that he would no longer follow them, and this caused him confusion and bewilderment, as the stranger suddenly appeared again, violating his expectations. He asked to clarify whether he had been here before them and was simply relaxing, creating a feeling of distrust and suspicion in John and Oscar towards his intentions and actions. He was curious about what was going on with the 1,000-year-old grass and whether it had actually been found, as it could have important implications for their current situation and future actions. He expressed his willingness to help them if he could, reaffirming his willingness to cooperate and contribute to their common cause, which left John and Oscar feeling relieved and hopeful. John considered it just idle talk, because the stranger's words seemed to him just idle chatter, carrying little practical benefit or concrete action. John was angry when he heard that his face looked like someone who was constantly being beaten. This remark hurt his self-esteem and caused rage in his soul. Oscar began to suspect something unusual about this guy, something in his behavior or words made him distrust or suspect, causing him to be on guard. As soon as the argument between them began, he suddenly appeared, specifically waiting for this moment, which made John and Oscar suspect that his appearance was well planned. But John could not understand what he wanted from them, considering that he saved them from poison, and did not think that he was hostile towards them. And yet, he was the only one who could help them at the moment, and despite all the doubts and mistrust, John and Oscar knew that they would have to turn to him for help. One of them asked if he knew much about Nurkin, hoping to get some useful information or a hint from this stranger. As it turned out, the guy really had significant knowledge about Nurkin, surprising John and Oscar with his awareness and sharp mind. Oscar finally decided to ask him for help, realizing that in this situation this may be the only way out of the current situation. The guy agreed and suggested that they not follow him, perhaps to avoid any unnecessary complications or dangers. As it turned out, at this time they discovered that Alexander was tied to a pole in chains, which caused shock and indignation in them. Their determination to help him only intensified. The guy looked at his hands and realized that he was also handcuffed, which made him feel helpless and anxious. Remembering his grandmother's words that, despite their long hiding, she could finally rest, the guy felt bitterness and sadness, realizing that their struggle and dangers were still ongoing. The boy announced that he would go ask for more medicine for his grandmother, showing concern for her well-being and a willingness to take responsibility for the task. She told him that for the tribe, death represented a blessing, leaving him bewildered and aware that their cultural views and beliefs might be very different from his own. There is a small gate waiting for them when they leave for the afterlife. This gate is designed to allow them to forget about their current life and move on to the next, which attracts their attention and makes them think about the mystical aspect of existence. However, she is not going to open the gate and will wait for her grandson, which causes them mixed feelings of amazement and bewilderment, trying to understand her decision. At that moment, a man approached the guy, which attracted the attention of others and made them think about the possible consequences of this meeting. He expressed his admiration for the guy's expression, causing the latter to have mixed feelings of disbelief and surprise, because such words seemed unexpected in this situation. And then he showed something to Alexander with an incomprehensible movement, causing him a feeling of mystery and mistrust, since it was not clear what exactly he meant. He then suddenly grabbed him by the throat and ordered him to swallow what he gave him, causing Alexander to feel panic and anxiety. The seed is now inside, all that remains is to wait for it to sprout, an ominous omen of what will happen next, causing everyone to feel anxious and uneasy. Alexander believed that this was probably the end of his story, for the seed of evil sown in his body could mean the end of his life and adventures, causing him bitterness and sadness. John talked about how glad he was to receive this mission, because work on the border seemed boring and monotonous to him, making him want adventure and new challenges. But now he can't believe that things turned out this way and that his desire for adventure led to such tragic consequences, leaving him feeling guilty and regretful. The stranger asked not to remind him that John had no experience as a warrior, perhaps so as not to encourage him or humiliate him, causing John to have mixed feelings of relief and dissatisfaction. But John did not see a problem in this and asked the guy himself if he himself had experience as a warrior, demonstrating his openness and willingness to communicate. He replied that he had the experience of at least several hundred warriors, emphasizing his importance and experience in this field, which caused surprise and bewilderment in John and Oscar. John said their mission wasn't over yet and they shouldn't get involved any further, emphasizing the importance of remaining cautious and considering next steps. Oscar said that they started it themselves, acknowledging their share of responsibility for the current situation, but also expressing dissatisfaction with the way events were developing. John asked what would happen if they died and did nothing, raising questions about the significance of their actions and the consequences of their choices. The guy asked them to be quiet, perhaps to concentrate or to avoid unnecessary arguments and conflicts, causing John and Oscar to feel irritated and dissatisfied. At this moment, not all three fell silent, despite the guy's request, which created additional tension and a feeling of misunderstanding between them. John was still unhappy with the whole situation, feeling frustrated and discouraged by the unexpected turns of events and difficulties they had to face. He noticed that the guy was very nice for a thief, expressing his displeasure and distrust of his personality and intentions, causing mixed feelings and reactions from others. He couldn't figure out how long he would continue to call him a raven, given that the guy had a name, which made him feel dissatisfied and bewildered by such treatment. John actually asked what the name was, showing curiosity and a desire to get to know each other better, despite the tensions and misunderstandings that arose. At that time, James reported to the princess that he had arranged a separate residence for the barbarians as she had been ordered, and had made provisions for contacting them in emergencies, which gave the princess satisfaction and relief in knowing that the plans were carried out according to her instructions. The girl thanked James for his loyalty in carrying out her orders, expressing gratitude for his diligence and concern for the safety of the barbarians. As it turned out, Alice's tribe helped them set up everything they needed, leaving everyone feeling grateful and relieved for such support. She was glad to hear that the situation had been resolved, feeling relieved that everything had gone smoothly and without major problems, which left her feeling grateful and satisfied. She didn't look good and he thought something was wrong, making him worried and wanting to find out what happened so he could help her. The girl said that there was nothing wrong, trying to calm him down and dispel his anxiety, but he felt that something was still wrong. Well, James wondered what was the matter then. He felt that something hidden or unknown was still present, making him curious and wanting to know the truth. She just hoped Oscar was okay, trying to ease his worries and comfort him, but James still felt like there was more to her than she was saying. James asked her not to worry about a simple bet, saying that the letters were unlikely to make him very angry, trying to calm her down and convince her that it was not that important, but still maintaining his mysterious anxiety. But she was also uneasy. She knew how Nurkin might react. She thought about going to him herself, realizing that the situation required direct intervention and decisive action. James said it was normal for her to worry because they had been living with worry day after day since they got here, supporting her and knowing that her feelings were justified. James asked to put things into perspective, trying to lift her spirits and bring some optimism to the situation, which made her feel grateful for his support. If he agrees to make an alliance with a man, the king will not dare to attack them on his own because they have a geographical advantage in this region with rocky mountains, as well as an autonomous region, where it is difficult to penetrate and difficult to wage war. The princess could not understand why they needed to buy time. She felt vague anxiety and bewilderment about their plans and strategy, trying to understand their motivation and goals. Time was needed for the news that they were alive and well to spread throughout the kingdom, supporting their positions and strengthening their alliances, causing the princess to understand and recognize the importance of such a step. The princess thought slightly, realizing the importance of this time and its impact on their future actions, which gave her a sense of responsibility and determination. Now the new king rules the kingdom, usurping the throne, causing enmity among many. If all those who swore allegiance to the former king found out that everything was fine with the princess, they would begin processions to her, expressing their support and loyalty. And then they will have enough military power to resist the usurper and protect the kingdom, raising hope for the restoration of legitimate order and stability. The girl realized something, penetrating the essence of events and striving for new understandings, which gave her a feeling of awareness and determination. James asked if Michael had thought the same thing, exploring whether their thoughts and aspirations were the same, which made him interested in the other person's point of view. Everything was based on the assumption that they would create a union, emphasizing the role of this possible union in their plans and strategy, which gave them mixed feelings of hope and uncertainty. The princess was unhappy about all this, feeling lost and uncertain about the future, which left her feeling anxious and frustrated. She asked Mikhail what Nurkin was like, seeking more information about his identity and intentions, which left her feeling uneasy and curious. He hid from everyone for a long time after he fell ill with an incurable disease, which caused the princess a sense of surprise and sympathy, realizing the difficulties he faced. The princess asked if this meant that the letter they had sent would not reach him, showing concern and doubt about the possibility of getting the message across. But the letter is just a formality, the real purpose is to find out where the man is, expressing the awareness that the crux of the matter is his whereabouts, which gave her a sense of urgency and determination. That is why he spoke ideas then, emphasizing the importance of instant action and sharing information in light of the current situation, causing her to feel a sense of agreement and awareness. Lest they send someone capable and reliable to him, expressing concern about choosing the right candidate for such an important mission, which made her feel cautious and responsible. When asked about his name, the guy simply came up with some fake name, causing others to feel distrust and suspicion about his sincerity and goals. John was furious at his response, expressing his indignation and disappointment at his behavior, which left him feeling resentful and misunderstood. Due to the increased tension of the situation, John found it difficult to control his emotions, but he still tried to obey Oscar's advice, realizing the importance of remaining calm in such moments. Well, John didn't care, he would still call the guy a thief, showing his determination and stubbornness in his opinion, which made him feel stubborn and intransigent. He said that if he climbed a little further up the cliff, he could see the temple, sharing his knowledge and speaking of his intentions, which created a sense of interest and anticipation among others. If they decided to grow that 1,000-year-old grass they were talking about, they would do it in a well-lit area, given the importance of light to the process of growth and development, which gave them a sense of practicality and rationality. John could not understand whether they really wanted to climb the rock, puzzled by their strange actions and decisions, which left him with a feeling of bewilderment and doubt. John wondered how long the boy would be attached to them, wondering about his loyalty and endurance, which gave him a sense of curiosity and anticipation. Oscar realized that there were a lot of guards around, showing vigilance and caution, which made him feel cautious and anxious. But the place where the most sunlight gets, Alexander is probably there, making assumptions based on logic and observation, which gave them a feeling of hope and expectation. So they had to get past security to get there, and then figure out how to get out, strategizing and making a plan of action, which gave them a sense of importance and tension. At this moment, the guy, for unknown reasons, began to worry greatly, causing the rest of the participants to feel uneasy and anxious. After choking, he pushed Oscar straight into the guard, causing the other members to be shocked and panicked by the unexpected and aggressive action. Of course, they did not immediately notice the intruder in front of them, which caused confusion among the guards and a delay in reacting to what was happening. But the guy quickly reacted and dealt with the guards, demonstrating his courage and decisiveness in his actions, which caused the rest of the participants a feeling of relief and respect for his abilities. Since this happened, he had no choice, he had to act in accordance with the circumstances, which gave him a sense of urgency and the need to make decisions. Oscar was very fast and did not even have time to draw his swords, showing an unpreparedness for such a development of events, which made him feel anxious and insecure. Relatively a lot of work presented him with a lot of work, indicating the complexity of the situation and the need to complete the task, which gave him a feeling of burden and responsibility. One of the men put his mouth to call for help, using any available means to attract attention and support, which caused the others to feel the urgency of the situation and the need for urgent action. But after a few seconds, he felt a sharp pain in his back, causing him an acute sense of discomfort and anxiety about his condition. As it turned out, it was John who took care of him, showing care and attention to his comrades, which made others feel relieved and grateful. He admitted that he was even scared, openly expressing his feelings and emotions, which evoked a feeling of understanding and solidarity among others. After some time, the guards were no longer alive, reflecting the extreme tension and violence in the events that had taken place, leaving everyone with a sense of shock and surprise. John sighed heavily and lowered his head, expressing his exhaustion and weariness after what happened, which caused the others to feel regret and compassion. And then he remembered who made it all happen, reminding himself of the reasons and goals, which made him feel determined and bitter. He immediately began to question whether this was done on purpose, expressing his doubts and uncertainty, which caused others to feel anxious and dissatisfied. But the guy was no longer in sight, leaving others in a state of shock and confusion, causing them to feel a sense of loss and sadness. John told him not to even dare to play around, showing his anger and dissatisfaction, which caused the others to feel tense and anxious. But Oscar sighed heavily and looked at the floor, expressing his regrets and disappointment, which evoked a feeling of understanding and empathy among the others. And then he looked up to the sky, because he understood what he needed to do, showing determination and readiness for action, which caused others to feel respect and inspiration. They needed to get to Alexander and save him. This was their main goal and task, which required urgent and decisive action, which gave everyone a feeling of persistence and commitment. Alexander overheard John complaining that Oscar had been deliberately pushed, causing him to feel uneasy and unsure of what was happening, which made him pay attention to possible dangers and threats. At the same time, he pretended to want to help, as if he felt that nothing would work, showing hidden anxiety and mistrust of the situation, which caused others to feel doubt and uncertainty. Because of him, Oscar was almost stabbed to death, which emphasized the seriousness and danger of the situation, causing everyone a feeling of panic and fear for the safety of their comrade. Alexander was shocked when he saw them. His reaction expressed surprise and misunderstanding of what was happening, leaving him with a feeling of fear and uncertainty about the consequences of the meeting. John was surprised that he was actually there. His surprise expressed some surprise and disbelief at the circumstances, causing him to feel a sense of surprise and curiosity. Alexander could not understand how they got to him. His bewilderment expressed confusion and uncertainty about the situation, causing him a feeling of confusion and distrust. A second later he was freed from his handcuffs, an action that expressed relief and joy, making him feel grateful and relieved to be free. In addition, Alexander could even walk. This caused surprise and relief, expressing hope for his recovery and the possibility of active participation in activities. Oscar said that there was no need to go. His words expressed determination and persistence, causing others to feel surprise and bewilderment at such a decision. Alexander could not believe what was happening. His disbelief expressed embarrassment and bewilderment about the situation, causing him a feeling of uncertainty and anxiety. And then he cried at what they had done for him, his tears expressing mixed feelings of gratitude and anxiety, causing others to feel sympathy and compassion. John said they didn't have much time and they needed to go faster. His words conveyed urgency and urgency, giving others a sense of urgency and urgency. Alexander wiped away his tears and agreed that there was no need to go, his decision expressing calm and humility, causing others to feel a sense of relief and understanding. Oscar decided to go first, walking through the streets with a slight trembling in his heart, experiencing a surge of excitement that filled him with anticipation of the unknown, enjoying the moment when everything was possible. But he stopped abruptly, because he felt something in front of him, heavy breathing, an ominous whisper, and then his heart froze in horror. He realized that there would soon be another battle, because signs of tension were already felt in the air, and the fire of determination and readiness for unpredictable challenges flared in his chest. Just at that moment he noticed bright glowing eyes in the darkness, their brilliance pierced the darkness, causing trembling and wariness, foreshadowing the approach of something mysterious and dangerous. Of course, he was not prepared for such a turn of events, suddenly feeling gripped by fear and self-doubt in the face of an unknown threat. After a split second, the explorer began to appear, revealing its form from the darkness, and Oscar, clenching his fists, prepared to meet the unknown. The barbarian and Oscar were immediately ready for battle, tension filling their every cell, their arms tense, ready for action, their gaze overtaken by a hostile shadow ready to test their courage. The entire company was not prepared for such a turn of events, their faces expressed shock and bewilderment, their hearts beat faster from the sudden danger, but they stood together, ready to face any challenge. The man said that although he defeated his strongest subordinates, it did not mean anything, thereby emphasizing that true strength is manifested not only in battle, but also in the ability to make decisions and control oneself. In addition, he now wants to take the 1,000-year-old grass for himself, seeking control over a powerful force that gives power and opportunity, which causes even greater concern for Oscar and his comrades. Oscar clearly did not expect to see the man, and his face expressed a mixture of amazement and disbelief, because meeting him called into question all his previous plans and expectations. But he was ready to take away his life once and for all, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly tense and dangerous, and required decisive action to survive. He wanted to send his head to the princess, in the hope of her favor and a possible reward that could be compensation for all the trials and dangers that they had to go through. But at that moment, someone abruptly stopped them, interrupting their intentions and forcing them to think about the consequences, which could be even more serious and dangerous. The man immediately recognized this voice, and his face expressed mixed feelings of amazement and anxiety, realizing that the past could forever haunt him at the most unexpected moments. But Oscar began to feel a little nervous, his heart beat faster, and his gaze became more cautious, as the unexpected intervention created new difficulties and caused uncertainty in their further actions. It was again the stranger who asked to stop, but this time it was none other than the elder, his words ringing with confidence and authority, making everyone around him freeze in anticipation of his next instructions. The man asked when he returned and said that everyone was waiting for him. His words were filled with anticipation and some mystery, behind them was a big mystery or an important purpose. Oscar couldn't understand what was going on and assumed that they knew each other. Thoughts of possible connections from the past that could lead to this unexpected meeting arose in his mind. The man said that they had finally found ways to cure a long-standing illness. His words sounded like a death sentence or like a new hope for salvation, filling the space with tension and anticipation. As it turned out, in front of them was the same Chairman Nurkin. His presence added weight and significance to the meeting, because he was a man with great influence and authority. Oscar couldn't believe that this guy was the right person, his mind refused to accept this unexpected connection, and he felt a mixture of disbelief and surprise at this discovery. John was also perplexed by everything that was happening, his face expressed mixed feelings of surprise and doubt. He tried to comprehend the new information and understand how it related to their current situation. But Varvara tried to say something in her own language about the guy. Her words were incomprehensible to Oscar and John, but they caught a hint of anxiety and wariness in her voice. The man will not let what they have been looking for so long disappear. Without further ado, he will bring him the 1,000-year-old herb, demonstrating determination and willingness to act for a common goal. He was still impatient, despite the fact that he had aged. The guy said that he was fine, he had already lived enough, hinting that time does not spare anyone, but their goal remains important regardless of age. Oscar couldn't understand what he was talking about, his thoughts were confused, and he felt a little lost in this conversation, which seemed mysterious and ambiguous to him. But the man was not ready to give up, just because the guy didn't need it. He maintained his determination and perseverance, standing his ground, because for him the importance of the goal was above all. He was ready to say something to the elder, his eyes sparkling with determination, and preparing to say something important that could influence the course of events. The man didn't realize how many times he needed to be told that if he died, the Rocky Mountain region would disappear too, his words sounding warning and serious, indicating the profound consequences that could come if he died. He did not answer him, maintaining a silence that could indicate his inner thoughts or dissatisfaction, and creating a tense atmosphere around himself. He had a solution to this problem and was committed to finding an approach that would satisfy all involved while maintaining peace and stability in the Rocky Mountain region. The one whose back touched the ground first of the two would have to fulfill the other's request, their agreement creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation in which each of them realized the importance of this moment. Of course, Oscar did not expect such a turn of events. His face expressed a mixture of amazement and bewilderment, and he tried to comprehend the new situation in which he found himself. But he had no choice but to fight, and he agreed, gathering his determination and willingness to accept the challenge that the upcoming fight presented to him. He could assume that they had agreed, and this led to the conditions of such a duel, where each had to follow his word and fulfill each other's requests. The boy raised his hand to begin the fight, his movement decisive and full of energy, preparing for the test that stood before them. When he gave the command to begin and they both began to attack, a tense atmosphere of struggle hung in the air. Their movements were fast and decisive, each trying to overcome their opponent and achieve victory. Their battle will clearly become legendary and go down in history. Their fight filled the imagination of witnesses and will leave an indelible mark in the memory of descendants as an example of strength, courage and determination. Oscar considered this a difficult battle. Oddly enough, in the chaos of the battle he felt every blow, every movement, and every moment required maximum concentration and skill from him. The others simply watched it as if it were some kind of show, because the battle unfolding before their eyes was so exciting that they could not take their eyes off what was happening. John was asked who he thought would win. His answer hung in the air. Everyone was waiting for his opinion to determine the outcome of this epic fight. On the one hand, a martial arts veteran with combat experience and a high level of skill, on the other, a young and impetuous fighter, full of energy and determination. On the other hand, the unknown, nameless Les. If he had to bet his life on victory, who would he choose? John said that he would choose a veteran. His answer was clear and decisive, reflecting respect for experience and skill. Well, the guy didn't agree with him. His opinion sounded with a note of stubbornness and self-confidence, saying that youth and desire can surpass experience and skill. He would bet his life on the smarter side, expressing his belief that the best chance of victory is the one who can adapt quickly and make smart decisions in battle. As the battle progressed, the man looked more confident than Oscar. His movements were decisive and precise, and his expression reflected steadfastness and experience, while Oscar experienced some hesitation and tension. John couldn't figure out which smart side he was talking about, his face showing confusion and bewilderment as he tried to grasp the meaning of his opponent's words during the battle. He asked whether this applied to the case where the enemy forces were equal, his question reflecting a desire to understand what factor could become decisive in such a situation, when both sides were equal in strength and skill. He asked if he wanted to say that Oscar would lose, his words filled with doubt and hope for the best, while he tried to understand and evaluate the situation. But that was not what he was talking about. However, the difference in their strength was huge, and Oscar fought constantly on the way here. This fact emphasized his determination and tenacity, but also raised questions about his ability to cope with a more experienced opponent. The guy said that it might be better to be more objective, emphasizing the importance of analyzing the situation without bias. The elder has vast combat experience and exceptional endurance. He is as fast as Oscar, and fights with a personal hand-to-hand combat style, making him a dangerous opponent. John considered him too perfect. His words expressed some wariness and suspicion, since too much perfection can raise suspicions of honesty or distortion of reality. On the other hand, Oscar is fast and good on the ball, which can give him an advantage in agility and dodging shots during a fight. John said that Oscar had absolutely nothing that would give him an advantage. His words expressed some doubt and dissatisfaction, because this meant that Oscar would have to rely only on his own skills and strategy. He said that the winner, for the most part, determines what is invisible to the eye. His words sounded like a hint of the importance of hidden qualities and strategies that can play a decisive role in the outcome of the fight. John was still unhappy with the situation, his face showing disappointment and tension as he felt that fairness and objectivity had been violated in the course of events. How the weak can overcome the strong and the few can defeat the many is called strategy. These words were spoken with conviction and showed that within John there was a spark of hope for a change in the situation. Of the two, he would bet that the strategy would be better. This confidence and belief in the power of the strategy was based on his own experience and beliefs. John was interested in who he thought would win. His question was filled with a desire to understand and analyze the situation in order to come to his own conclusion about the likely outcome of the fight. Of course, Oscar at that moment was completely concentrated on the battle, his attention was completely absorbed in the strategy and actions of the enemy, and he was not distracted by external thoughts. He believed that he had a good eye, his confidence in his own skills and abilities gave him the confidence to make decisions and understand the situation during combat. Well, still, sometimes Oscar lost to a man. This thought brought some caution and reflection, indicating that even experienced fighters can face setbacks and defeats. He was confident of his victory, his confidence was based on his own experience and skills, as well as on the strategy he had developed for this fight. Oscar noticed that the man lacked the weaknesses that someone so huge might have, his observation indicating an impressive level of skill and control in his opponent. And he doesn't follow the attack patterns of the monsters he's previously fought, a discovery that forces Oscar to rethink his strategy and prepare for his opponent's unexpected moves. While he was brooding over this, the man nearly killed him, reminding Oscar of the importance of staying alert and keeping a close eye on his opponent during a fight. He said that it had been a long time since anyone had been able to confront him like this. This statement expressed his confidence in his own abilities and meant that the enemy posed a serious threat. Oscar noticed that the pressure began to increase, each blow from his opponent became stronger, forcing him to focus even more on defense and counterattack. The man longed for the guy's death, his eyes sparkled with cruelty and determination, creating an atmosphere of tension and danger around him. The man longed for the guy's death, his eyes sparkled with cruelty and determination, creating an atmosphere of tension and danger around him. The guy felt sorry for the temple that they did not destroy, his words expressed regret and understanding of the value of the historical and cultural heritage that could have been lost as a result of the battle. The man was clearly beginning to lose his concentration slightly, his movements became less sharp, and his gaze was not so stubbornly fixed on his opponent, which could indicate increasing fatigue or distraction. Oscar was supposed to avoid the attacks, but something was missing. This moment caused him some indecision and confusion, leaving him open to the enemy's attacks. The man saw that he was quickly getting tired and wondered how long he could stand, his attention focused on assessing his opponent's stamina and looking for weak points to attack. He also wondered how long Oscar was going to run away, his thoughts were on the enemy's strategy and how long he could maintain his speed and stamina while retreating. It was as if Oscar had been completely overwhelmed by the man, but apparently that wasn't the case. This momentary impression had caused Oscar some anxiety and caused him to reassess the situation. This was really not the case, because the guy was able to dodge, his agility and reaction allowed him to avoid the blow at the last moment, which had an impact on the course of the battle. The man decided to see how far he could go, his decision reflecting a desire to evaluate the limits of his strength and endurance in order to determine a strategy for further action. He made the exact same attack once again, his determination and persistence showing that he had no intention of backing down and intended to use his best techniques to achieve victory. And again he ran away from her, his strategy aimed at using the moment of impact and subsequent retreat to maintain distance and again prepare for the next move. And this attack was too strong for him to withstand, his body would be overloaded too quickly. This realization forced him to reconsider his tactical decisions and take measures to protect himself. He saw the plan in his head, it was a momentary flash of imagination where he realized possible courses of action and strategies to counter the enemy's attack. And if he forced his body into overload, then perhaps he would succeed. This was a new strategy that arose in his mind, where he was counting on the fact that tiring his opponent would give him an advantage in battle. He realized that there was no need to rush anywhere. This realization gave him confidence and allowed him to focus on developing the best strategy before taking the next step in battle. After all, winning through a knockout is not the only way. This thought opened up new possibilities and strategies for him, without limiting his actions only to attacking the enemy. The man could not understand why he constantly ran in like this. It caused him some confusion and made him think about the possible reasons for this behavior. This was clearly not becoming a warrior. This thought expressed his disappointment and dissatisfaction with his own behavior, which could weaken his authority and morale in the eyes of the enemy. But, of course, Oscar did not react in any way, because he had his own plan in his head. His confidence in the chosen strategy allowed him to remain calm and concentrated on his actions. He ran away from the man's attacks time and time again, his strategy being to avoid direct confrontations and use speed and agility to maintain an advantage in battle. He asked what happened to his powers now as he was starting to become disillusioned with him. This expression of dissatisfaction and doubt in his own abilities indicated that he was not satisfied with his actions and results in the battle. He actually began to get angry at Oscar's constant running away, his irritation manifesting itself in increasing aggression and frustration as his plans were disrupted due to his opponent's evasion. He decided to destroy everything so much that he would have nowhere to escape, a decision that reflected his growing rage and desire to destroy any opportunity for Oscar to evade or hide from him. The man found it sad that he had to aim for his legs, his frustration and despair reflecting the complexity of the situation and the need to take extreme measures to achieve his goals. The man concluded that Oscar had probably planned this move in advance, aware of the consequences and the price that would have to be paid in the battle. The guy noticed that the elder was an expert in strengthening, and most would not harm him like that. Alexander realized that in the end this was happening because of him. This realization led him to a feeling of guilt and responsibility for the developing situation. Now the man was sure that the guy was finished. His confidence reflected the belief in the inevitability of victory, since he believed that his strength and experience were superior to those of the enemy. To his surprise, the man abruptly knelt down. This unexpected action caused surprise and bewilderment, as it was contrary to the man's expectations and plans. The man could not understand why he could not control his legs. This feeling of loss of control caused him anxiety and bewilderment, as he was used to being in complete control of his body and movements. Of course, Oscar intended this from the very beginning, leaving the man feeling deceived and helpless in the face of the enemy's strength. He said that a man is the one who will meet his end. These words addressed the courage and determination of the enemy, ready to go to the end for his goal. The man will still be angry, so he asked not to be funny. His emotions remain motionless, and he does not want to be entertained. He said that with just his left he could deal with people like the guy. This statement emphasizes his confidence in his own strength and ability to defeat the enemy. But he did not listen to him and used a cutting blow, his decision demonstrating steadfastness and willingness to act contrary to the advice of the enemy. The blow was truly of incredible force. Its power stunned the witnesses of the battle and emphasized the man's ability to use his physical strength in battle. Nurkin was surprised by how events happened. The unexpected turn of events violated his expectations and forced him to reconsider the situation. But John was still scared, but pleased. Emotions were mixed in his inner world, but satisfaction from the outcome of the battle prevailed over fear. The barbarian, in fact, was also happy for her savior. Her heart was filled with gratitude to the one who protected them from danger. But Alexander's emotions could not even be expressed in words. His feelings were so strong and contradictory that they went beyond ordinary expression. They all realized together that Oscar had won, and in their united understanding and recognition of his victory there was common joy and respect. The guy himself simply sighed after a difficult battle. His breathing expressed relief and fatigue after an intense fight. The guy realized that Oscar was using the elder's great weight to overload his knees and cause damage to them. This discovery clarified to him the opponent's strategy and the reasons for his successful attack. Although it may not be visible from the outside, they are damaged on the inside, indicating the hidden effects of battle and trauma that can be serious despite the lack of visible signs. This excitement, he first felt it after the death of the legendary Lirong. This emotional state pierced him immediately after the death of the outstanding warrior. He felt his heart begin to beat much faster, this sudden rise in heart rate reflecting his excitement and tension from the last contraction. And then, on top of that, he was overcome by a wave of rage after winning an Oscar, a mixture of feelings that led to misunderstanding and even pain. All of Oscar's friends came running to him to congratulate him. This gesture of friendship and support was recognized and received with gratitude.